Hey guys, what is going on? It's Obadiah. Today we are back with another episode of Musical Hideout, the show where we hang out with artists, musicians, and entertainers in Waylon Jennings' old basement studio. As always, I am gathered here with co-host Ryan Poole, who I'll pass it to introduce the guests.
All right, so tonight is super fun because we have not one but two guests, and the second one was a completely random new addition, and so I'm stoked to see where this all goes.
I am getting paid for this, right?
Yeah. oh yeah.
Checks in the mail. Don't even worry about it.
We pay every guest.
That's my line.
But the first guest to my left is Malcolm Springer. Malcolm is an engineer and producer based in Nashville, Tennessee, originally from Missouri, right?
Missouri, southeast Missouri.
And you spent some time cutting your teeth in Memphis. Am I right about that?
A lot of time in Memphis. Probably 12 years in Memphis.
Wow.
That's a long time.
We're going to get into the whole thing, but Malcolm's produced a lot of records, and two that stood out to me just because I was a fan. Collective Soul.
Well, I didn't produce those. I
Engineered them.
Yeah.
That Collective Soul is a massive record of my youth, and just like
I was really young.
Those records killed. And then I forgot the other one off the top of my head, but I won't waste time because we're going to hear all about that from you. But and then to my double left, Darin Jones.
Howdy.
And Darin is a country artist, right?
Allegedly.
Alleged country artist.
That's what they say.
And Malcolm produced and engineered your stuff?
Malcolm
is that right?
Produced, engineered, arranged, and was a general personality director for emotional support for my first full-length 12-song record.
Awesome.
Nice.
Out now.
And Malcolm was
we'll post some links in the chat so everybody can see it.
Texting me earlier today, and he's like, "Hey, I've got a buddy, Darin Jones. He's killed it on the charts last year, and he's in town. Can we have him on? It'll be more fun, and he can perform some songs." And you said that you guys do Bigfoot hunting.
Yes.
I got a lot of questions about that.
We prefer the scientific term cryptozoology.
Cryptozoology.
We are, I guess, cryptozoologists.
Oh, yeah. Ozark Howler, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, the Goat Man. You name it.
I've never heard of the Ozark Howler.
I hadn't either until last week. You got to ask me.
Look, but you're into it.
I know, but folks back home said that they'd heard of it, and I went, wow, I even know a guy who said that he saw the dang thing, so...
We're going to hear about all of this.
Oh, my God.
That might be most of the podcast. Yeah, that might be the whole thing.
That's fine, man. I mean, that's what's interesting about this crew is, we're way into Bigfoot. And I'm going to tell you, last year we actually went out.
Yeah.
And we went out, 32 miles north of Darrington, Washington?
We were in Darrington, Washington, and then went about 32 miles into the wilderness.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's deep.
The deep woods.
That's real deep.
Yeah. Washington is home of the Bigfoot, is it not?
This is the epicenter.
Well, it's the Pacific Northwest. Is it specifically Washington?
Mm-hmm. No, well, the epicenter for just about every Bigfoot encounter is right in the Suwannee River Valley in Washington.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's your hot spot.
Yeah, but anywhere in Washington, there's so many sightings around Mount Rainier, Darrington, Vancouver Island. They call Ape Island.
Okay.
Because there's so many sightings out there.
So is there one Bigfoot or is it a species?
Well, obviously there's no definitive scientific answer.
Sure, but you're the leading expert in this room.
I'm of the mindset that it's just a bipedal primate that is sort of ran parallel to the human species and has remained
kind of like Gigantopithecus.
Recluse. Yeah, Gigantopithecus blackie.
Getting it with the terms.
Yeah.
Huh.
But impressive.
Thank you.
But now, guys, I have a good one for y'all, though. I haven't told you about this.
Wait, before we get into Bigfoot,
okay.
We got one more part of the intro. You got to introduce us to what we're drinking tonight.
We are drinking Jack and Coke. I am not much of a drinker, but I'll have a drink every once in a while. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sober, other than having a drink every once in a while.
If I didn't have hair on my chest before, I do now.
Yeah. Well, it loosens you up, and I've never have been big on alcohol, so it's not like I'm, you know what I mean? It was funny in rehab, when everybody's like, I'm an alcoholic, drug addict, and all this shit, and I'm like, not me. I'm just a hardcore drug addict,
So you skipped a few steps.
Yeah. Well, that all ended, a couple years ago, and so it's been sobering, very sobering experience as far as just having to deal with life, like normal, normal people. So it has been, and my son, he's helped me move in here, to Nashville. So that really helped me a lot. So, because he works with me, engineers for me, and he does video for the company and all that stuff. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Well, that's
He doubles
awesome.
as a bodyguard too, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah. Don't mess with me. I'll
6
get
foot
my, I'll get my
Hey, I'm
son
like, you
on
got
you.
about 2 feet on me, so.
They wrote that song 6'5" and full of muscles from what was it, Brussels? Was that Toto or was that Sting? 6'5" full of muscles. Remember that dude?
That's Sting. That's
I always think
that's
of-
that's
I always think of Malcolm,
Monday,
too.
can't wait for Tuesday. No, Wednesday's on my mind. Thursday will be fine. Remember
Yeah.
that song?
Yeah, that sounds familiar, but I can't find
That's on 10 Southerners Tales. That's one of my favorite records.
Oh, wow.
It's a freaking great record.
Mm-hmm.
And Benny Calhoun, that record, man, had me tore it up. I got the pleasure to meet that guy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't get to record him. He was on the second Kenny Wayne Sheppard record. I was on the first one, but they were recording in the other room, at Ocean Way. They were in the B room while we were in.
Here, the Nashville Ocean Way.
Yeah.
Is there another one?
Yeah.
I didn't
LA.
know that.
Yeah, and I think I was recording. I was working for John Claudner at Columbia. I was doing a band called Spike 1000. Great band, man. The bad part about that band is that our first single was called "Make Me Suffer." And it came out the day 9/11 happened,
Oh, wow.
and the next day we were dropped.
Ooh. Yeah.
There's a band, I don't know if you're familiar with Jimmy Eat World.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
They released their album on September 11th as well, and it was called Bleed American.
Oh jeez.
And so they had to
I didn't
pull
know
it
that.
back.
And that's my favorite Jimmy World album.
They had to pull it back and rename it Jimmy Eat World. They just made it self-titled and put that back out. And then, there's kind of been a fan dispute over the years. Now everybody's okay calling it Bleed American, 15 years later or whatever. But at the time, that was the wrong record name.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
rough.
Didn't there was another who was the band with the bodies hit the floor? That came out that day too.
Yeah, that's
Really?
That came out that day.
That's-
Is that Disturbed?
Disturbed.
Disturbed.
It's Disturbed, yeah.
Yeah. That's Dan Donegan. And those guys.
Wasn't that Deadpool or something?
No, it's Disturbed. It's Dan Donegan and those guys. I know Dan. I haven't talked to him in years, but he's a super nice guy. But yeah, I know that was a big deal because that came out that day, and it was like, holy shit!
Yeah, that's a
long
violent
answer.
song to come
That's-
out on September 11th.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was a weird day.
Yeah.
You guys remember where y'all were at when that happened?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
I was in high school still.
Oh wow!
I was too. I remember it was 9th grade. I just got
Same.
to
Dude, that's great. Yeah.
Ninth
Yeah.
grade.
Yeah.
You graduate 05?
04.
04.
Oh.
A year earlier than us.
Yeah, I remember I walked into school and everybody was huddled around the TV in the cafeteria. And I was like, what's going on? Yeah, that was a crazy day. That's one you never forget. There's those
Yeah.
days in your life that you will remember exactly where you're at.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're seeing,
one of them
tasting,
times.
smelling, all that.
The weird thing, though, is I didn't get it at the time.
Me neither.
I didn't get it.
I kind of thought, well, I mean, what?
Well, no big deal.
Yeah, what's the big
that
deal?
sucks. But I was about to get ready to leave for school. And I lived with my grandma, and she was like, she was like, this crazy thing happened. She started telling me. I was like, cool, I'm going to school, whatever. And then every class, we were just watching the news.
Well, I remember that when I first got to school, everybody was saying that it was kind of like the Empire State Building, like a plane evidently in the 30s had flown into it, possibly on accident, I don't know.
Wow.
But they were speculating on that by the time I got to school about there may have been some sort of malfunction and there's a plane that has hit the World Trade Center, and literally as soon as that happened, the second plane hit and everybody was just
Wow.
like, is this live? What everybody is so
That's
just
nuts.
discombobulated and gasps and crying and just
Yeah.
and then that's when oh no, this is a terrorist attack, we're under attack.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
crazy.
I think I was watching when the second one hit. I could be wrong. It could have been a replay, but I think I had that same moment where my stepdad called my mom and said, "Turn on the news. Plane hit a building." He probably
Right.
didn't say World Trade Center. And then we watch as the second one hits, and then you're like, "Wait a minute, this is something more
Completely
than an accident."
different, yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember my manager calling me, going, "They're running planes into the trade centers." I was like, "What? What are you talking about, man?" And it just didn't register. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like, what? Here's my question. This is a good thing to ask. how many of those people do you think just faked their death?
There have been cases of people doing that. It's like it's come out of like they like left their wife and kids and family, and they're like, they don't know I'm alive. I'm just starting a new life.
Or how about this?
Really?
And then like 10 years later, they found him.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I've never.
Or
heard
how
of that.
about, honey,
Yeah.
I'm going to go catch a plane to wherever.
Bro, I'm going to Mexico, going to Canada, like getting out of here, just living life.
Yep, I'm going to drive down to Mexico. I will see you guys, in a couple months. Tell them I'm dead. Collect the insurance money. See you down there.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
No, but I've always thought
It's not a
man,
great idea, Ryan.
No,
Insurance. We are the insurance fraud podcast.
Yeah, right? Jesus.
No, but I'm saying though, I was wondering how many people did that because I think a lot of people probably did that. I think I don't think there was as many people that died in that as they say.
I mean, it's still a lot, though.
Still a lot.
I mean,
but
it's not like we're diminishing the numbers by a huge amount.
I would say probably 200-300. 200-300.
You think the rest faked their death?
Man, do you know how much insurance?
No, I think it's 200 or 300 ran away.
Okay, look.
Oh,
guys,
like 2 or 3. Okay.
we're talking about guys who had like mega insurance policies in case something happened to them for their families. Mega money, guys. If you had 2 or 3 million in insurance and you were worth more,
Ooh. Yeah.
Hey, honey, I'll see you.
Yeah.
I'll see you in Mexico.
Yeah, gather the money, we're moving.
I mean, honestly, I guess they could track that, or I guess they paid them from a cell, a payphone or whatever. I'm trying to think of what I would be thinking at the time, and I would be like, oh hell yeah.
It would have to.
That's a weird thought to have on September 11th.
No, but I don't know how many people were actually in the building or anything like that. I don't know the whole story. You hear all these conspiracy theories and all this kind of crazy stuff, and let's don't get into that because I don't know. There's some people that I know that are very sharp people that really think that it was like government done. And all this
It would
stuff.
have to be like a Shawshank Redemption type moment. Like you'd have to say like go find a box underneath some rock that has no earthly business being there and say Guantanamo, and like that would have the instructions to guide you to where they are. There's some Mexican beach that you're gonna go live out with your
But you first
fraudulent stolen
you have to
insurance
crawl
money.
through 10 miles of shit
Yeah.
to get to it. Red!
It's buried under some tree, and oh god, that's funny as hell.
Oh, my God.
God rest their souls, though. That's coming
Yeah.
up. God rest their souls.
Yep, yeah. It's
I think
sad day.
I think we should get
off
a
that
live
subject.
performance from you
Yeah.
before we dive into the interview stuff.
Oh, great! This is gonna be a somber one.
Right, I was like, listen, I think this
Hey,
is the
give
somberest
us
we've
your
ever started the
saddest
show.
song.
Okay, hang on, because I got an intro for Darren
Okay.
Jones.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is how the first conversation went with me and him when I was getting the record.
Start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, he's going to do the audio.
Okay. The first conversation was, hey, if you hire another producer, I'm going to kill that producer. And then
All right.
you'll have to hire me. And if you hire another one, I'll just kill him, and I'll just keep on killing him.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah. So anyway, that's how much I wanted to produce his record.
Now, do you want to know what his manager told me over the phone?
Yes.
So Malcolm came back favorable for doing the record. I didn't hear none of what he just said until he got to Seattle. We're in the studio, and he's like, "So you ended up deciding to go with me, huh? You want me to commit murder?" And I'm like, What are you talking about?"
Wait, that was another choice?
Neil didn't tell you I was going to kill every producer in town until you hired me? No, man.
Because you don't really bring that up in normal conversation. You know?
Well, and the thing is,
and then if producers start dying, they're coming after you.
I mean,
whether you did it or not.
that's really starting the artist and producer relationship in the right way.
It certainly set the tone
Yeah.
Anyway,
for our relationship to this day.
Anyway, here's Darren Jones.
Yeah. So what are you playing for us?
Let's do I'll Walk the Line.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the one I heard that I've said I was going. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is why I love this song.
This is the one that got you. This is the one you're like, I'm in.
I really love this song.
All right.
And, while we're on the subject, I dedicate this to the fallen but not forgotten 9/11 survivors, as well as people that lost their lives. This is called I'll Walk the Line. Ever since my early days, well, I've always had my rebel ways. never did see eye to eye. You were stubborn as hell, so was I. I can't remember the words. I really did that, didn't I?
Has it been that long since you played it?
I did it during sound check, and now I can't remember the words.
Yeah, I was like, you were singing that earlier.
Man,
We can cut that and do that again, can't we?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's live, but you know.
Let me start that one again. Hold on.
Right, that was just a warm up anyway.
Ever since my early days, well, I've always had my rebel ways. We never did see eye to eye. You were stubborn as hell, so was I. I've been running wild since I was 16. I was a reckless kid doing stupid things. Wherever I went, trouble wasn't far, and it landed me behind these bars. So I'm on my knees and I'm begging, please spare me now and I change my life. But we both know that's a lie. If you help me out just one last time, Lord, I swear to you, I'll walk the line. Now here I sit in this county jail. I am praying someone will pay my bail. You see, I never meant to hurt no one, but I didn't know he'd have a gun. So I'm on my knees and I'm begging, please spare me now and I change my life. But we both know that's a lie. If you help me out just one last time, Lord, I swear to you, I'll walk the line. Now I look back at my life of sin, and I realize the shape I'm in. You see, I tied the knot in my own rope. Now the hangman's near and I'm losing hope. So I'm on my knees and I'm begging, please spare me now and I change my life. But we both know that's a lie. If you help me out just one last time, Lord, I swear to you, I'll walk the line. Well, I swear to you, I'll walk the line. Lord, I swear to you, I'll walk the line.
And we're back. So, if you guys like what you hear, you can find them on Spotify, I assume.
Spotify,
everywhere
Amazon,
you can get everything, right?
Malcolm's
Google
selling
Play,
my albums
YouTube
for
Music.
a third of the price out of the back of his trunk.
Fair
I'm
enough.
yet to prove it legally. Being my producer does not behoove him to do that.
Yeah, I say you can do what you want.
You know, producer means, you know, you can just do whatever the
You
hell
do whatever you
wanna
want. Everything's fine. Also, if you are not watching live, if you're on YouTube or anywhere that you get your podcasts, if you look in the description below, you'll find links for both of our guests. Websites, Instagrams, Facebooks, Spotify's, whatever it is. Or unless there's another website you want to plug that we should also add.
Yeah. Oh, well, I got lastmenstanding.com. That has everything I got too.
Lastmanstanding.com?
Last Men.
Oh, Last Men.
I tried to buy Last Man, but
That's
it
a
was
TV
like
show.
$15,000 because they owned
Holy
it.
crap!
Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's that Tim Allen show, right?
Yep.
Did you ever, it's actually okay. It's an okay show. It's not
I've
too
never
bad.
seen it. I
It's just
refuse.
Home Improvement, but he has 3
They
girls.
tried to price gouge me.
So you're out. You're out on Last Man Standing. I think it's canceled anyway.
All right, I know you hate this, but I'm ordering Uber Eats right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Does
We were talking
anybody
about
want some Hattie B's?
We were just talking
Oh,
about how
Hattie
we order
B's.
Hattie B's before.
Anybody?
Earlier.
Hattie B's, half a chicken for me. And,
the half bird plate?
The medium.
Yeah.
Medium.
Medium.
I'll take a medium sandwich.
So have you ever done a podcast where
You get
your
two,
hosts
Malcolm, you get two
do
sides.
Uber Eats during the podcast?
What's that?
Hattie
You get
B's,
two
here it
sides. What do you
comes.
want?
The greens and the potato salad, yeah.
I'll take the Mac.
It's all live, folks.
Yeah, I told you we were super casual.
I dig it.
We're as
I just,
casual as it
felt-
comes.
I just felt like I was really hungry, and I'm like, we gotta
TJ,
do
he's
it.
mad because it's the second
We
time
are-
I've eaten Hattie B's since you've been
We gotta
here.
get-
TJ's like,
We got to get sponsored by Hattie B's.
Right?
Yeah. Hattie B's, baby.
Are you, Darren? You want some?
I think I'm good with the Jack and Coke for now.
Okay.
Also a meal.
Almost as good
Also
as
a
chicken.
meal.
A jury.
Yeah, I'll take I'll get a medium sandwich.
Okay, cool.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm good. I'm not even hungry.
You sure?
I'm good. I'm good.
You
I'm
shouldn't
all
have
right.
turned
I'm all
down
right.
Hattie B's?
Yeah, I'm all right. I got food
Really?
at home. I ate late lunch. I think we're all right. I think I'll survive it.
All right. Malcolm, how'd you get started in music?
That's a really good question. I was in a band when I was really young, and we did fairly well. And first time I walked into a studio, I was like, "This is where I'm gonna be from now on." It really was that vibe, you know. And we did pretty good. We did real good. And then I wound up at Emerald Sound here in Nashville for a little while, and then I wound up in Memphis and stuff. So I mean, I was back and forth for a little while, but I came here and I worked on a lot of stuff that isn't on my discography because, you know, if you put that you were in the studio before 1993, all of a sudden people think you're 60 or 70 years old, you know. And that's the truth. So we left off everything on my discography that was before 93. But Emerald Sound at the time was, kicking ass, man. All the big records were being done there.
Where was Emerald Sound? Is it still around?
No, Emerald Sound is, I don't know what's in that building now. You guys, you don't know what building I'm talking about? It's
I
like,
have no idea.
you know, man, I'm trying to think of what it's right next door to. I would say it's right there, that Bank of America that's on Music Row there on 16. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think I've driven past it, but I'm not 100%.
Are you talking about the one that's on Blakemore and Wedgwood?
No. It's right on the road.
I didn't realize there was a Bank of America this close. I go to the one over on Blakemore. I should be going to the one here. Yeah, I'm Bank of America guy.
Well,
Okay.
I've got
not
a
sponsored.
Somewhere down here. Close to here.
But I stayed there for about a year, and I was at Hummingbird there in the UA Tower. I don't know if that studio's still up there or not. You know if that studio's still up there, the UA Tower?
What's the UA Tower? Which one's that?
It's on Music Row. It's on 17th. I think it's going. Yeah, it's going.
It's not that
toward
big, tall
Wedgwood.
one that's abandoned, is it?
It's the big, tall one, and this the octagon shaped one.
Yeah. Oh, that thing's abandoned now.
Really?
Yeah.
Nobody's-
By the way,
Wow.
I don't know if you
Was
guys
that the guy
are
with the guy who
down.
lives in the top?
Yeah. Okay. So this thing has a whole history. So that tower is abandoned at this point. You can see it from here if you go out on the street. There's a big broken glass window at the top as of the last maybe 6 months. I used to think that was a Capitol Records building, but it's not. It's just they patterned it after Capitol Records. They tried to. The architect was inspired by Capitol Records, but it's so similar to the LA one that I thought maybe it was.
Oh! I thought you
Yeah.
might have went up there thinking it was.
No.
It's abandoned?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, so it's abandoned now, and the other day, sometimes I'll take phone calls and I'll walk around the block, and it's a 1 minute walk from here. So I was walking around it the other day, and I saw that there was a hole in the fence, And there's a part of me that's thinking about trying to like sneak into that thing because there's a studio on the ground floor I could see through the windows.
When was the last time you listened to that part of you?
I haven't gone in. I don't know if you guys want to.
It's high time. You got to listen to that
you want to
voice
go
every
sneak
once
into
in a
that
while.
building. I'm a little scared to do it alone.
Well, him and
I'm
I,
sure
we
some
used to
bums live in
go
there.
back in San Diego. We used to go try to find old abandoned mine shafts and go explore those. So this isn't anything too
Spelunking,
different
huh?
from that. Well, yeah, but it's more like walking straight in.
Yeah.
Not really climbing that much. But
we did mine shafts, but we also did an abandoned Air Force base.
Yeah, that was rad.
And so I kind of want to do that abandoned UA tower you're talking about.
But doesn't the guy live on the top floor or something?
Not anymore. I don't think anymore. So I heard this story that the reason that building just sat there unoccupied for so long is that there's a guy at the top floor that they call Batman who had like a 25-year lease on his penthouse suite. And he has like an underground parking that he goes into, and he just lives up there, and he refused to leave. And so they
He
couldn't
has this
sell the
crazy
building.
lease, they can't kick him
Some
out.
mega rich reclusive dude.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Now, it's clearly, you can see it, like, when you leave the studio, look out there, you'll see there's a broken glass window up there. He doesn't live there anymore.
Oh, wow.
But I've heard they're turning it into, it's been purchased now, and it's going to be turned into, like, some luxury hotel thing.
Of course
That's
it is.
very
Of course it
Nashville
is.
of it.
Yeah.
Very Nashville to turn a historic Music Row building into a hotel or
Well-
a condo.
Actually, the top floor, I'm pretty sure that's the old Hummingbird Studios. So that's a nice place.
What is it?
We got to sneak up
Very
there and
nice.
just see if somebody left some gear behind.
Is this podcast mobile? I mean,
Can we go now? We'll just get on like a little Zoom recorder and like we are now entering the building.
Well, that building, I don't know if I was there or if I was at Starstruck at Reva's place.
Oh yeah,
You know
that's
what?
just
I
down the
was at
street.
Reva's place. When that, you guys, y'all will remember this was years ago when the tornado came through here. And
I've seen video, but I wasn't here.
We were on top of the dang Starstruck there. We were on the helicopter pad watching that thing just kick ass all the way downtown.
Oh my god.
And it was something to see, you know.
Yeah, it's got to be crazy.
Yeah, me and my
Yeah,
attorney, I'm not
like
going to
that.
name any names.
I've never seen a tornado.
Is that the one that I heard? Is that the one that touched down right in the middle of Vanderbilt? Was that one?
Yeah, man, it tore up all kinds of stuff, man. But that's the thing is nobody got killed in the whole thing.
Oh wow.
But
Well,
it went downtown.
That's crazy.
But we saw the thing just going.
Well, it's probably because you see it and you're like, I'm going the other way. Like everyone's leaving.
Well,
right?
I mean, you know what? I always consider Starstruck or Reva's place like a safe house because of that. You know, the tornado is scared to hit Miss Reva's place. You know,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even the tornadoes are scared to hit that place. You know, she'll tear their ass up.
Oh yeah, I saw her in Tremors.
So let me ask y'all,
I'm a brain surgeon.
both of you, because you guys probably have different perspectives. I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. But as this has been a hot button issue over the last 6 months or whatever.
Oh my god, I know what you're gonna ask.
Because I gotta know, because like I didn't listen to any country until I moved to Nashville. You know what I mean? So I'm very unfamiliar with the country world. This is a very new thing for me. Because in the West Coast, it's not a big thing. So, or at least it is
it
now.
is
It is
just-
now.
No, it has been. It's just
No, it hasn't.
Just not for us.
Not for fine. Maybe not for us. Maybe I was in the wrong frame.
But
I don't know.
certain
I
places,
grew up with a lot of rap.
certain
hip-hop,
places in
and
San
blah, blah,
Diego
blah.
have always
But-
been huge on country.
So let me ask you.
Yeah.
Certain places have. You're right. But so how do you feel, or what do you think about the whole Little Nas X, Old Country Road, top in the country charts? Do you feel like that? I know a lot of people say it's not country, and some people say it's definitely country. Like, where does that lie for you as people who are actually involved in it, in country, in a way that is, deeper?
Go ahead.
well, my opinion of that is the country genre and the format as a whole has been stretched and contorted so much, especially in
Amen.
just the last 3 to 5 years,
Okay.
that you can virtually call anything country now. And it
So you
really,
think country kind of did it to itself and allowing that to happen and calling it country, or I don't know. Do you think it's good, bad? Like I don't have an opinion on it.
I think it's good and bad, and I'll explain why.
Okay.
So as somebody who's like an up and comer, right? I'm the low man on the totem pole. Like I've had one single that's charted. My last one just released this week, and is about to chart. And I look at it as like I'm from Seattle, Washington, the furthest away from Nashville you can be in the contiguous U.S.
this is where the Bigfoot came from.
Yes, sir.
That makes sense. Oh, we're gonna
yeah.
get hella deep into that.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Unfortunately, I have to leave you fellas here in a few minutes, but I'm going to tell you this this train of thought here. So the format as a whole has been stretched and contorted so much that you can just about sneak anything you want through there and call it country. And that begs to, like, you know, argue, what is country? Is it a sound? Is it a state of mind? Is it a drawl? Is it a place that you live? Is it a geographical location to be able to call yourself country?
Yeah.
So all these questions come into play, and regarding, you know, like Old Town Road, it is undeniable and unarguable that that's not like a cult phenomenon. Like, that song just hit
Came out
like
of
wildfire.
nowhere.
Yeah. And it was an amalgamation of, you know, Billy Ray Cyrus, you know, like, what was it?
He came later, right? Didn't they make it first,
Achy
then they
Breaky
remixed
Heart?
it with him? Didn't they? Is that right?
Yeah, I heard that the guy Lil Nas X bought that beat for like $20 or $30 off some like beat making website.
What?
That's what I heard. Yeah. But in any case, be that as it may, you know, you can't deny that that's a wildly successful song, and if it speaks to people, it speaks to people. You just can't argue with that. Period. Now, is it something that, you know, people, you know, who like traditional country would call country? Absolutely not. But I look at it this way, and I'll, you know, digress to what I previously said. It's a good and bad thing. Now, for guys like me and girls and, you know, all the like that are coming up and trying to, you know, proliferate their brand of country music, it makes us sound all the better, because if you have any sort of semblance of a traditional sound or anything that's just what might be construed as more of a just like, that's country, man, then it hits with those folks, and it does what it's supposed to. And, you know, it's all the better because, I mean, he's out there cleaning up, making some money, and you know, just playing. I've seen him play like school gymnasiums for like fourth graders on like some Facebook video, and they're just
That's really
going
cool.
nuts.
That's rad.
Yeah, and it's
Wow.
awesome. And I, at this point, being an artist and somebody who's in the industry, I don't hate on people like that.
That's
It's not
that's
my-
a really good way to think about
Yeah,
things.
it's not
I
my
dig that.
favorite style of music. Do I listen to it and like tap my foot and be like,
Yeah, the chorus is real catchy.
I do. I'm not ashamed to admit that. It's not anything close to being country unless you just want to say, you know, Billy Ray Cyrus singing on it.
Made it
But, you know, it is what it is. And, you know, I don't hate on that. And it just makes the people who are country stand out more. And you kind of like lean left or right with whatever your preference is.
Okay,
I think it's a really good like
real
train
quick,
of thought about it.
before we
I
really
dig that.
digress into this, how much time do we have left with you?
I got about 10 more minutes.
Okay, so we need another song.
All right.
For sure. And wow, we got to talk about some Bigfoot action. Right, we gotta.
Yeah, well, so we'll probably have to continue that with Malcolm. So let's do this. Let's
Okay.
do a song right now, and then we'll go into Bigfoot, and then you're going to have to duck out, and we'll continue that with Malcolm.
I've already just said everything I know.
Okay, I'm gonna
about
duck out of here
Bigfoot
and go to the
Mountain. He'll be able to
Yeah,
fill
roll.
you on
Okay,
Oh, you know where it is.
cool. I'm going to go out there and mix the sound, but
Cool.
Tell us what you're playing.
Had his beat, bitch.
Whoop.
Oh, shit.
You good?
We lost.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Ready, Ryan?
We ready? Or waiting on him?
You ready? You're good. You're good.
All right. Well, this is the second song that Malcolm heard that I sent him on just like a little iPhone voice memo, and this secured our forever and long-lasting friendship. It's called Something About the Rain. It's off my my full-length record. It was in tune when I bought it. When it rains, it pours, and it's really coming down. One thing's for sure, it don't drown old passions like waves rolling into shores. Well, they bring me back around more and more as I hear the sound of them crashing. I get swept away to yesterday. There's something about the rain
that brings out old pain. It makes all my joints ache and reminds me of my mistakes. Yeah, there's something in the water. It makes old memories burn harder. It don't put out old flames. Well, there's something about the rain. When it's cold and wet and the skies are dark and gray, I can't forget those demons, and they haunt me. All of my regrets, well, they carry me away, and I'm all that's left to blame for being lonely. My heart won't mend until this storm ends. Well, there's something about the rain that brings out old pain. It makes all my joints ache and reminds me of my mistakes. Yeah, there's something in the water. It makes old memories burn harder. It don't put out old flames. Well, there's something about the rain. Thunder rolls and the wind blows, reminding me that I'm alone, so alone. But all I know is there's something about the rain that brings out old pain. It makes all my joints ache and reminds me of my mistakes. Yeah, there's something in the water. It makes old memories burn harder. It don't put out old flames. Well, there's something about the rain. Well, there's something about the rain. There's something about the rain.
And we're back. All right. All right, so that was something about the rain?
Sounded great. Sounded right.
Oh, you're hearing out there with all the mixing,
Sounds
and everything,
good.
right? Yeah.
Sounded awesome. Sounded right. I mean,
Sounds really good.
Sound like a record. No, seriously, man.
Yeah, I like to tell
Awesome
people,
job.
like,
Thank you.
we don't always have the best.
Let's
the best
recut it.
video. We
Come
always
on,
have
let's
the best
get in.
audio of any podcast.
I was like, I wish he would have gave me a vocal performance like that, you know, to begin with. I wouldn't have went through all the hell I went through.
I love you, man.
God,
Think about all the
podcasts
hell
now, but not
and
for
physical
me.
torment he put me through in that damn studio. He don't love me no more. You know what he said the whole record? Darin Jones, you're gonna make me call the abused producers hotline. My God! Get the fuck in there and do the song. Get the fuck in there.
That's a line. You should steal that line. That's great.
So you probably got 5 minutes or less.
I gotta head out. Like I got 2 minutes. Yeah.
Oh,
I hate
God.
to cut this short, but
No, that's cool.
I have
man.
put my good buddy Jesse Knutson, who is I don't know if anybody knows who he is. He's one of the news reporters here in town, the country reporter.
Oh.
He's one of my good buddies and a real gearhead, and I've been kind of prolonging our hangout today for Well, I
Get him on the show.
to do this podcast.
Yeah, tell him come over.
Yeah, well,
he's
we'll
with
have
this girl. They're over at Poncho and Lefty's on Broadway. Have you ever had their tacos?
I have not.
Wait,
But I grew up in San Diego.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
that place that's like
So-
slightly tucked off Fifth?
Yeah,
To where it's
no,
like kind of,
well, yeah, Fifth, and it's right next to Bridgestone, just like behind
but it's
that
like-
corner bar,
it's
Rippy's.
just out of the crazy.
Yes,
I went
just
there
out.
recently.
Yeah,
Did you?
Oh, I loved it because Broadway was insane, and then
Yeah.
we popped in that taco shop, and all of a sudden it was like a spike.
Is it like a taco shop?
It's good. It's its own thing.
Like a Southern California
It's
taco
not Southern
shop?
California, no, but it's good.
yeah.
'Cause
They
I
have like
have-
some
I have not
specialty
found-
sauces. It's not like your average street
Wait,
taco.
Hold on. Don't give me
Sorry.
tacos. This is
Oh,
all the time.
I'm real fired up about Mexican food in Nashville.
Hey, if this is going
minutes,
5 hours,
seriously.
I'll come back. But I got to go do the howdy for a
Yeah,
few.
yeah. Do it,
Cool,
do
cool.
it, man.
Yeah,
Am I
do
good to
what you gotta do,
unplug this, or is it gonna pop?
Go ahead.
All
Yep.
right,
Cool, man.
gentlemen.
Yeah, we'll get you on. And we'll get your buddy on.
Give me your 1 minute Darin Jones plug. Who are you? Who should listen to you? What do you
Where can
do?
they find you?
My
Yeah.
name is Montego Montoya. My name is Darin Jones. I'm from Seattle, Washington. I am a country music wannabe, low man on the totem pole.
Oh boy, he's doing good. He's doing dang good.
How many monthly listeners do you have?
So little that I can't even tell you. Actually,
know?
no, I think it's like 1,400 on Spotify or something. And my single "Feels Like Coming Home" just made it to number 60 on the National Country Charts.
That's
a few
pretty
weeks
damn
back.
good.
I didn't think it was too bad for being. I mean, I live in Seattle and I don't have management, representation,
on the
booking,
charts.
labels.
Come on.
Yeah. And then my second one just released this week. Both songs and the full record. Malcolm Springer produced, arranged, mixed, engineered. And it's called "Done Is Done" is the next single that just released this week. Radio edit. The full length record is self-titled "Darin Jones and the Last Men Standing." MEN. You can find me at Darin Jones Music on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. LastMenStanding.com is my website, and has tour dates and merch and general contact inquiries. Whatever you're into, I'll eventually see it. Yeah.
Well, Darin, we'll have to have you back on at some point and just.
This was really fun. I'm
talk more. I'm so bummed. I didn't realize you had to go. Or we would've
yeah,
gotten heavier in
yeah.
the beginning.
Well, it's a last minute thing. I'm glad I at least got to come out for an hour and
yeah.
howdy.
Really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Much love to y'all. I hope to see you down the line. And like I said, I'm gonna text Malcolm if you're going late. And I mean, what do we got? Half a fifth left?
We're about halfway through the bottle.
Oh man, we got at least 2.5, 3 more hours.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen.
Text him and we'll see.
All right,
Yeah.
much love to y'all.
Cool, man.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Have a good one, man. Cool.
Let's get over this way, man.
Yeah. Now that he's gone, what do you really think about it? No.
Well, the what's funny is like I made that record up in Seattle, and at a place called Mars,
Mars.
and it's actually behind this guy's house, and you would think that sounds so. Man, this thing is like a freaking major studio here in Nashville. I mean, there's no, it's the Pro Tools rig, but it's a ton of great mic pre's, a ton of great mics. I'm talking awesome mics. But now he works for Microsoft at their studio.
Oh, really?
So
cool.
I think some of those mics might have been Microsoft.
Got a big old Windows logo on the side of it.
I was in Seattle not 3 weeks ago, and I was with an artist of mine, and we were performing at a guy from Microsoft's house.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was like.
Wasn't the same guy. I mean,
I doubt it. But
Yeah.
maybe he was a musician.
Sure, a lot of guys
His
were.
name's Chad. You'll love
His
that.
name's Chad?
His name's Chad. Super nice guy, man. Super nice guy. But he does sales at Microsoft, and we were playing it. We did a house show at his place, and he was on Lake, I don't know, Samash, something like that. But
The big
right
lake,
there
yeah.
next to Microsoft headquarters, and man, you're just a giant epic panoramic view
Right.
of this lake, like, and all of his buddies that were there were all Microsoft people. There's a different world up there.
It is, and I thought traffic was bad here in Nashville
Traffic here is not that bad.
until I went to Seattle.
Yeah.
Traffic is not bad in Nashville. Anybody bitching about Nashville traffic, go to LA or go to freaking
Yeah.
Seattle for just during the week. Go rush hour there, and then you won't. But I'm talking like, man, I mean, 2 or 3 hours to get like 10 miles.
Wow.
That bad. And I'm talking, you know, and I thought that they were, Darin and Big John Cannon was full of shit, you know. I'm like, there's no way. Man, dude, I got off the plane. I flew in like at 4:30 one time. And it took us literally till 9 o'clock to get to the studio.
That just hurts me deep inside.
But, you know, you get to shoot the shit, listen to songs, you know, talk about stuff. It does, there is something about being stuck in a car with somebody.
You get to know someone real good, real quick.
Unless you're a smoker, and then you're going crazy, you know.
Yeah, unless you're smoking.
We've got stuck in traffic before, and I've literally got out of the van.
I'll be right back.
Out of the tour bus, and freaking smoked a cigarette, and got back inside the damn thing before the traffic took off.
Oh,
that bad.
That's real bad. That's no joke.
And I went to Emerald City Guitars, and I asked my sons to buy me a this $39,000 freaking $335 for.
And he was like, "No problem, just shelled it out, right?"
Father's Day. After all you little bastards, after I got all y'all for Christmas, and
You
shit.
raised it.
Yeah, it's like, come on, I went through raising you
deserve
guys.
it.
You guys freaking buy me a freaking $39,000 guitar. But no, I love that place. Emerald, man, I just like Seattle. Period. You know, I don't. You know. The mindset there is a lot different than us. But guys, I'm gonna tell you something. This is what I didn't believe, and I found out up there. You know, besides the fact that because I'm not a big pot smoker, but most of my friends are. So man, it's heaven up there for them. For me, it's like, well, it's a big deal. But I'm telling you, that's not what the thing was that was cool. What was cool, and I hope my old lady isn't watching. No, I don't care. Believe me, she knows all about it. But it's the bikini stripper freaking coffee stands.
What?
I'm not lying. It really happens. You pull up there, and there's this girl with hardly anything on. And the first time I'm like, okay, here's the problem. The problem is I don't know if I want her fixing my coffee. What if she scratches her ass or something, You know what I'm saying? She's got a thong on, freaking it. I mean, it's ridiculous, but they have them, and you pull right up there. Yes, and it's funny because Big John Cannon took me to, to the first one, and I was just like, what the hell? Really?
Starbucks trying out new stuff.
But, I mean, I don't know. It's just, to me, it just was weird.
It's like, why did they combine that? Why is that got to be combined? Like, I just want my coffee. That's all I want.
It was really odd because there's a lot of great coffee shops up there. Of course, that's the home of Starbucks and all that stuff. But man, you're talking about just a culture shock.
Huh.
It's a culture shock up there in that regard, And I'm gonna tell you, they just don't have the restaurants up there. To me, I'm saying that they have in Nashville.
Really?
Well, I guess but it's spread out. They do, but spread. Like we ate at this great Indian place. I forgot what it was called, and we ate at an Ethiopian place, and the first time I've ever done that, and it was amazing. Actually, you eat with your hands.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever? Have you ever been in one?
I've been
of
to
those?
Ethiopian place a couple times. Yeah, San Diego.
I went to India, and to
really?
the record, and in India, we were eating with our hands.
Yeah.
Really?
Like
Man, I've always wanted. It's one places I want to go. I want to go see Anchor One. Is that what it's called?
Anchor One?
Is that how you say it? Yeah, it's it's that place. It's huge Buddhist temple there.
I don't know.
And the thing about it, I want to see it because of the architecture, and I don't know. There's something about some of those places I just look at and I go, man, something's not quite right about that. I mean, but I'm serious. Like it's not as bad as what's those churches that are dug into the rocks? You know what I'm talking about? That's in Ethiopia.
Oh.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Church is dug into the rock.
Oh no. Listen, they literally dug the churches out of one rock
That's crazy.
from the top to the bottom.
What?
Yes,
That's insane. That's got to be insane planning and architecture.
You have to check it out. I'm intrigued with stuff like that. Of course, I'm a Bigfoot fan, and
Right. So outside of Bigfoot though, do you look into other kind of historical mysteries like Stonehenge or like the Easter Island heads, those kind of things? Are you into that kind of stuff too?
Man, way into that. I love because I'm in the studio all the time, and my job is it's different now. It's not you're not with a rock band every day making a journal of what happened, and whipping them into shape and stuff. It really is a different world, which I miss that because that's where I shines in rehearsal hall. And I've had many people, most of my artists tell me that. But, being by yourself, you start thinking of things like that and start looking into things like that. And it's good. Like the Stonehenge, they just found out that below Stone, that's just the top of something.
Right. Same thing with that.
That's just the top.
What's
everything
that?
else is buried under there. There's an entire there's an entire freaking they did like these things on it. I don't know what to call it. Where they hit the ground or they
they do like it's like and then they hit it. It's a radar and it's a thing of vibrations.
Exactly. And it's an entire complex below it. That's just the top of it.
Yeah. Well, have you looked into what's that place? I can't remember what it's called. It's called I want to say it's like Biblioteca, but that's Spanish for library, so that's not right. It's Gimli. No. It's definitely something Ateca. Shit. What's that called? It's like this old temple that they've dated recently. That is actually like 30,000 years before they thought humans ever even existed.
Oh yeah,
What is that place called?
You're talking about
and like they keep getting deeper and finding more, and it's like older than they ever could have imagined.
That's
There's telescopes.
Gimli
out here.
Ateca?
They have computers.
What is that? What is that place called?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The more they dig into it, the more they're finding.
It's in southern Turkey. I know which place you're talking about.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It's in Turkey, and it was
Turkey's a hotspot for archaeology right now.
Well, the thing about it is this place.
Archaeology podcast.
This place is actually just 100 miles from Mount Ararat, which is where they say
that's where they say Noah's Ark, right?
Noah's Ark landed.
I gotta find out what this place is called.
Yeah. Man, God, I hate that. I can't remember it.
I know it's some name like that. I remember because I had to Google it originally because I heard the name so many times, and I was like,
so
"What
mad
is that?"
But it is. I am very interested in stuff like that, especially that place. That place is totally blows my mind because it does set us. The history of man is definitely not what we think it is.
We have no fucking clue what it is.
No clue.
And every time we learn something new, we just learn how little we don't know.
Man, I just want to, just for the record, since we are on a podcast and people are out there listening, I don't believe in all that freaking. I believe in evolution to a point.
Sure.
Let me ask you, if we evolved here on Earth, why would we need suntan lotion and sunglasses?
Like you think we'd evolve to be able to handle that?
Yes.
Now, a big part of that depends on now to be completely honest, I don't know as far as evolution or not evolution. Like I'm like we don't have enough proof to say one way or the other 100% yet, and we probably never will. But I think a big part of that has to do with how close to the equator your ancestors evolved. So if you look at like I saw this great picture. It was a map that showed the map was the whole world, and it showed the color of people's skin from that region.
Right.
And it just showed the closer you got to the equator,
darker
the darker the skin was. And people were and then all the comments below were like, "This is what we're mad about. Like this is what people are racist about. Is like just how close you were to the equator." But that kind of goes along with what you're saying because like if you're closer to the equator, you have darker skin, you don't need suntan lotion as much, right? I think I don't really know how that works. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But
let me tell you something. A lot of my good friends, closest friends, are black, and they have to wear suntan lotion too.
Really? See, I don't know. I don't know. I'm obviously as wide as can be.
So I don't really think that. I think that that somehow believe God or creators. I think I believe in a creator, but I also believe that there's. I'm kind of in the middle on some things, as far as like that whole Anunnaki thing. But my definition is that it was the angels, and because it does say in Genesis that we were made in their image, so you can see how that would.
And that's the thing. I mean, it's hard to be religious in the current day, right? Because everyone's trying to disprove you. But the thing is, it's not necessarily one or the other. We just don't have all the information.
Well, what's crazy is there's so much information out there. It depends on which part you read.
Right, and also like what you decide to say is bullshit or not.
Right.
Because it's easy to hear some things and be like, "Well, that's bullshit," and you're like, "Well, it just doesn't agree with you. That doesn't mean it's not bullshit." You know what I mean? Like just because it doesn't agree with you.
Hattie B's, baby.
Oh, is that where you went? I was wondering where you went this night.
Man.
I'm
guys, I'm terrible, man. I mean, I love Hattie B so much.
Dude, me too. I'm
sorry.
No.
It's like you guys need to be sponsored by Hattie B.
We should be. We need to hit up Hattie B seriously because we have literally ordered Hattie B's on the show like 6 times. And we've only had 30 episodes. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people outside of Nashville. People don't know about Hattie
They
B's.
don't. You know, I did hear a hot chicken place opened up in L.A. recently, last couple of years.
Oh, really?
Posers.
I don't know if it's good or not.
Posers,
but-
yep.
but
Nashville's
it's
hot
spreading.
chicken. Memphis is barbecue. And, San Diego is definitely pretty Mexican
Yeah,
food.
100% Mexican food.
And you have to, play that game,
Yeah, here I haven't been able to find good Mexican food except for one place called Oscar's. They have a few locations around town. But the thing is, Oscar's, the guy who owns Oscar's, before Oscar's opened, he had a taco shop in San Diego. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he knows what the fuck he's doing. And then he came out here, opened up a whole chain. He has I think there's maybe 4 or 5 of them. There's a lot.
Man,
The closest one's on Church Street, downtown.
My thing just doing records out in Arizona, LA, it is an eye opener. It's an eye opener.
It's a whole
as far
different
as-
community, whole different culture.
And I remember ordering Mexican food with Bert from Fear Factory one time, and and just when I got it back, it was like nothing I'd ever had. So it was like totally a different thing.
Totally different thing. Not even close.
Yeah, not even close to what you get here.
You get a lot of Tex-Mex out here.
Yeah,
A lot
you
of Tex-
get a lot of American Mexican.
Yeah, white Mexican food, which is not my jam. Let me tell you.
Man, thank you guys.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here
But-
I'm on the show eating.
Hey, you're not the first. You won't be the last. Hey, when I told you we're super casual, I meant it.
So, let me ask you guys, does it seem weird that someone believes in Bigfoot and stuff like that? I mean,
You are not the first person that we've had on the show.
Really?
Right? Because
Who else?
well, didn't Justin Biltonen?
Maybe.
He's the bass player for Three Doors Down. He was on
Justin,
the show.
he's a good friend of mine.
Oh,
man.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You seem
I
like
say he's a
guy.
good friend of mine. He's a friend of mine.
He was on the show a few months ago, and he was kind of into a little bit of that kind of stuff. But he had a buddy he talked about who was into it pretty heavily. So we discussed some kind of that stuff a little bit on the show.
I gotta hit him up. We've never talked about that. We're always
Yeah?
talking about business stuff.
Yeah, he was a super cool guy. He was a great guest on the show. He was super fun. Really dig it.
Super guy too.
Yeah, he was awesome. So you go. So do you go hunt Bigfoot fairly often? Do you go once a year? Do you go-
Once a year.
My sister's boyfriend, or now baby daddy, because she's pregnant. But
As soon as you said sister, I thought of my sister.
No.
Was your wife?
That's my wife.
And I was like, your wife has a
no.
boyfriend?
My sister Christina, her boyfriend, he goes up. I want to say he goes to Oregon, maybe, or
Oregon.
somewhere around there, somewhere up in the Pacific Northwest. And once a year, him and his buddies go out and they go Bigfoot hunting. And
Man,
I don't get what is that like? Do you just
Okay.
walk around the wilderness?
well, I didn't know what to expect, and I was 30% about it.
Is you only done it one time, or how many times?
This is my first.
It's your first time.
Last year. Since then, of course, me and Darin, we go riding around all the time out there, scouting stuff out. But we went to where Monster Quest did their investigation.
Was that show? That
Monster
TV
Quest,
show?
yeah.
That went on for a while. They never found him.
Well, and that's the thing is here's the deal. You know what we saw?
A lot of beautiful trees.
Nothing. No, but you know what? This isn't funny. We're in the middle of a rainforest. We didn't even see a bird.
Oh my god!
There's no deer. There's no squirrels.
Because they hear you, they take off.
No. Listen, when you're at night, let me tell you something. We had heat sinking freaking vision. We had
You're
infrared
tagged out?
vision. We had night vision. We had drones. We had all that stuff. We had everything, and we saw nothing.
How long were you out there for?
We was out there for 2 days.
Okay, that's a good length of time. That's 48 hours. That's a long time. You get a chance to see
I heard a bird, I thought, one time. And we did see a frog. when we
Okay,
were
that's a
hiking
good
that
start. Looking a little bigger, but that's a good start.
time. So,
But you didn't see any deer.
no, I'm telling you, what is ever out there is definitely running the other animals off or eating the other animals.
Really? I think so.
Or something. Yeah, we're in the middle of a rainforest. You don't understand. Okay, I go out my.
This is Washington. Like what part of Washington?
This is 32 miles north of Darrington,
Okay.
and then we hiked in 3 miles. Nothing.
That's a lot. Yeah. So you're hella deep at that point. Like you're not. It's not like you're on the fringes, a few miles from the city. Like
Yeah,
you're
it's.
deep.
I'm talking. That is probably the most secluded you can probably get, especially if you're hiking in. But here's the thing: is everybody laughs, but I mean, I'm gonna tell you something. When you don't see a deer at night, when you're in a place like that, or anything, rabbit, squirrel,
It's like eerie, like creepy. Because normally you hear all sorts of wildlife.
it was very creepy and very eerie and very different, very
Really?
different vibe.
Huh.
Well, okay, so if I walk out my back door in Berry Hill, Tennessee, there's birds flying, there's squirrels running, there's freaking rabbits everywhere. There's wildlife. But I'm in the middle of a rainforest and there's nothing.
Yeah. It does seem weird. Like they're scared.
Like they're
you see
scared.
that because you see that in movies too, right? In movies they have,
They're
all of
scared.
a sudden it gets silent. There's a predator around.
Well, okay, so if there is no Bigfoot, so you think it's just a bunch of crazy people making stuff up?
Sure.
Really?
But is everybody who looks for it crazy? Is everyone who's had a sighting crazy? Like, what's the chance that every single person who saw Bigfoot is crazy?
I mean, we all know that, hey, man, some of the UFO sightings is definitely military.
Oh, that's been
You know.
proven, right? I mean, you've looked at Bob Lazar stuff.
Well-
He's the guy who said he worked at Area 51, worked on alien craft.
What do you think about that guy?
So I don't trust him. Here's the thing: I've heard a lot of conspiracy. I've heard a lot of alien conspiracies. I've heard a lot of shit. But when I saw him, he went on the Joe Rogan show, right?
Right. I think I saw some of that.
Yeah. And when I watched it, when he was talking, I was like, I don't know about this guy. Like, I've heard stuff that's like kind of believable and not. But when he spoke, something about him just made me distrust him. Like, I would love to talk to him in real
I
life.
believed him the whole time.
See, I believe he
I do
worked.
too.
I believe he worked at Area 51, and I believe he worked at the other places that he worked. I forget the other base, but I don't know if I believe him about the alien stuff. I feel like he was probably too low level because he kept talking about like they wouldn't share this, they wouldn't share that, and I'm like, I bet you made it. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I
Not that I'm saying aliens aren't real, because they might be. Maybe we do have some for real.
Funny, I watched him and I don't really believe in what he talked about, but I kind of believed him.
Really? See, I gotta.
But I
Something
walked
about
away
him.
kind of like,
Something about him rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know.
Really? The whole time I was like, I don't know why you'd make this up.
well, some of the scientific stuff he came up with is what kind of caught me. Like, well, the element 115, and
That's a big one.
And
That's
that's
a big
real
one.
element.
And that is correct. That gives a lot of credibility to him.
Yeah,
Because he said that before the scientists came out and said it's a real thing.
But here's my question: is it just because it was the next number on the list?
That's a good point. I don't know. Well, you know what? Have you ever heard of element 116? I'm announcing it right now.
No, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
was it just the next
Oh,
element?
man. I don't know.
Announced on Music Row Hideout, Element 116.
Yeah.
I'm coming for
Yeah, I saw it. Bigfoot had it in his hands. Element 116. We're gonna put that shit in our NASCAR and blow their ass away this year.
Well, have you heard about the Area 51 raid?
Oh,
That's my favorite thing right now.
what's going on with that?
It was, so somebody told me Joe Rogan started it, but I don't know if I haven't heard that. I watch a lot of Joe Rogan. But I guess just people like, they have a Facebook group, and they're like, we're going to raid Area 51. They can't kill us all.
Then they say, like, if there's 900,000 of us.
Yeah, and there's like hundreds of thousands of people who say they're going, which really means like 8 people are going to show up.
Right.
But then it's supposed to happen in September. So I'm real curious to see what happens. Like, part of me really wants like 900,000 people to show up and them to fucking just punch their way into Area 51.
What happens?
I just want to see what happens. But I'm also kind of like, though, if you show up to the Area 51 raid, like
You're gonna get your
you're an
ass
idiot.
shot.
Yeah, you're dumb as hell.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to pull any exceptions on that one.
No, they're gonna rail into them. You kidding me?
But you think that, but I don't see them mowing down innocent civilians.
That's a PR nightmare, right?
But here's the problem though. They know what's going to happen, or think it's going to happen. They've already moved.
They've already
shit.
moved everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't nothing there. They're like, all right, come right in.
Yep.
Take a look around.
Yeah, we'll give you a grand tour.
Yeah, no problem.
That would be crazy if we finally got a tour of Area 51.
Well, but
Whether there's UFOs or not.
Well, think about this, though. Area 51 has been kind of a cultural term for how many years? 50 years? You think there...
Well, okay. I kind of think that Bob Lazar was the one who brought it to everybody's attention.
Was that early 90s?
Late 80s.
Late 80s? So, you don't think they moved all... If they had anything, they moved it in the early 90s, late 80s, you know what I mean? Like, that shit's in like Area 700 at this point. Like, you know what I mean?
Well,
they're not keeping it there.
It's so below ground.
It's so deep.
Yep, it's so deep in the ground. It's like, well, depends on what you believe in, man. I mean, it really does. It's like so many ifs, ands, or buts. But is the government covering up UFOs? That's the main question.
Well, the thing is, you got to start a bit more basic than that. Does the government cover shit up?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
The thing is, what do they cover up? You know, how deep does that go?
Well, do you think our society would break down if they knew there was aliens?
I don't know what would happen. I don't know. I mean, that's probably the fear, right? If there are aliens, that's why they would cover it up.
Well, the Catholic Church, though, came out with a statement saying that the aliens are our friends.
Yeah, well,
But
Or some shit like that. Yeah.
Catholic Church has a lot of things.
That happened like a couple of years ago.
Huh. Like saying, if any aliens are here, we welcome you to come to church.
well, maybe the Pope
Doesn't
knows.
mean
Yeah, maybe
there's-
the Pope's
not a god.
Wait, what's the current Pope? What's his name?
I don't know. Pope Joel, John.
No, he's like a way funner Pope than past popes.
Pope's.
Yeah, I saw him with the Metallica shirt on.
Yeah.
What?
No, yeah, this
No,
Pope's
seriously.
like the cool Pope. He came out and he was like, nah, it's cool to be gay. He's like, we're just hanging out. Like, we're Metallica, listening to rock music. You know what I mean?
Wow.
He's like the cool Pope. He's been around for like what, less than 10 years.
When did Pope John Paul
When did he die?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it was probably like 2008, 9, somewhere around there. Maybe I'm
not
off.
Catholic, so I don't know that I can.
I'm gonna stop being a pig.
No, feast,
Put
dude.
this down,
No,
man.
feast, man. Do whatever you got.
Dude, I killed that sandwich.
Did you?
Dude, they didn't give me an option to order ranch with that, so.
Yeah,
you
well, the
imagine
sandwich doesn't
eating
come with the
patty
ranch by
meats without
default.
ranch?
Yeah. What'd you get? Medium?
Mm-hmm.
Medium's really good. Medium's great for the show.
I really had to go hard at it. Because usually I get ranch with that thing.
Really?
Now you got
It's
medium,
so
right?
hot.
Yeah, I got medium.
Medium's, I think, perfect. That's the perfect.
Medium's great. It's
Perfect,
almost. It's
Hot.
almost. I mean, it's strong enough that you feel it.
Yeah, hot is what I get when I like bring guests from out of town and I want to show off. You know, I get hot.
Oh,
And I'm like,
wow.
oh, it's fine. Just get hot.
There's
You
two
know?
more after hot though.
Yeah, there's like something, and then there's shut the cluck up.
Yeah.
That's what,
My God.
Either.
it just, I'm sure it just tastes like pain.
Yeah.
You know?
So, did you guys ever see the Machine Gun Kelly and hot sauce thing?
The hot sauce thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
remember?
Name sounds familiar. but I don't
Machine Gun
remember.
Kelly's the guy who he had the battle with Eminem.
Yeah.
Rap God, Rap Devil.
I
Really?
don't know about that.
Which I've listened to a bunch of Machine Gun Kelly, and Rap Devil is his best song. When he fought Eminem. But no, I haven't heard about the hot sauce thing. What'd he do?
Well, I think it's. You know what we need? We need a computer in here to look stuff up, don't we?
Well, we used to have a laptop right here, and we'd show it on stream.
got
But his laptop got stolen like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Got stolen on tour.
I'm sure.
Out in California in Silicon Valley area.
Cupertino.
So, do you play out there a lot, I guess?
No, this was I'm talking
Woo.
about St. Arizona.
The
I'm
bread,
from
the bread's
California,
what gets
so
you.
I've been there a lot of
I don't
times,
eat the
but-
bread. I can't handle the bread. You eat the bread?
God.
You eat the hot sauce bread?
Damn.
Jesus, sorry,
I
man.
don't
I
eat
didn't
the-
interrupt you.
I don't eat the hot sauce
My
bread.
God. Woo! Jeez. Man, my tater hole's going to be feeling that later.
Yeah, for those of y'all who don't live in Nashville, you got to have some hot chicken. Yeah, we got Coke, whiskey, and some ice.
Let's do this, man. Woo. Woo!
Yeah, I've never eaten the bread. I'm not that ballsy.
Jeez. That's hardcore, man.
Called the spice catcher.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm breaking a sweat here, guys. That's awesome.
Yeah, you know, I was in Cupertino, California.
That's
where
Apple
is
headquarters.
based.
Yeah.
I was about 1 mile away from Apple headquarters, and actually, Apple has a lot of complexes around.
But that's
there.
their main headquarters, Cupertino.
So you know when you see on your iPhone, if you ever see when you set your time zone, they show you it's like 1 Cupertino away or 1,000 Cupertino. No, something infinity. Never mind. Infinity something.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Apple headquarters. I'm just trying to remember what their street address is.
Something crazy.
Point is, I was right. I was in the center of Apple headquarters, and my freaking Apple got stolen. Yeah. So anyway.
Woo! Gee, wow.
You gonna make it? You gonna recover?
My
You gonna call an
God.
ambulance for you? Well, have you ever eaten the
Hey,
bread?
bees, bitch!
Oh, you always get the sandwich though.
Yeah.
So
I've had the chicken fry. I've eaten the bread.
Jeez.
you've eaten the bread,
I've eaten the
dude.
bread.
I never eat the bread.
I eat
'cause
the
don't-
bread. Bread's the best part of
Because I don't want to have this reaction.
Tell you what, they fired me up this time, though, guys. I'm gonna tell you, woo, jeez, woo,
Oh man.
man, it's okay. I mean, I'm all good. It's just,
Yeah, yeah,
man.
yeah. But it's, it hits you.
But the Machine Gun Kelly dude is like on there, and they got these hot sauces, and these testing these hot sauces. And I should have brought my iPad.
Was it?
And then he gets pissed, man.
Was it the Hot Ones show?
I don't know. You know where they're sitting there doing these hot sauces.
Yeah, so that's
Or
a
something.
that's a I might be wrong, but if it's the same thing, there's a YouTube channel where a guy, that's what he does. He interviews people, and every question they eat one hotter wing.
yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great show. I love watching that show. I watched DJ Khaled on that show. He quit.
Oh.
He quit after like 3 wings. He quit on like Tapatio or something.
That's right, wings.
What a bitch.
What a bitch! That being said, DJ Khaled, if you want to come on the show, we're more than welcome to have you.
What a bitch! Wow.
But
I produce records, but I can't.
dude, I didn't know Machine Gun Kelly had episodes. I don't watch that because that's a great show. That's a great YouTube show.
He gets mad and leaves. Hot sauces. I would not do that one.
Did you? I know you say you're not a big hip hop or rap guy, right? But
Man.
did you watch the Eminem Machine Gun Kelly
The
feud?
back and forth thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was really. They were good, and they both came out with great rap songs.
You know, I want to say this because this is my opinion about music in general, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is pretty profound. I came up with this myself. Why do we record and all that stuff? Everybody goes, man. Okay, there's either 2 or 3 things. Because I want to get chicks, or I just want to be famous, or I want to make a lot of money and be famous.
If I want to prove something, right?
Right, or I got something to say.
Yeah.
But here's the real reason. The real reason is because we don't want to die.
Oh, you want like a legacy, like
You
lives
don't
on
wanna
forever.
die. Think about it. Johnny Cash, you can go listen to Johnny Cash songs all night long.
Yep.
That part of him is never going to die. He's going to live forever. And it's funny because all this political bullshit that's going on,
Right.
you know, which I refuse to talk about politics.
That's fair.
But here's,
I respect
but
that.
I don't want to say this. I do want to say the music business we used to have a lot more dignity, I would say. And we were like the elves, you know. We were the people who lived forever and just kept to ourselves unless we were needed.
Huh.
And that's the truth of it. And now everybody wants to freaking spout off and run their mouth and be mad about something.
Everyone's got something to say now.
And here's the problem with it all. It's not going to do you any good.
Like you're still
You
dumb.
can
No
love or
matter what you
hate,
say.
doesn't matter. They ain't gonna do you any good. You're just a pimple on an elephant's ass.
Right.
I wouldn't even say a pimple on an elephant's ass. It doesn't. You know, you can talk about shit all you want. You're not gonna change people's minds.
And the truth is, in 20 years, almost there's going to be like 10 people remember.
Right.
Everyone else, we're all gone. We're all 20, 50, 100 years, we're all gone. Nobody's going to remember, except for a few people who stood out, like Johnny Cash. We'll remember
Right.
him forever.
Well, I think though, you know, look at our history now though. I mean, I look back and I see some records, and I always want to know who produced it. You know, I always want to know who engineered it. I want to know who was there, and what this person was about, and because I think producers are playing even bigger role now than they were back in the day.
You know, as far as like just the vibe of the record and what it says, and it's you sharing like a vision. I mean, Darin Jones, we had a shared vision, and we got together and shared that vision, and then brought the vision together. You know, this is kind of, but his is a very organic record.
Yeah.
But you know, just like anything else, so it's basically me getting a performance out of people, and or telling them what we hear.
So you got to pull it out of them.
We had an amazing drummer though, Jason Bowl. Matter of fact, Jason Bowl plays on about everything I do. I mean, he's just really
He's
great.
your guy.
He moved here from Seattle, and thank God after the Low Down Drifters record I did up there, because I did 2 records up there last year at that Mars place. I just love it up there. Like I said, maybe not just so much the mindset, but I don't mind that either because I don't care. It's like people are people, and people, you know, people are people. You know, black, white, Democrat, Republican, what the hell ever. People are just people, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, you know what I want to say is, you know, when I got a divorce, my last divorce, and everybody laughs when I say that. But I'm very much in love now with a woman who's entirely too young for me, but we have 2 twins, and Tiffany's her name, and she's absolutely wonderful, and it's like, you know, just been gun shy from, you know, but I do plan on marrying her one day, and I do plan on her moving to Nashville because she still lives in Missouri, so it's kind of rough coming back and forth. But,
The commute.
But my last divorce, and it's so funny because I just started seeing her, and I got hired to do a record out in Arizona, out in Scottsdale, and I had this old farm truck. Swear to God, man. This thing is like on the edge of breaking down.
It's like an old Ford pickup.
But you gotta understand, being in a studio, like all the time, the only people you really relate to is people that is as crazy as you are. Well, I don't know if they're as crazy as I am, but they're halfway there anyway.
They're doing their best.
Yes, and so relating to real people and real life and everything. So I decided I was going to drive this damn truck out to Arizona to do this record, and then drive it to LA.
From here or from Missouri or what?
From Missouri.
From Missouri. Yeah.
And
That's a long drive in a truck. Not reliable.
Well, that was the whole point. The whole point was to break down. That was the whole point.
Okay.
It was to break down, you know, and it made it all the way till Dallas Fort Worth, and then it broke down.
That's what halfway? Is that about half or almost half?
Well, it's about a third of the way.
About a third. All right.
That's a long drive. God,
That's where my family's from. My family's from Fort Worth. Yeah.
Well, so I got a great story for you guys because this is awesome, man. Because I wanted to go and hear people's stories because I was helping write the record, and I wanted to write songs and get to hear people's stories and about their life and how they grew up and where they grew up.
Yeah.
Because that's what I think writers should do. I broke down 3 times. Well, just twice on the way out there. It got where roadside assistants got to know me so well that they would call and check on me.
Yeah. Hey man, you doing all right? We gotta come get you.
God, they would call and check on me. And well, anyway, so the second time I drove out, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna head down there to Mexico. The first time, of course, I went through Texas, top of Texas, and then hit Roswell. So I went to see the Roswell.
I've never been to Roswell. I've never been there. I want to go.
You know, my aunt, you know, Diane and stuff, she told me that kinfolks there once I got back. I was like, well, man, I was, you know. But anyway, that I had relatives that lived there, you know. But it was really interesting to see where the UFO crashed and all that stuff. And, you know, it was really interesting. And actually, the UFO crash, I mean, it was like 30 miles north of there.
Yeah, it's outside of Roswell. Yeah,
it was outside. It wasn't in Roswell.
Have you watched the show? There's a show called Roswell. It's a very, very campy show from like late 90s.
Really?
And they just remade it this year. It's actually really really good. I mean, it's not going to be historical, right? It's not going to be real, but it's good. It's fun. It's a fun show.
That whole story intrigues me, and you know, do I think it was a UFO? Yeah, of course.
For sure it was, right?
Yeah,
They're
sure.
like, it's a weather balloon, and you're like, fuck you! It's definitely a UFO.
It's like, okay, listen, man, you can only change your fucking story so many times,
right? And every time they tell it, they're like, no, it was none. There was none. Like, there was nobody
gas.
there. In the meantime, you got swamp gas. In the meantime, you got like scientists out there with like big old tents, like digging shit up, and they're like, no, it's fine. There's nothing happening. You're like, all right, fuck you.
So anyway, the second trip, you guys are gonna love this. So I take off And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go. True story. I'm gonna go to Mexico. Mm-hmm. And I've got people in my hands like, you better be careful. Okay, so here's my thing, because it's just me in my truck and shit ton of gear in the back, and I'm pulling over, at these truck places and just sleeping,
Yeah.
And they're like, you're gonna end up getting killed. Okay, family, listen to me.
Yeah, you're like, first of all, if anyone attacks me, I'm gonna be the one doing the killing.
Okay, so if you were this is a good question. If you were a robber or someone that was going to rob somebody, would I really be the first candidate?
Right. Driving an old beat up, broken ass truck.
I would look at me and I'd go,
that guy's got
I think we can
$8
find
on
an
him.
easier target, because this guy's probably got a gun. He looks like he's been to prison, and this guy is probably not the guy. We can find a lot easier target to deal with.
What are they gonna steal from you? Pack of cigarettes?
Yeah. I mean, it's like. Who's got, I'm not saying I'm big and tough in there. I'm just saying that it's not a good candidate to rob,
Yeah, you don't look like an easy target.
Yeah, this is, even though I probably would have been, it doesn't matter. It's the looks is enough to go, you know what, maybe, we can find somebody else easier to rob.
And little do they know you got all this gear in the back.
Because I look like I'm crazy. Candidate. I probably got a gun. I'm like, hey, make my day, It's like, But I drove down, and so here I am, El Paso, Texas, and I'm on this 2-lane road, and I'm going into Mexico. You guys gonna love this shit. And I fucking drove right into Mexico.
Yeah.
There was nobody at the border.
They don't stop you.
No, there was nobody there. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
We drove right through.
Yeah, we grew up in San Diego,
so
same thing.
I'm on Facebook. I'm in Mexico. All this shit. So I get 30 miles. I'm not going to tell you exactly why I went down there. Went through there. I was going to this particular town.
It was for reasons.
It was tons of reasons, and that was before I straightened my ass up. But I'm going to tell you, so about 20, 30 miles in, I get pulled over. And they can barely understand me because I barely talk English as it is because I'm a redneck, And they're from Mexico, and they're like, "What's he saying?" But asking me if I had a gun. I went, "No." You got a knife? I'm like, "No." You're gonna get killed. Get your ass over there. Go back to the United States and stay out of this. Is a terrible place to be. This is, they're trying to tell me. So here I am.
It's a terrible place to be.
Get a knife. Get a gun.
Get something. Get a bazooka. Fuck. Just protect yourself.
I swear the sun is coming up. The sun is coming up because I've been up all night long driving, and I get across the United States. I love it because this shit is just so me. Is how I am. And here I am, pull over, and I'm like, I'm hungry, so and I had about 5 steaks in the cooler, big thick steaks, and I'm like, man, these steaks aren't going to last until I get to freaking, I still got to drive all the way to Scottsdale, Phoenix, and that's another 12 hours.
Yeah, that's a long way.
So I got the barbecue pit out. Start the barbecue pit up.
You kept one in the back of your truck.
And then it's on this 2-lane road, and here comes this truck coming. And it's like the sun's coming up, and he's got his lights on and everything. And I'm out there in the road doing like this, flagging him down. Mm-hmm. And he can see the fire coming from the back of my truck. He thinks probably my truck's on fire. And I run up there, and I'm like, hey, man, I got some steaks in the cooler. You want a steak? You want to eat a steak with me? He's like, really? I'm like, yeah, man, I got some steaks. Not going to last till I get to Phoenix. Why don't you eat a steak with me? I got plenty of plates. Call your buddies. There was 4 or 5 trucks that was pulled over there, and I was playing them songs and stuff, and those guys still call me at Christmas.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's rad.
Yeah. It's like, I made some friends and, learned about people, and there was one Indian that I met that really grew up on a reservation. See, that blows me away.
That's crazy.
But I'm from Southeast Missouri.
Well, that's a whole nother world.
It's a whole entire.
It's nothing like what we grew
That's like
up
another planet.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just thought that's one of my favorite stories is like being on the side of that road and those guys sitting around in lawn chairs, because I brought plenty of lawn chairs just for the occasion in case something like that happened, because I wanted to hear people's stories, and it helped write the record, write many great songs, and it was a great experience, man. But anyway, just going off about my...
That's awesome.
But that's what I heard that Adam from Counting Crows, that's what he hitchhiked across the United States. And that's how he wrote August and everything.
You can't
after.
do that anymore.
No.
Nowadays, no one's gonna pick you up.
But you know what? I gotta say, I disagree. You know what I learned about that trip was because I was saying, you know, people are just people. Man, I met the nicest people.
Yeah.
Because
people are people.
Great souls, man. I just thought, you know, the news is telling us that the world's going to shit, but here's how it really is. What's really going on is they're just telling us that. They're telling us that so we'll watch more of their bullshit. But man, people are actually really good, man. Not everybody.
For the most part. For the most part.
Yes.
Like 95% are good people.
Well, you know.
Maybe 93. I don't know.
I guess I heard somebody say one time to test a real man is to tell him the truth about himself, you know, and or how much truth he can take about himself.
Yeah.
And that I try to live by that like every day now. You know, it's like how much truth can I really take about somebody telling me about myself? You know, I don't see how I am, so I know I'm a rough guy. And I'm intimidating in the control room, and that's something I've been trying to break. You know, I've been trying to because it's different now. You know, it's like you don't have major labels all the time giving you money. You have independent money, and so
it's got to be more personable.
Yes, and you know they're the customer. Where in the old days they wasn't a customer, the label was a customer.
Huh.
Oh, that's got to be a hard lesson.
It's tough because it definitely doesn't make for better records. That's for sure. It makes for less better records.
So does that change the mentality from like I know what's right to I have to do what you want me to do because I need to get paid? Is like that the shift?
What I say to them is if I say something, and you know what, this goes for my kids, it goes for my girl. If I say something more than 3 times, you better bank on that's better what happened. Because I promise you, if it doesn't happen, there's going to be consequences to it. You know, and it's not because I'm going to punish my artist. It's just that later on, it's be like, well, man, what the hell's wrong with that? Well, that's what you wanted to do.
You should have done what I said.
You know, but I never go, hey, you got to pay me more money to fix that because it was your idea or anything like that. You know what? I got to say, you know, I am bragging. I freaking go to the wall. You know, like.
And you've been doing music for how long? 30 years?
Been 34 years now.
34 years.
Yeah, 30 years in a major studio.
And so when you see some kid come up, like 20 years old, think they know everything about music, that's got to be a struggle.
Well, they're the ones that never make it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anyway because they're gone.
They're gone.
Yeah,
They're
because here's the deal. If you know everything, then why are you hiring me for one? Well, because you think I'm going to have some connections and I'm going, you know, since I work, you know, and I have a studio at Universal and I work for those guys. So all of a sudden, you know, I'm going to take your shit and give it to somebody.
Make it real.
That's wrong. I'm not going to do that.
That's what they think, though.
Because I've had artists, you know, and artists lately, you know, that wasn't any of my Seattle artists. I put it that way. Because that's sure. No, but those son bitches up there are fucking awesome. These guys, the Lowdown Drifters, they're awesome.
Lowdown Drifters.
Big John Cannon, Brian Klein, they're freaking amazing people, man. I love them so much, man. They're my friends, you know. Mm-hmm. But it's like, you know, if I think that you're going to make a fool out of me, you know, it doesn't matter how badass your record is. Your record's not going to ever get passed along by me. You know what I'm saying? You know, and so
do you find that people write off your experience when they're younger?
Oh yeah, they try to. But you can tell that somebody's character. And character is a funny word because it's like what really makes a man or a woman or a good person. And I'll tell you, man, I've had problems out of stepchildren. I've had problems out of my own kids. And, you know, when I look at them and go, hey, now this is going to be a testament to who you really are. Is that the decision you really want to make? And there's a certain part of that, you know, and I can say that to an artist, and you know, this is a decision. This is the breaking point, and it's so funny because I will even say to my son or whoever is around at the time, like Sunday's going to be the day. That's going to determine whether this artist is just going to be a regional success or if this guy's going to be a superstar. You know, and of course, 99% of the time, they pick the wrong thing.
Of course, right?
Well,
that's how it goes.
Well, it's so funny because everybody kind of looks at me funny when I tell this. I have a couple questions that I ask my artists when before I work with them, and one of those questions is do you love your mother?
Really?
Yeah, because anybody.
That's super intriguing. So when did you start that? Or like, why did you start that for a reason?
That actually came from Peter Collins.
Really?
Yes, and because what son of a bitch don't love their mother? If you don't love your mother, you know what, man? Get the fuck away from me, man. I'm not working with you.
All right, I'm not gonna lie.
No,
I'm not a fan of my mother. But
I'm saying though, but
Let
you
me tell
love
you,
her.
I do not love my mother, and none of my family listens to this.
Well, I'm not producing you either.
That's all right. Now, granted, I'll tell you real quick so you don't hate me so much.
No, I don't hate anybody.
I know. I'm just joking. I'm just fucking with you. But my mom died a few years ago, but like 7 years ago. But she was also like my whole life. She was a drug dealer. She sold cocaine and heroin and meth.
Wow.
And so I never knew her. She was in prison most of my life, so I didn't really know her, and that's why I didn't love her.
Okay.
Now that might be a little different scenario than what you're normally working with, though.
Yeah, because I'm there are cases like that. I'm just saying, even no matter how bad my mother has pissed me off, and my mom has a really hard way about her. She's going to tell you just what she thinks, and you know what? And she has no
filter.
No filter.
No.
And she doesn't care.
Nah, she's gonna slap you right in the face with the truth.
And you know what? And the truth hurts. And sometimes it's like, but no matter what though, my mother is. Hell, I love her more than anything. She was my mother. You know what I mean? It's like no matter how hard my dad was, and he was hard. I'm gonna say, I don't get too far off track. I'm just saying that
our specialty is getting off track. So it's
I know. Well,
That's one of
back to the questions
you
and
ask your clients is, do they love their mother? And what are you looking for there?
well, most of them, all of them, pretty much go. Yeah. Now, in some cases like yours, you didn't know your mother.
Well, that's a whole different case.
You didn't know your mother.
I was just throwing that there as a point of contention. I'm not,
was you raised by your grandmother or something?
I was raised by my grandma. Yeah, both my dad and my mom were in prison.
Okay,
my mom died of over.
So actually, your grandmother was your mother.
My grandma was mine. I did love my grandma until she died 2005. But you're right. I did love my grandma. I love my dad too. He's clean now.
My grandmother died. 2000. It's 3 years ago. Yeah,
2016. Yeah,
16. Yeah, 2016. But anyway. So I'm these questions, and here's the best one. Okay, because we'll see how you guys react to this.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, now, and when I say character, I'm not saying being some kind of wimp or some kind of pussy or something. I'm talking about
real character.
Yeah, real character. So here you are. You're on a cruise ship.
Okay.
And when I tell you guys what I told my psychiatrist, y'all are gonna be like, really? But anyway,
all right.
and I whipped it back at him just like that. I'd come back at him just like that. Okay, so you're on a cruise ship, and the cruise ship sinks.
Okay.
And you wind up on a lifeboat. Now here you are. You have two old people that you don't know, and this is their last trip. They're like 80-something years.
Right. They're on their way out.
Okay. And then you have Pamela Anderson or whoever your dream girl is.
Okay. Not Pamela Anderson. She looks creepy now.
Well, I'm saying
people look creepy for like 20 years.
Pamela Anderson back in 1982. You can't get no better than that.
Back in the Run on the Beach days.
Yeah. First edition, she was first time she was in Playboy. You can't get no better than that. I mean, freaking amazing. Dream girl. So whoever it is, Angelina Jolie, whoever it is, she's on the thing, and you guys have been looking at each other the whole time.
You're like, if I just throw these old people off this boat.
No, hang on. And then you have a 10-year-old boy.
Okay.
And he's not related to anybody in the equation. Now, here's the thing, is somebody has to go off the side of the boat. Now, who's it going to be?
Man, do you have to pick out those people, or can you
hold on.
choose
Well,
yourself?
hold on. Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? Because the thing is, now I work with too many kids. Now, I would love to say I would jump off and give that spot to the kid, right? Because I would love to be that person. I don't know if that's true or not because I've never been in that situation.
No,
I don't know.
I want you to think real hard about this because here's the thing: when your
I
mind,
Okay.
imagine yourself.
All right, getting real deep in me here.
No,
I'm thinking.
Okay, imagine yourself.
Let me just answer first.
You're gonna
I'm
answer
100% positive I'm choosing me.
100% positive.
100%.
I don't believe it. I don't believe you.
Listen,
Fuck,
dude,
fuck
let me-
you.
okay.
You're full of
Time
shit.
out.
100%.
Okay.
Oh,
Time out.
100%.
But see, now you didn't think
I
it
know
through.
I know who I am. 100%. I'll go over.
I try to lead people. I'll tell you what I
Like,
said.
you hold on to the side?
Okay, I'll tell you what I said.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill both the old people. I'm gonna keep the one that looks like they're the best one to eat.
Just in case.
No, in the 10-year-old, he's gonna be swimming off the side of the freaking raft while I have my way with 1982 Pamela Anderson. Now that's a winner. That's a winner, baby. Hell no, there's no way. Those old people, they've lived their life, man.
What?
Well, you can't. They could be serial
Not
killers.
the answer I expected at all.
But I'm saying, because the honest answer is, if you guys ever been to the ocean?
I have. We grew up in San Diego. We're 10 minutes from the ocean.
But now listen.
Yeah.
No, you've not been out there.
I've been out there. I've been out there.
My grandpa's a sea captain.
Okay, well then imagine this. You're out there. and
Stranded.
Nothing. You're just sitting there treading water.
Okay, I gotta be real. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
I'll tell you one motherfucker that is not going over the boat is me. I swear to God, they will all go over the
Here's the
boat
thing.
before I go over the boat because that is the worst nightmare in the world.
And the thing
Maybe
is-
not the 10-year-old boy, but he ain't got to go. He's small. He
But
can
let's
hang.
tell the truth.
No, yeah.
I'm going out of the boat, but I'm hanging on the side.
No, hold on. First of all, you're not. But second, so here's the thing. So you're being honest with yourself and saying I'm staying alive no matter what.
Those people have lived. They're 80 years old. There's no way I'm gonna give my life up for these people I don't know.
Well, yeah, listen,
Not
one
my
more
aunt
year,
or my
2
uncle
more
or some
years,
shit.
500 days. Fuck them.
Yeah,
But-
get off the boat.
Get a 10-year-old. He can live for a long time. But the thing is, like, mental, because I've never been in that situation, right? So mentally, I want to be like, oh, I'm gonna get off the boat and give that boat to the kid. But in reality, fucking
Hell no.
fucking circle kicking those old people out of the boat. Like fuck you. I'm staying on the boat because I got like 30, 40, 50. Who knows what you? I'm bringing the kid.
I am positive that I give myself.
Fuck you. That's not
Man,
happening. You're 100% staying on the boat.
Maybe I'm the one lying to myself.
No. I think
I
you're
don't-
being the most
yeah.
honest. If you're
Listen,
lying to yourself, how much worse can it
You would
get?
do it. You would get off the boat because every man wants to be a hero.
Every man does.
If you get off the boat, you're a hero.
But you only want to be a hero until you're forced to be a hero, and then all of a sudden you don't give a fuck.
Hey, listen. Now, if it was a dozen other people, if it was a dozen,
12 versus you?
No. Let's say there was like a younger couple there, or if it was 20-year-old couple there, then that's a whole different story. Then it's like, you know what, man, that's gonna be me going over, and that's the truth. But some 80-year-old people,
it's 2 people.
I have a hard drive that's called "Fuck the Old People."
Okay, that's an interesting hard drive.
No, because
I don't have one of those.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. If the old guy was a good person,
Right.
before there was
He
a
would
situation,
do it.
he would jump off the boat and be like,
Amen.
"Guys."
So why does it
See
have?
him.
So the question
I'll
is,
say
why does it
this.
have to be your choice? It's their choice.
If I jumped off the side, and then I'm hanging on the side, and then the 80-year-old doesn't offer himself up.
You're pulling that fucker into the ocean. You're pulling him right
I'm
in.
saying I don't know what I would do.
You're grabbing his old ass fucking white hair,
I'm
pulling him
saying
right
There's a
in.
little resentment as I'm dying. I'm like, why didn't the 80-year-old do this? This was really his job. But there's also a smug part of me that's like, fuck that guy. I'm better than him.
But I think thrown into the real situation, I don't think any of us would jump off that boat.
No,
if we're
I'm-
being
Here's
real.
okay.
I want to believe
believe-
that I
Guys,
would.
here's the problem.
I believe I'd be
Here's
now
okay.
I'm halfway through a bottle of Jack, but right now I'm a
More than
hero.
halfway
I'm
through.
doing it.
The problem is this:
Yeah.
getting eaten is one thing.
That sucks.
Drowning and getting eaten is a whole nother
Okay.
thing.
What if it's like a Titanic situation? You freeze to death.
Yeah.
I feel like I've heard freezing is calming. Getting eaten by a shark? That's not calm at all.
I'm sort of
Drown?
I'm sort of down to die the hero.
You're an asshole. I don't believe you at all.
You are until you see that fin come up.
Yeah, you're the guy who kicks the kid.
I'm trying to get away from it for sure.
Look.
When I die a hero,
Okay, I'm
I go
ignoring.
to heaven.
I'm ignoring you
like,
now. Now let's be real.
I'm the hero.
Let's be real. He's the guy who's gonna kick that kid in the face when it's eaten by the shark, right? Right? He's definitely that guy. He's like, I'm gonna be the hero. Then he fucking kicks that kid right in the head. He's like, no, you're the food. You're the
If I
food.
was killing anybody to the 8-year-old guy.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm letting it's beauty before age. The age.
No, it's age before beauty is the saying. If that's what you're asking.
But in this situation, the 80-year-old dude is the one who should offer himself.
Yes.
I'm 31. I'm the next guy who should offer himself.
What about the 45-year-old? What about the
The
50?
girl of my dreams and the 10-year-old, they're safe. It's up to
No matter
the
what.
oldest, for sure. Yeah, it's up to the oldest for sure. So wait, why do you ask this to your artists?
Yeah, that's a crazy question.
Because it's like this. For to see if they're honest. I mean, the honesty part is the biggest thing. But to see though too if they are determined to live. And what I mean by live is I mean like they're going to do what they have to do, kick down doors, freaking, stab people, whatever they got to do to make it in this business. But there's a fine line there too. You don't want dishonest people. And like Darin Jones, no, he won't hurt a flea ever. But now what he will do is he will not sleep for days at a time working his damn ass off. And that's the kind of artist I'm talking about. And he's doing a lot better than he's saying. He's doing a lot better. But the next single, I know that there's a lot of radio stations that's already picked it up. I think it's going to hit pretty hard, pretty quick. But there you go. You're at that place where there's got to be some more invested, because it's all about the money, in this climate, in this climate. Because used to the record company was the ones that were going to take the haul, and Greenwheel, I don't even know if they played any gigs before I got them a record deal. And I think it was, I'm not going to say the numbers because that's rude,
Sure.
but it was like, I think it was the biggest record deal in the history of music as for a freshman band,
What?
Oh, yeah. And
What are they called?
Greenwheel. And I will say this, they broke records, and you know what? They had a star singer, they had a star guitar, they had a star band. They were really the most solid, put together band I've ever run into. So, and writers, they were great. Melissa Etheridge's "Breathe." That's us.
Melissa Etheridge?
Yeah, "Breathe." Remember the one that got.
Her
It only hurts when I
producer was my
breathe.
mentor.
What's that?
You heard of a guy named David Cole?
I have heard of that guy.
David Cole is one of my mentors.
Really?
Yeah, he's kind of an LA guy. Melissa Etheridge, Bob Seger, Richard Marx, that was kind of NSYNC, that was kind of his deal.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Mixer,
NSYNC.
engineer,
Don't worry.
producer, kind of depending on the project.
Oh, we're doing good.
I got a question for you. Because where there's a lot of Bigfoot things, there's a lot of alien things out there, and a lot of that I kind of discount. Now some of it I'm like, maybe.
Okay, we're back to Bigfoot and aliens. I love it.
It's because of what I really want to know about. I'm not gonna lie. It's what I love conspiracy theories. Now the one that I'm like, even if those ones I'm not on board, right? I'm not on board with Bigfoot. Let's be honest. I'm not. I'm like maybe.
Why is that?
Because I feel like we would have found it by now, but I'm also kind of like maybe there's still a chance. But the one that I'm like 90% sure it's real, the Loch Ness Monster. I'm 100% on board with the Loch Ness Monster. I think the Loch Ness Monster is just a plesiosaurus who we haven't found yet, or a family of plesies.
I'm so down.
The Loch Ness Monster is real, right? So,
I'm down.
have you? I don't know if you've thought or looked into Loch Ness.
I would love if there are dinosaurs still alive.
That's the thing. I think it's just a dinosaur that's still alive.
I mean, there's more places than that, though. I mean, there's one here in the United States.
There's a dinosaur here?
Champ. Yeah, Champ.
His name is Champ?
That sounds
Yep,
like
it's Lake Champlain.
What?
That's in
Where's that?
Where is that at?
Brontosaur?
Yeah, but that is like a. They're pretty sure that there's one there.
Who's pretty sure though?
the scientists. I mean, there's
the
been too many.
Do you know where that is? Do you have any idea? I don't know.
Lake
I've
Champlain, like Michigan.
It might be Michigan, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
So in the
One of
north,
those,
in the north.
near the Great Lakes.
Really?
I think it's
Like
more
Champlain.
northeast
Then
though.
it's going to be Minnesota, Wisconsin,
Somewhere
Chicago.
surrounding the lakes.
You know what? If we do this again, we
Yeah.
got to get a computer so we can freaking look at shit. up.
That's normally what we do, but
But
so
My computer was stolen. It's not my fault.
so
you're thinking there's still. So you're thinking
My
that.
head champ's a brontosaurus.
so
Is that right?
why wouldn't you think? Now hang on. Why wouldn't you think in Bigfoot? I mean,
Okay, I'll tell you right now. Okay, here's why I'm not convinced.
Okay, I can't
now
wait to hear
when
that.
I say I'm not convinced, I mean I'm still leaving a little room open for possibilities.
You always got to leave
I bet I can change
Gotta
your
leave
mind.
room.
I bet I can change your mind in about
But-
10 minutes.
No, really.
Oh, I know. I can.
I'm interested. But okay, so the reason is because Seattle, Oregon, those areas, Washington, Oregon, the Pacific Northwest, which is where all the sightings have been. In that area,
That's not true. There was one shot at Mammoth Cave. Just
Mammoth,
this
in
last-
California,
just-
in Lake Mammoth. Yeah.
Mammoth Cave here in Kentucky, an hour
Oh.
north of here, just a week
Oh.
ago.
Okay, well that's a whole nother thing. It's a little bit of a separate thing. But
Well, I think it's the same Bigfoot,
you think it's like the same one or the same
No,
species? Same species.
same species. Yeah.
So my thing is, if there was a species that was Gigantopithecus-like, right? So, or something in that realm, some kind of primate, bipedal, whatever. I feel like we would have seen more proof than we currently have than we do, and that's the only. Because if I saw more proof, I'd be more on board. So I'm not saying it's
my
not
God.
true. I'm just saying I don't have enough proof to believe it's true.
Oh, there's so much proof.
Is there?
guys.
Because I remember there was this
I
TV
didn't
show
think
came
so
out.
either. I didn't think so either, and I did looking into it because
So how long have you been on board with Bigfoot?
just a year since I went last
Just a
year.
year. Okay. So going.
But I was 30% there. I
Okay.
mean, I kind of thought maybe there might be.
So you thought maybe, then you went, and that sold you. So why?
Go and you'll see.
Go and I'll see.
You won't even think
Okay.
twice about it. Like when you go and you see how it is out there,
Okay.
and especially where there's a place that's infested. So infested. When I say infested, I'm talking like there's. Okay, so check this out. Everybody goes, well, it's Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Does he kill people? Okay, now listen. This part,
maybe.
this part of the woods that we went to, this part of the rainforest, or
Right.
whatever,
Because you're going deep.
This place. This is what's funny, and I thought the number was kind of no big deal. 400 people in the last 5 years.
400 people.
So I went, hang on here, and then I got my calculator. Holy shit, that's one a week.
Now, hold on. How many of those people are crackheads, though?
It's not about crackheads. What it is about a bunch of people that are these gun activist people that have no common sense and go out there without a gun. I don't care if you're a gun activist or not. Do not go out there without a gun.
That's fair. I agree with that. 100%.
Just don't go out there without a gun. If you don't believe in people having guns, fine. That's your belief. I don't give a
even
shit.
if there's no Bigfoot, there's still fucking bears. Like, you bring a gun.
and they go hiking without and people who go in there without a gun, they don't come out. It's just that simple.
But why is that Bigfoot not just bears or mountain lions?
It could be some of that.
Sure, some. But you're saying you don't think it's all that. You think some of that is Bigfoot or whatever we call it.
I think
species.
that they are the indigenous species of this freaking.
Really?
Yes, I
Do
do.
you think they're community-based species, or are they more wild? Are they more wild, or do you think they're more organized?
I don't think they're very organized. I think that if you put an animal, okay, just listen to me because this will
Okay.
make sense.
Okay.
Because everybody goes, well, why can't we get one on a trail cam?
Yeah, which is a great question. It is a good question.
Because
I think they're smarter
Okay.
than that.
well, think about if we had our senses like heightened, like till we could smell like a dog.
Yeah, which is
We
crazy.
we could see like a duck or a bird. You know how good their vision is from up top. It's like or a deer, or well, not deer, a turkey. Turkeys got really
yeah,
great
turkeys
vision.
are real smart.
Really great vision too, and they got
Yeah,
color
and they're assholes.
vision. And, but if you think about all those elements combined, and
Okay.
you're a little bit more intelligent, and you're self-aware. Like when I say self-aware, not to a point where you can go dial a cell phone up and call somebody.
Right, but more intelligent than like
More
chimps.
intelligent between us and the animal
apes,
species.
chimps, yeah, okay.
Okay, so here's my question, because this is a good question, because everybody goes, why haven't we found a body? Well,
Yeah.
I think we have, but I think the reason why you don't find them all the time. How many times have you seen a freaking bobcat body? Or even a deer body?
But we believe in those things. We believe deer exist. We believe bobcats.
Well, we've killed them.
for roadkill, but I've never seen a bobcat body.
I've never seen a bobcat body.
Or a puma, because pumas are around here.
Are they?
Yes, they are. Well,
Really? I didn't know that.
That's
That's crazy. Because those things are dangerous.
My middle son told me he had seen a black panther, and I'm
A
like,
black panther in North America. I don't know about
in
that.
Kentucky, he's from Muhlenberg County, Kentucky. Only an hour and a half north
Okay.
of here. He said he's seen one for sure. And I'm like, no, it's a puma, because pumas get black, So, and they are around here. So, but
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
I didn't either. But, and that's what I'm saying. How many times you run into a fucking puma?
You're right, because we don't know.
I thought that was a tennis shoe.
But let me ask you, but more people run into pumas than they do Bigfoot, right?
I don't know if anybody's ever ran into a puma, but I know that my son saw something, and I know that a panther. When you say a panther, you're talking about an animal that's weighs as much as we do. And,
Yeah, they're big.
And,
They're big pigs.
You're talking about something, and just to see the scale and size. And
I've seen Lion King. Yeah, they're big.
I'm just saying, that's
Are there pumas in Lion King?
Yeah. Pumbaa.
There's Pumbaa.
Yeah,
Puma.
he is a puma.
Pumbaa is a fucking pig.
Wait, hold on.
Pumbaa?
Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong.
You are wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong.
You're thinking of the Jungle Book.
I'm thinking, am I? No. I'm thinking of Timon. I thought Pumbaa. Wait, hold on.
Pumbaa.
Hold on. I have
Meerkat and fucking.
I have to clarify something right now
Okay,
because
everybody,
apparently
I'm
no.
I'm
Hold on.
clarifying you.
No clarification from you.
Timon and Pumbaa is a warthog and a.
Meerkat. You're 100% right.
Thank you.
Hold on.
There's no puma.
I thought
Shere Khan is maybe.
No.
might be a
Shh.
puma.
I think you're misunderstanding.
Okay, go on.
I'm probably wrong here, as I clearly have figured out. But I thought a puma was a pig.
No.
no.
It's Puma.
Have you ever
cat?
seen it? Have you ever seen tennis shoes?
Yeah. A puma is a
Okay,
black panther.
look, technically their logo is a cat. That's true.
A puma is a cat. dude.
Okay, I don't know.
A puma is like a panther.
I thought
right?
a puma was like a warthog.
Isn't a puma like a black panther?
Yeah.
Okay, so
You-
I'm
you
just
can
thinking about
mistake
it
that.
wrong.
Wrong.
You can
All right,
mistake
rewind.
that.
God, Disney fucked your brain.
Disney fucked me.
A puma.
Fuck you, Disney. That being said, we'd love to have Disney on our podcast, so I'm just throwing that out
We'd
there.
love to have Disney. Yeah,
The whole
just-
company.
the Disney shows
Yep.
up here one day.
But
Yeah.
okay, so I thought a puma was a type of pig, but you're saying a puma was a cougar,
Yes.
a mountain lion.
Mountain lion type of thing.
Okay, and I know I've seen mountain lions in the wild a bunch of times. Okay, so I'm
Have
just
you
thinking
really?
wrong.
Well,
Yes, have you not?
I've never
have.
seen a
They're-
mountain lion. No,
You've never seen a mountain lion?
in the wild. Them.
I've never seen a mountain lion.
Yes,
in the
you
wild.
have.
I have not.
You and I saw one together.
No, we heard about Mauricio.
Mauricio seeing a mountain lion.
And Tim seeing.
No, we saw a mountain lion.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we fucking did.
We did not
You're
see a mountain
great.
lion.
We saw a mountain lion. He's
Not
he's
true.
not remembering right because he
I
doesn't
would
believe in
love
things.
if I had seen one, but I haven't.
But you've never seen a mountain lion?
I don't think so.
I've seen a mountain lion probably 20 times. But now I was in the I was in the Boy Scouts. We used to go camping a bunch in Southern California. There's a lot of mountain lions around.
Well,
But-
what I'm trying to say is, guys,
Yeah.
But wait, is a puma's not a pig apparently?
but now
Pumbaa? Yes, a pig.
I gotta say though, the other day, I'm not gonna say his name. I'm just gonna say this.
Sure, we'll call him.
This is where I get lost.
We'll call him Tanner.
I respect somebody going, hey man, there's a bipedal ape, and they're very elusive and there's not like, do I think that there's like millions of them? No.
It's a few. A family.
I think there's a good population of them, There's too many being seen. But here's the thing. When somebody goes, and I swear this really happened the other day, I hope he ain't watching because he'll probably get mad at me.
He's not watching.
Look, guys. He tells me this is where I get lost. I swear to God, this shit happened, man. And I went and told everybody at House of Blues. I'm like, oh my God, Matter of fact, I was gonna call Kevin Reeves, the studio manager, man, and just mess with him tonight. But anyway, so listen. He goes, Did you ever notice that, when you shoot at one, the reason why no one hits it, because it's interdimensional. And no, it gets better.
That's a lot. That's far-fetched. All right.
But you know what he's doing? Did you notice it? Did you notice? Hang on. Son, I'm in the middle of a good story here.
Is this Malcolm too?
Yeah, it's Malcolm too.
Isn't he in the other room?
Can we call him Dose?
Hey, are you coming back by?
If I need to.
Yeah, they got some questions for you. Come on by.
Dose.
They got some questions for you. Okay. So look. He goes, now, Bigfoot's interdimensional. And here's what's going on. Did you notice that every time you see there's Bigfoot sightings, there's UFO sightings too? And what's going on is the Bigfoot, he's looking for the gray alien that's injured.
Now, hold the fucking horses.
I'm like, what?
You're just out of your fucking mind at that point, right?
He's looking for
Bigfoot together.
Listen, he's looking for the gray alien that's injured.
Oh
Are
my
you
God.
serious? Now look, man. Look, guys. That's when I start going, because me and Darin, we're out there hunting Bigfoot, and
Right.
it's campfire. Because I have seen something, but I didn't see Bigfoot. But I saw something, and people think I'm crazy, but that's why I know I'll never see Bigfoot, because I saw something else that I know I saw, and I have a
What'd
guy
you see,
that was
though?
but anyway. But listen, this guy.
What'd you see though?
Okay, so this guy, he went from, and he was calling Bigfoot, guys, and I got this shit. That's why I was trying to get this video done before the podcast. I swear to God, I've got all this shit, like fucking interviews and everything. It's awesome. But when I Bigfoot hunt,
Yeah.
and my son's going to edit the damn thing. Oh my God, you guys will love it. This guy gets on there and he starts calling Bigfoot. He's like, "What y'all?" It's fucking so.
You see what a Bigfoot call?
It's so funny. I can't even describe it.
It's like a duck whistle, but it's a Bigfoot call.
Listen, it's so funny. I can't even describe. Wait, I mean, like, oh my God. But he went from doing that to I got abducted by aliens my whole life, just like that. And I went, this guy's a fucking nut.
He's a fucking nut.
Yeah, he's a nut.
There's
He's a
no
fucking
way.
dumbass. Here we go.
Here's the thing. Look, Bigfoot, it might be real. Aliens might be real. But the two happen at the same time. The
Yeah.
chance of that's like, come on, bro.
Well, man, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm gonna share this on the podcast because this is great. This really happened to me, and it's so funny because you guys will see when I tell you. Man, it's just so hard to explain. But I have a buddy named Mike.
Yeah.
And he was there and he saw it. And we were staying with this buddy of mine in Kentucky named Andy Paul, right? And and Andy Paul, he was a singer in a band called In the Clear, which were kind of big back in the 90s. I say kind of big. They did good independently anyway. So one night I was up working and I was set up in his basement, recorded a band called Elephant Room, which I was telling you guys about. That's who turned me on to Kanye West and all that.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there working, or I'm sitting there working one night, and he's hanging out, and we heard this freaking noise outside. Something real freaking weird.
Something weird.
Now, this house was nice, big ass basement, and I was in the far depth of the dang house, kind of like in a mountain type of thing, It was in a basement, like inside of the.
You're out in the wild a little bit.
So upstairs was was staying. My buddy and his wife and kids and stuff were up there. But this is like 2:33 in the morning, and so what happened was I was like, well, look, man. We need to go out there and see what this is. No big deal. We didn't go out there with any guns, or anything. We went there. I had a flashlight. And he had a big old spotlight. Well, he went to the other side of the house, and I went out the back door, and I went to the right, and there was this, like a fence, like a horse pasture there. And back in that thing was this, it was like a little pasture type of thing, right?
Okay.
And so I'm back there looking around. And then all of a sudden, I look at this shed. And I got this light on the shed. And I see this little bitty light It looks like it's come, and I'm thinking, is something shining from the other side?
Yeah, is it a flashlight? Is it a
I'm
car? Is
talking
it
little, really little? But I'm like,
a pinpoint?
yeah, it's kind of like somebody's got a laser, one of those laser things, you know. And I'm sitting there, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, Mike, man, come here, bring that spotlight, you know. It took him forever to get over, and I'm sitting there, man, for a while, man. And I got my light on it, and I'm like, what in the hell is that? What is that, man? That is weird. Mike comes over there and he goes, what are you looking at? And I said, man, look at this shit. Look at that little bit light. And he takes his spotlight and he swings it over there. And this thing, all of a sudden, this light, it was an eyeball and it got freaking huge. I'm talking huge.
Reflective eyes.
And when it blinked its eye down, I'll never forget it as long as I live. It was the eeriest thing I've ever seen in my life. And this thing, was standing like this beside that shed looking at me the whole damn time, and I wasn't that far from it. I was probably from here to in there, that wall on the other side of the glass. Yeah, and
like
I was sitting there the whole
15
time.
feet?
Yeah, not that far.
Yeah,
and
it's close.
It was standing just like this against that shed, and I mean, it wasn't scared one bit. And when it stepped out,
because it knew it was the predator.
Yes, but the head of it, and it looked like a man, but the head of it was super big. And it wasn't an alien or anything like that. And I was going to tell you, man, it really did. It looked
that was Bigfoot.
It looked like
That's what
it wasn't Bigfoot.
You don't think so?
No, because it was skinny.
Okay.
It was
a smaller thing.
Man, the thing looked like it had a goat head.
A goat head?
It did. And the
really?
eyes was freaking huge, like this big.
Which goat head creatures are super popular in mythology.
What's messed up is that place that he lived about 4 miles from there, 3 miles from there, was where they see the goat man.
Really?
And I swear to God, that's what I saw. And people are going to think I'm crazy now, but I don't care. I know what I saw.
Sure.
And Mike took off running. But the eye, when I saw the eye, and what creature has pinpoint eye like that? And then all of a sudden it gets freaking huge. And when I saw the freaking eye like bat down like that, I was just like, it was a moment in my life. I was terrified.
Now,
we went in, got the guns loaded and everything else.
You were ready.
That thing comes through the door. That thing's getting hammered.
Now,
but, I mean,
my problem with the goat man, because I've heard goat man.
Okay.
My problem with a goat-headed creature, or at least I've heard of. My only problem with that is that everyone who tells a story, which actually this kind of plays into what you're saying, is everyone who tells a story about a goat-headed creature. The goat-headed creature is so murderous. It's like malicious intent. Almost like a demon.
It was not scared of us at all.
At all.
I mean, it was standing there the whole time against that shit. Like
just looking straight at you.
Yes, and the whole thing, what's eerie about the whole thing is, you know, I can't say that it had an actual goat head. I think it's a man that is deformed.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's a half goat, half man. I think it's a truly like kind of like what was that? Is it Halloween or you know what I'm saying? What is it? The dude's like real messed up looking, and you know he's killing people. I guess Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
That's what I was thinking. Which is the scariest movie I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, that movie fucked me up.
But anyway, that's my freaking crypto. Zoologist thing, but I don't think it was a real like half thing. I think it was
you don't think it was another species. You think it was a person who was malformed and deranged,
really deformed.
So it's just a fucked up dude who like messed up brain, messed up physical features that pushed him out.
Yes,
and you think he's fucking people up.
And I think he's homeless, and I think he roams around that part of the world.
Really, that's great. Because I mean, there's only been. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert at this at any means, but. I've only goat people stories are, at least in North America, are fairly new. What, 30, 40 years? Do you think it's the same guy? Or do you think it's other people who've like taken up the mantle?
I don't know. I think there's things we don't know about, that's for sure.
There are any of this shit.
You've never heard of Goat Man?
No.
You have, because there was a supernatural episode about it.
Let's get back to Bigfoot. I'm just saying, that's why I know I'll never see one, because you're not going to see...
Because these rare things are hard to find.
I've kidded around about being abducted by aliens, but I've never been abducted by aliens that I know of.
You heard it here first. He's never been abducted by aliens.
No. I'm just saying, man.
He's
like,
fucking around. Yeah.
You know, it's like that was a once in a lifetime thing. I've never seen anything like that. And I probably never will see anything like that again.
But it was wild.
But whatever it was, it doesn't matter. It was just a dude wearing a mask, and it very well could have been.
Could have been. Have you ever watched the show?
But I don't
the
think
show
it's anybody.
Hannibal. It's about Hannibal Lecter. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That show. They have a whole goat man thing about that in that show.
Really, somebody wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It could be that. It could be.
I didn't mean to weight down the freaking podcast.
You're
with
not.
Goat
This is
Man.
super interesting.
Yeah, but he's not even interested in it. He's like, man, fuck him.
No, man. Fuck you, Goat Man.
Fuck you, Goat Man. And I'm getting off the raft and saving those old people and that fucking kid, that bitch.
You're kicking that kid right in the face.
I'm going to save the whole raft of people. There's no such thing as Goat Man.
Look, me and you, we're realistic. He's full of shit. He's full fantasy.
God.
Okay, I have a very different question.
Okay.
Is it
Go
music
ahead.
related?
Go
Because
ahead.
we're talking about Bigfoot right now.
Let's
I'm
turn
going
left.
back to music really quick.
Okay, let's turn back.
We
Okay.
talked about
Well,
music,
music.
at all on this podcast.
To be fair, this is super
We have a
interesting.
little bit. We have a little bit.
Yeah, we get a little bit.
I'm sure that somehow this topic will come back to Bigfoot. Because it will, right? But here's my question. So, I knew you were coming on the show, and this morning or last night I was on Instagram and I saw that you were hanging out, posing with Scott Stapp
Right.
from Creed.
Right.
He was the lead singer of Creed. Creed was one of the biggest bands of the 90s.
Yeah, huge. Massive.
And everybody was a fan of Creed. Even people who now hate on Creed
Yeah, people
were fans of Creed.
who give shit to Creed because they're assholes.
Still liked Creed.
Yeah, because
at
it's
one
good
point.
rock music.
They were just kind of like, they dominated. Okay, so here's my question. How do you know that guy? How does that happen? And what were you doing there? And
This does not feel
I'm really
Bigfoot
curious.
related at all.
Yeah.
This is totally off the question, or off the
I just
subject.
happened to notice that last night. You're hanging out with one of the biggest guys of 90s rock. How does that happen? And then I'm curious how you'll tie that back to Bigfoot. Let's go.
I don't think Scott cares anything about Bigfoot. I'm sure he may even be watching. I'm just saying that Bigfoot's important, but we'll get back to that.
Well, it is important. If it's an undiscovered species,
Okay.
that's super important.
So
Okay.
I produced a band called Full Devil Jacket,
Yeah.
which is from Jackson, Tennessee, and I think in some
It's a
ways,
great band name, by the way.
thank you,
Full
man.
Devil Jacket?
Yeah,
That's super good.
And I think that kind of changed rock and roll, and I'm not bragging, but it did. It changed like that. The production of the record, I think, kind of set the pace for that day and age, because it really did. I think I don't really follow anybody. To be honest with you, I haven't even heard that song you were talking about earlier, and I don't give a fuck about it.
Sure.
But I'm saying I do my own thing, and I do my own thing, But Scott, me and Scott met, I think it was in 2000 or 99 when Creed was doing really good, and Full Devil Jacket was actually, on the same management with the same management company. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it was easy. Of course we ran into each other and stuff, and he didn't recognize me at first, but when he did, he's like, "Oh my God." And it was really good because he looked at me and the first thing he said was, "Man, sobriety is really treating you good."
Really? Which is a good thing to hear.
Yeah, because I really had a rough time. It was tough. I've had a rough life, and that's no joke there. And but look at the good I've had too. It's almost like
It sounds like a lot of good.
but there was so much bad and
Taint it? When there's so much bad in the middle of the good, does that taint that? For you, thinking back.
I don't think it taints the music. As a matter of fact, I think it makes it better in some degree, as far as the
Because it's like
art
real
goes.
emotion, real art?
Yeah, but I've always been an emotional guy, and it's so funny because I'm a smoker, but I'm on some medicine to quit smoking right now. I just started Monday, but they told me not to worry about quitting until 2 weeks in to a month.
Let it take effect in your system, the whole deal.
And it's
does vaping help? I know you're Julie.
It does, but this has got to be something that I stopped too. A friend of mine, Kevin Morris, he's a big manager. He manages at Red Light. He told me you can't trade with one for the other. You either quit or you don't. And that sunk in pretty hard. But I
hope my wife isn't listening because I quit cigarettes to vape and I still vape and I will forever.
Well, you like vaping?
I love it. I love it as both a hobby and also, let's be real, also as an addiction, but also as a hobby.
Well, you know, and I'm not saying, well, look at me, but I'm saying for 49 years old, man, I'm in pretty damn good shape.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, I mean, probably better in shape than most 20-year-olds. And I want to do some things before I die, and those things are not going to be allowed. Smoking's not going to be allowed in my life to do those things. And but anyway, back to Scott. Let's go back to Scott for a second. I'm sorry, I mean to jump around. But but we met, and it was really awesome to see him, and I could tell he had things coming back to him. And once he recognized me, he could tell that he was really happy to see me. And
That's
was
awesome.
really happy. But like I said, we haven't seen each other in so long. And some parts of me go, man, I wonder if he even knew who I was at first. I know he didn't know who I was at first. But when I explained, oh yeah, that's right. And then I couldn't remember, like it was so many years ago that we hung. But I've been keeping up with him and stuff. And I heard he went sober. He's doing so. Guys, you should have went to that show. I mean, he
Was it last night?
fucking slayed it. No, I'm serious. Like
Really?
you've never seen Scott Stapp like this, man. He was
I've never seen a
freaking
creep
killing
show.
it. It was like, dude, I was so blown away by that guy. He inspired me so much, you know. That's why I've hardly drank anything too, because man, I'm not a big drinker. I'm not a big anything, to be honest with you.
Sure.
I just don't really do much of
Hey,
anything.
you've let that stuff go.
Well, I just don't. I don't know what happened. I had some bad experiences that really sunk in hard, and on top of that, man, the babies, the twins coming, and Tiffany coming.
They're not born yet? They're coming?
No, they're here. They're 4 years old.
oh,
But I'm
okay.
saying them coming, though,
Gotcha,
them
gotcha,
getting
gotcha.
here made me go, okay. You know, it's like
That's a lot.
It takes a lot for a man to like I said, to know things or to be able to someone to tell you the truth about yourself. But when you look in the mirror and you tell yourself the truth, and here's just the bottom line, and I'm not scared to admit this now. I have rode on purely God's gifts my whole life. Have I worked hard? Yes, I've worked hard.
Obviously.
But not hard at like being like great. You know, was so natural to me, and I'm a piano player, and I had few lessons, very few. And I'll hang with anybody, and I just, to take advantage of that, and to and it's so funny because if you guys get a chance, and I don't want to get all religious on you, but I'm not at all, because this is funny, because this is actually a Jordan Peterson. Have you heard of him?
I love Jordan.
love
I
Jordan
love Jordan Peterson.
Have you guys?
That guy like dictates so much of what I think. I feel like
Okay.
recently.
Me too. And he changed my life really. But have you seen his Bible study?
No, I've mostly watched him on Joe Rogan. He has like 4 or 5 episodes.
Man,
I love that guy.
Dude, start his Bible study tomorrow. I do it every morning.
Really?
I listen to it. This is my second time
Yeah,
through
me
it.
and Ryan are both raised Christian, so
Okay.
we're with you on all that.
I'm telling you, this Bible study is actually for, it's actually for atheists, I think, or people who,
I didn't even know he was a Christian.
yeah.
I've only heard him
But-
from his
but this is the thing.
intellectual point of view.
This can be for Jewish people. It can be for
Yeah.
atheist people. It can be for, but it's basically explaining the Bible in a way that you've never heard it explained before. And some of the stuff I disagree with him, but
Well, sure, that's normal,
but
right? Because you have your own thoughts.
Actually, he disagrees with him, but he's trying.
He disagrees with it.
Yep.
That's the perfect way to describe Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, 'cause
is
he-
he is
but
so
he-
intellectual that he can disagree with
He
himself.
can't say those things that he wants to say. You can tell he holds back.
Me and my wife
Oh.
have recently kind of started trying to do a diet that he does.
Oh, really?
The carnivore diet,
Oh, yeah, it's great.
where just eat purely meat.
Right.
So I've started doing carnivore a few days a week, and my wife started doing it wholly. We've
Man.
been eating just meat for like 2 weeks.
I don't want to get off of it, but anyway, I'll just tell you, try the Jordan Peterson thing.
I love Jordan
tomorrow
Peterson.
morning, and you
Yeah.
know what? Go to the Bible study thing he does, and you won't
That's
regret
really-
it.
that's super interesting.
You know what? It's so funny. I was telling Scott Reeves, actually, just yesterday, I was talking to him. He's a young man that kind of started a rock record, and he's the only member of the band so far. No, but I'm piecing together.
They'll get there.
I'm piecing together a rock band because since there's no good rock bands out there.
Man, seriously? What the fuck is happening with rock in the last 10 years?
Well, because this is what happened. It's the rich suburbia white kid that's never had a rough day.
You gotta have a rough day.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I've always went to the trailer parks to find my bands, and you gotta teach those kids how to work. But those kids are the ones with the heart. They're the ones who want it. They're the ones. But you know what? If you can always go, hey man, you know what? I ain't gotta make it because guess what? I can always go do this shit. If that happens, then you find
you're not
yourself,
committed.
No, you find yourself with someone who has no.
Pop it in.
Come on, son, sit down.
Have a seat.
No, sorry, son.
So let me ask you.
I am going to eat the rest of it. I love you, son. Here, make me sit this over here.
Okay, so let me ask you as a rock guy. I got a question for you as a rock guy.
Yes.
As a rock guy.
Here, just sit over here.
Now, let me ask you a yes or no question to qualify.
Okay.
Are you a fan of Tool?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay, thank God. All right, because otherwise I might have to kick you off the podcast. Have you heard their new single?
Man, I haven't. I'm going to tell you.
Their new single, which is 10 minutes long, by the way.
And I think that's awesome. You know what? I have respect.
Their first single in 13 years.
And it's so funny. We went from Jordan Peterson's Bible study to Tool, which
is a weird jump.
I missed Jordan Peterson's Bible study because I was going to the bathroom.
Dude,
anyway,
that's right. We're on Tool now.
We're on Tool.
You know, let me finish that before we get off.
Sorry, go for it. I don't want to derail.
You know, the Satanists and all that stuff. And nothing against those guys. Nothing.
The Tool guys,
I'm just saying, you know, there's so many things you can say until I go, you know what, man? I fucking love this band, but shut your fucking mouth, you know? You know,
a lot of bands.
It's like, fine. You know what, Maynard? You want to be gay? Be gay. Be gay, dude. Just shut the fuck up about it.
Hold on.
It's not interesting anymore.
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up about it.
Hold the phone. Is Maynard gay?
Yes, dude.
I didn't know that.
You didn't listen to Anima?
Well, I did listen. I listened to Anima literally today. I listened to the whole.
I think Anima. I think that is Latin for.
I'm gay.
Gay? I'm a gay fella.
I didn't know Maynard was gay.
The frog's gay.
Hey, listen. And I'm gonna tell you guys, I have nothing against gay people. Matter of fact, man, I have friends that are
I
very
thought he had
gay.
a wife and kids and all that, didn't he? Am I crazy? I didn't know Maynard was gay.
Maynard's gay, dude.
That's crazy. He was just on. He was on another podcast. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast this last week.
Yeah, I didn't even watch it.
Really?
I'm kind of mad
really
at the
good
guy.
episode.
I'm kind of mad at the guy. It's like, just shut the fuck up about the whole thing.
And he's a weird dude. He's a super weird dude.
I knew he was gay, but I didn't know that he was.
I didn't know he was gay.
Like that, kind of in your face about it.
Because I've been into Tool music for like 10 or 15 years.
Have you ever read the lyrics on Anima?
On Anima, no. I was much more a fan of Lateralis and 10,000 Days. Lateralis is my favorite album. That song, that Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
But you know
why not?
But look, here's
great record.
Here's my thing. I don't. I think a lot of people stretch the Bible to say things that it doesn't really say, and you know, and he thinks that the Bible is saying that being gay is wrong, and the problem is man, I don't quite believe that's what it says at all. I don't think that's what it says at all.
A big part of that, I think, because I hear where you come from, I definitely feel that, is the, not, when I say I feel that, I'm not gay, I have a wife and I love her, and I'm not gay, but the,
oh, jeez.
That's all right, shit happens.
Oops.
If you're gay, I'm telling your wife.
Yeah, your sister. But I feel like I've heard a lot of arguments coming from the side of it's a translational issue through multiple 2,000 years of generations, which I've heard like a lot of people say like there's these verses in the Bible that say being gay is wrong or stone them or whatever. But a lot of those same verses can also be translated in a similar way to be like pedophilia is wrong. Mm-hmm. It's not about being gay; it's about sleeping with young boys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, and I've seen a lot of that.
I think back then too, the average age that people lived to was so low. It was like if you
like
were
6.
gay, yeah, you're right, exactly.
It was so young.
Yeah, if you were gay, then you weren't reproducing to help like the society that you lived in and stuff. And so rules like that, we forget that translation is just like inflation.
And the thing is, we just accept the translation that we grew up with. And as soon as you say, "But are you sure?" people close up.
Dogma.
Yeah, they're like, "You're out of it. You're out of here."
You can't talk about it any other way than the way stay in.
And that's the biggest problem I have with modern day religion is, look, I grew up Christian. I am a Christian, and I fully believe I am straight up. Like, if you don't think I am, like, fucking I am. Whatever.
I don't think you are.
But
he hates his mother.
Straight up Kool-Aid.
But it's the place where not everybody, because I don't want to generalize that much, but certain people or certain sects or certain whatever it is aren't willing to discuss, like, but what if you're wrong? As soon as you say, but what if you're wrong, and people unwilling to talk about that, that's where I'm like, well, fuck you then. If you're not willing to talk about that,
yeah. Or if you're just slightly wrong,
or just slightly wrong, or like maybe you just have it a little skewed. And the thing is, maybe you're 100% right, but if you're not willing to discuss that, I'm not willing to talk to you.
I don't think an intellectual God would have put his word into text if it wasn't up for interpretation of some sort. Right. You know, it would have been set in stone some other way.
Right.
Literally set in stone, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But because it would have been in the commandments. But that's the whole thing is like, it does, it's almost like politics. It's like, I have too many friends that are gay. I don't want them offended by anything said here. And it's like, you know what, I got a dang close friend that's transgender. And he's one of the greatest people I've ever met. I mean, he's just a great person. And he's a great talent. It's like, you know what?
Let me guess. Do you treat him like he's a great person? He's an awesome dude.
Man, hell yeah.
Of course
he hangs out. He hangs out with us dudes just like all the
But let me ask you a question.
dudes.
Does he believe in Bigfoot, though?
That's
you know what? I will ask Jed if he believes in Bigfoot. He probably does because he's my friend, so I'm sure that he probably believes in Bigfoot if he's my friend.
To be fair, you've got me like 50-50 on Bigfoot. I'm not going to lie. I'm like...
Checkmate, bitch!
Look. Let me promise you one thing. There is something.
Okay.
There is something.
There's definitely something out there we don't know about, because to think otherwise is ridiculous.
What were we talking about? You know what? This is why everybody said I need to get on Adderall.
I think you might be a little old for Adderall for like 15-year-olds and younger.
Well, I'm just saying. It's like, you know, we got such... What were we talking about?
I believe we were talking about
Tool. Yeah.
Tool.
I
know. Let's don't talk about Tool because
okay. Let me give you a little bit. Let me give you a little bit of Tool, a little bit of Tool, and then we'll let it go. Let it go. So Tool. So to me, when I hear Tool, I listened to Tool for like last week or 2 weeks because I knew they were coming out with a new album. I knew their single came out 2 days ago or something. 10-minute long single, which is fucking insane. But Tool does such a thing with their artistry, with how they, I don't know if it's Maynard or whoever else, but how they think, how they work, that lends itself to their music in a way that very few artists can do. However,
I'm letting you sit here, so.
Sure.
With their single, when I heard their single, what I thought was, this sounds like a band trying to be Tool. It didn't sound like Tool to me.
Well, because now now
and you guys spent 13 years since their last album.
Well, you got to know this. It's hang on, makes it sit down.
Let me get ready.
You have Perfect Circle. You don't have the same mentality.
I like Perfect Circle too.
And, you know,
Maynard's other band.
And here's the problem with rock and roll.
Okay.
I'm running into this problem with the first song on this new record that I'm doing. Is there enough programming in it? Is it enough hip hop in it? Is it enough? Stop being a bunch of fucking pussies.
Tool doesn't think about that shit. They just make music.
They do. They do think about it.
And you hear songs like The Grudge.
You're wrong.
Like Careless, Lateralis.
That's why the new stuff won't be the same. Because you know why? Because they will be concerned. It's just.
But do you really think they'll be concerned? They've made the money. They're doing what I feel like at this point, Maynard, who is the 100% leader of the band, right? He's doing whatever the fuck he wants to do. Like, that dude doesn't have to. He owns a winery. He owns 3 jiu-jitsu places. He owns businesses. He's making fucking bank without music. does he need to conform for his music? Because I don't feel like he does need to. But the single, the fucking 10-minute single, doesn't feel like Tool to me. It feels like
Tool trying to be Tool, you say?
Someone trying to be Tool. And why does he need to do that? Or is it just my misperception of the music?
Same reason why you wear a wide bill hat.
That's just because I just bought this hat like 2 days ago. It hasn't bent a little yet.
What is this hat? What is this hat?
This is Dallas Fuel. If you ever played the game Overwatch, this is a professional Overwatch team, Dallas Fuel.
Dallas.
And I'm a big fan of their coach, Jane. Jane does a YouTube channel. He's a coach. He used to play pro. And I only bought Dallas Fuel stuff because of Jane.
By the way, sponsored by Jack in the Box,
Overwatch?
I can see.
I have, yes, a good bit.
I love Overwatch.
Yes,
I play
me too.
Overwatch like 15 hours a week. I love Overwatch.
Oh, I
Dude,
definitely love Overwatch. Yeah, I'd be down. Do you play on PC or?
I play on PC.
I have a PC. I can get on
Dude,
PC.
let's fucking
Oh, here we go.
I'd be down.
Listen,
I'd be down.
the
Yeah.
video
Dude, I'm
game
down.
The video game guys are here.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
true.
so listen, here's my philosophy on that. And then we will move on
I have a
to
philosophy on
Bigfoot.
that.
On
as well.
Tool or on video games?
Video games.
Okay.
My son here, that love, my 4-year-olds, they love video games. And I did too when I was younger. But as I got older, I got wiser, and I realized, when do I have time to freaking play video games?
Okay. But let me flip the script on you.
And be successful.
Let me flip the script.
Yeah.
Let me flip the script because nowadays with esports, with video games, playing a game it's kind of the equivalent of 20 years ago playing football. Playing football on a team as a kid is the equivalent of playing a video game on a team as a kid.
I remember. Yes.
Mentally, it's the same.
I remember reading a article back in the day when World of Warcraft just kicked off.
Do you know World of Warcraft classes coming out in like 2 weeks?
Yes.
And I'm fucking jacked out of my fucking mind because I played that game 20 years ago and I was excited, 15 years ago, and I was excited about it.
I am going to play Vanilla WoW whenever it comes out.
Dude, you should play in my guild.
In current WoW?
I
don't like the new WoW.
not current WoW. We're starting a new guild for Vanilla WoW.
Oh, yes. Oh,
We're starting
absolutely, I'm
August
down.
26th.
I'm absolutely down.
Fuck
I am going
yes.
to play that game.
I'm literally, that's his birthday, by the way.
As for
I'm
not
literally not hanging out with Ryan on his birthday to play World of Warcraft.
Go to hell.
Guys, listen.
As for not having time, though, I gotta say, Dad, you rarely take breaks to do anything besides see your
Take
family.
some fucking breaks.
I mean, even whenever he went Bigfoot
Listen.
hunting, I mean, he was still recording the entire thing.
Yeah.
He still was work.
To
I
be
mean,
fair, Bigfoot hunting
you just have
sounds
a worker's
fucking
mentality.
gnarly.
He's always working.
Well, look, I have,
And that's
I
a
have,
good thing.
It's
I
hard.
have this son, I have a 17-year-old, and I have 2 4-year-olds.
and they all play video games.
And I have a very young girlfriend that's very skinny and hot. And it's like, so I have,
Congratulations.
I have no time.
The fucking dream.
I have no time
Yeah.
to, I just don't have time for that kind of stuff,
Here's
man.
my question. I have 2 questions. Malcolm 2, how old are you?
28.
Question 2, how old's your
So you're a few
girlfriend?
years younger. I'm 31, so you're
Okay,
a couple
cool.
years.
You know what? She just turned 34. So that's not too bad.
34.
Okay,
That's not,
okay.
How old are you? 49. You said.
Yeah.
That's not that bad.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Do you know the math? If you do so there's actual math for how young you can date.
That's true.
You
heard
take
this.
your age divided by 2, add 8, and that's how young you can date. So,
Yeah.
So 30 or 49 divided by 2 is, we'll say round down, 24 plus 8. Was that 32? 31, 32? So you're right.
Oh,
in the
wow,
pocket.
he's in his pocket.
You're right in the pocket.
Okay, look, guys. Listen.
I gotta,
Right now-
I gotta run the restroom. Otherwise, this is gonna be a problem.
Everybody's
right now,
paying.
hey, before you go, here's the thing. That doesn't sound bad at this moment, but picture me at 40 years old dating her at 25.
See, the math there doesn't add up. 40 divided by 2 is 20, plus 8 is 28.
You
How
had
old
to
did you say
wait.
she was?
Well,
she was 25?
8 years ago, she was 25.
Oh, you're still, that's a little young. By 3 years. By 3 years too young. You're right, because, you fucking win. Because
I've heard that. I'm not sure nationwide, but in America, this was like a 2012 study. Marriages where the male is 7 years or older than the female
Really?
actually statistically will end more likely in death or towards the end of life instead of right. Yeah, isn't that odd? Yeah,
I'll be right back.
I have theories on that, but we don't have to get into that. But yeah,
Interesting.
isn't that strange? Where the male is 7 years, and also there's statistics for if the female is like 4 I think it's a little bit older than 7. I forgot that one, but I thought that was very interesting when I read that. Yeah, doesn't make much sense to me. But yeah, Dad's always been like that, but he's got to a point where he's ready to wind down.
Yeah.
I'm 32 this month. This month I'll be 32. I'm about to be 32. So 7 years younger than me is 25. Okay, so that's
not bad.
That's the age to look for.
Yes, that's what they say.
And then we'll end in death.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yes.
So Malcolm too. What do you do? What's your deal?
By trade, I am a video producer. I make videos of all kinds. I've been working on music videos recently, and I'm also an audio engineer. And I also audio engineer for film as well. Foley, stuff like that, on-set sound, things of that nature. Yeah.
Nice.
I love it. Yeah.
What's your favorite? Do you have a favorite of all the things you do?
You know, my favorite thing is honestly, and I went to school for film, and I know more about film and video, honestly, than I do audio engineering. But my dad doing what he does and growing up in a studio, I've got to say it's audio engineering. I love being on set and with people, but being in the confines of a studio by yourself or with a few other people working on music it's.
I'll let you guys interview my son for a minute.
It's much more. It's I always called making films magic, and music is not simpler than video, but I see it as a simpler process because it's just a screen. You're just there, at least as far as I go, because I'm just an engineer. I'm not a producer of audio. But yeah, that's what I do. I'm working for Dad right now, actually, on a couple projects.
Oh, nice. What are you doing?
Mr. Scary. Have you heard of? Has he talked about Mr. Scary at all? Okay, cool. Mr. Scary is somebody that he's worked on recently. Worked on that a bit.
Is Mr. Scary an artist?
Yes. Mr. Scary has a plethora of awesome songs. He has one called "Smoke Weed."
Okay.
Where he chants "Smoke weed, smoke weed." It's actually really amazing music. I mean, it's like metal music. But Mr. Scary is not as scary as you think. He's mysterious.
Oh,
I think that's what makes him
mysterious.
scary. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I invite everyone to check out Mr. Scary for sure.
Is he local?
Mr. Scary.
He is local, actually. Actually, he grew up not far from where my dad is from.
Oh shit! You should bring him on the show.
Cape Girardeau. Oh, he would love to. I bet.
Dude, that'd be sick.
Yeah.
Cape
He's a
Girardeau.
very interesting guy too. Very intellectual.
Okay.
Yeah. He can talk about anything. Very cool guy. But working on that with him, and working on another guy you should maybe have on the show is a guy named Sweepy Walker, Billy Walker Jr.'s grandson. I don't know if you've ever heard of him before. He was a pretty big country star back in the day.
Okay.
He's like I said, working on a music video for him. And that's all I got on my plate right now. Besides, I don't know if he's mentioned Caleb Cecil.
That's a good amount. That's a lot.
Man, honestly, I've got a lot on my plate right now.
He hasn't mentioned.
And
He
I
hasn't
love
mentioned Caleb Cecil.
Yes, Caleb Cecil. Yes, okay. That's someone else he's working on. Darin Jones is. That was one of the first country records that he produced, and he really yes. Well,
Darin was super cool. We'll probably have.
He was very nice.
Here,
oh yeah,
he was a really
sure.
cool dude.
For sure.
He actually reminds me of a buddy I knew back in San Diego. Did you know Ricky?
Ricky,
he was a good friend.
Tim's
of Tim.
friend.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He reminds me a lot of that guy.
Didn't remind me
of a cool guy. I like that guy
at all, but either way, I like Darin.
Maybe it's just the beard. I don't fucking know. But, he seemed like a cool guy.
Oh yeah. The beard is iconic. One of his logos is his silhouette with that beard. Yeah.
The problem is, can you really make a beard iconic after?
I know, man.
After what's that? What's his face? The country guy who was like massive.
Oh, Chris Stapleton.
Chris Stapleton.
Oh yeah.
Can you be the beard guy after Chris Stapleton is the beard guy?
Yeah, I've wondered that too. Honestly, I don't know. Yeah,
like
that's a good question.
Like I'm fairly new to country, like only the last 2 years, and for my whole life growing up in San Diego, which is not a country area for the most part. Like I always said, people, what kind of music do you like? I say, well, I'm down for everything except for country.
I see. Yes.
I moved here where country is heavy.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And I realized country is not country. Country is rock music with a twang a lot of times.
Or it's pop music.
Or pop music with twang. And I heard Chris Stapleton, and there's a couple songs of his. I was like, man, these are so good. Like I would listen to these songs.
Yeah.
And so I wonder, like him being so big.
Yeah.
Being so popular. Both country and for me who's not into country, being someone who's just massive, almost in like he's almost like a softer rock world in my mind. You can't, and he's the beard guy.
Yeah.
You can't be the beard guy.
There's definitely some country that's come along that I really enjoy, but I'll be honest with you, I actually am not. Even my dad being a country producer now,
Which he is mainly a rock producer.
He's mainly a rock producer.
Yeah.
Yes, he's done more rock, but he sure can produce some country, and I mean he can mix the shit out of it too. He's got such a ear for it.
So then, before he comes back, let me ask.
Yes, please.
Between country producer and rock producer. Do you think he brings more rock to country, or do you think he's a better country producer than he was a rock producer?
I would say.
Or do you think he's just a straight up better rock producer? He's not going to hear this shit later.
I know. Well, honestly, I think that he wouldn't think my opinion is wrong. I think he's a very strong country producer.
Okay.
He does bring some rock to country, but he's also very good at keeping it pretty organic country-wise.
Really? That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Because like the first country I listened to that I was kind of a little bit into was Rascal Flatts.
Okay. Yeah.
Because me and Ryan were in a band together and we played like some covers and whatnot. And I was like, oh, when you say country music, what you really mean is rock with a twang.
Yeah.
And I was like, I like rock music. I don't mind a twang.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I did say Rascal Flatts.
Yes, he did.
I was saying the first country music I got into was Rascal Flatts because it sounded like rock music with a twang. But it got me back to rock music that I missed. Rock music that had a solo. Rock music that had guitar just railing.
There are country songs that I really enjoy, but I have to say I have a hard time finding artists, except for the ones my dad, works with, of course, that I really like thoroughly through and through. And I have a theory about that, and it's that I tell people, if they ask me I like country, I say I like I don't want to go back to this too much, but pre 9/11 country. Because yes, think about how
90s
country,
and earlier.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of changed after that.
Now that was a very different
Dirt
genre.
Road. Do you remember Old Dirt Road?
Oh yeah.
So that kind of country was what in. Now I gotta say, pre-90s country is what I'm thinking.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Because when I think 90s country, what I heard growing up was Tim McGraw.
Yeah.
I grew up on the West Coast. We don't have a lot of country out there. I heard Tim McGraw, and I was not into it as a kid. But I was into rock music. And so then when I got older and I heard Rascal Flatts, I was like, well, this is just rock music. They just got a little bit of a southern accent.
Yeah.
And I was into that.
I like some Rascal Flatts too, I gotta say.
No, when I say I like Rascal Flatts, I mean I've heard like 10 songs.
You've liked the songs.
I dig it.
Like Life is a Highway.
Yeah, we used to cover Life is a Highway in the band we were in.
Yeah.
We used to cover, what was the other one? Summer Nights.
Summer
Which
Nights.
is the same song, by the way.
Whoa.
It was the same fucking
Check us out. Life is a highway. And Summer Nights.
It's the same fucking song.
Same chord progression.
But like that,
I'm gonna
that
drive
kind of,
it all
and it was just
night
like
long.
the classic 3/4 chord rock with a
was
badass
fun.
solo in the middle. And I was guitar player in our band, and I was just learning guitar, so I was fucking shit.
So you guys were in a band together?
Yeah, he was the drummer.
Yeah, pop country.
I was lead guitar player, and I literally when they asked me to lead guitar player of the band, I was just learning how to play guitar, so I was the worst guitar player of all time. I'm still pretty fucking bad. For San Diego standards, I'm pretty good. For Nashville standards, I'm a hot pile of garbage.
That's a high bar. That's a high bar.
That's a high bar.
Yeah.
But so that kind of country leading into rock music. That's something I can kind of respect more. I feel like I don't hear a lot of big songs come out as they say they're country, but when I hear it, I go, "That's not country. That's rock music with a southern accent."
What do you think about like pop country, like Taylor Swift stuff? Is that still country to you?
I'm gonna be real with you. Hold on, I'm gonna be
we
real.
were in the band. We covered a lot of Taylor
We
Swift.
covered a lot of Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna be real. I love Taylor Swift.
Me too.
Dude, I've been to like I've been to 2 Taylor Swift concerts. Now, a big part of that was because of my wife.
I do too.
My wife is obsessed with Taylor Swift. And,
Too far.
And she made me spend
She
too
takes
much
it
money.
too far.
We spent like $600 on 2 Taylor Swift tickets, like buying them, and it's fucking bullshit. Because it's not as good of a concert as a $30 concert in a small venue. But, man, Taylor Swift's got some good songs.
She does, and she's a good songwriter, man.
It's catchy.
Yeah.
I don't know how much she writes. I don't know how much she buys. I don't know how much she co-writes. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much she has help with that stuff.
But just in what she releases, there's a lot I'm a fan of. The most recent album, what was it called?
Not sure.
Came out within a year or so. Or within a year. Do you remember that?
Oh, Reputation.
I wasn't a fan of Reputation.
I won't have to go back to eating chicken if y'all keep talking about Taylor Swift.
So,
look.
You heard it here first. Malcolm's not a fan of Taylor Swift.
No, it's not that. It goes back to what I was saying earlier about the music business being like the elves and Lords of the Ring. You know, when we live forever, but we keep to our own unless we're needed. And there you go. She's bro. There's a bro code that you can't. I don't care if you're a lady.
And I can respect a bro code.
You can't cross certain lines. It's just shut the fuck up about the politics and shit. Who cares?
I'm talking about her music, though.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. And I'm like, Taylor Swift, shut the fuck up. Yes. Like, just play music that I enjoy.
Just come on, girls. I mean, listen, man. We do love your music, and she's beautiful, and she's hot, and she's everything that a man would want. But the problem is with that is, besides one thing, and that is she doesn't shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does have a lot of opinions, but I mean...
Now, to be fair, of her age, which she's, a couple years younger than me, probably your age. We're at 28.
Yeah, I think she is about,
that is the generation or the era of opinionated individual.
Think of it this way. If Elvis or someone else that you love back in the day had a Twitter account or had that stuff... and
what would Elvis say? Because Elvis was, let's be real, kind of an asshole.
Yes.
Even though I love Elvis.
And if his opinions were out there still to this day...
I mean, did you guys ever hear the song, The U.S. Mail?
U.S. Mail? I don't think so.
U.S. Mail. I don't think it was ever
U.S.
released.
Mail.
U.S. Mail.
By who?
Elvis.
By Elvis? I don't think I know that one.
Well, I'm not sure Ronnie Honeycutt is online and you're watching us. Text me. Jerry Reed wrote that song.
Jerry Reed, okay.
And Elvis cut it. And I think Ronnie's one of the only people who has that cut, Ronnie Honeycutt. He was in the band Jackal, by the way, but he lived out here. He was an engineer. I've done some records at his place. Great guy, great engineer, fucking wonderful human. But I listened to that song, and let me tell you what Elvis would say. Elvis would say exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
He would say...
That's a bold statement.
Yeah, everybody shut the fuck up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm not...
Yeah.
If you don't... Here's the thing. What difference are you going to make anyway?
Well, now someone with a big voice.
You're not going to change anybody's mind.
But nowadays, now Elvis was in a different era, right? But nowadays, with social media, with the internet, an artist, a musician like Taylor Swift, making a political statement can have a big effect. That being said, she didn't have a big effect in this Tennessee election because she was pushing huge and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But
like,
an artist can have that effect.
She's probably a very sweet lady.
Maybe, I'm sure she is.
Very sweet young lady. And you know what?
I really enjoy Taylor Swift music, which is making me a little weird.
The problem is, though, for me, is like what artists are doing when they do that is they're making it hard on people like me. You know, she has millions of dollars.
Yeah, she's killing it. She's like number one right now, right?
But the thing about... What about the guys that are producers and still working to get other artists signed to have careers and to build careers? And then you got political shit playing against you because Republicans hate the music business because guess what?
Because it's a liberal ass business.
No, well, we're all drug addicts or gays.
That's a great summary.
I gotta say they're pretty much right.
So let me ask you.
Pretty much right. So they hate us because because Republicans they stand for tradition and family and they want to keep things traditional, right? And then the liberals, they're the ones that want chaos or not order. You know what I'm saying? And it's just the truth. You know, with the real far left ones,
it's a different thing.
And me, I gotta say, hey man, we can't talk political, but I'll say this: I've taken a test and I was very surprised at what the test came out to being. You know, I was like, holy moly. But I'm right on the in-between because, man, am I a libertarian? That's kind of a cop-out. I guess, man.
But I appreciate some libertarian values.
Yeah, same.
Like for myself personally, like I was raised super conservative. I find myself now being somewhere in the middle where, like, I appreciate... So I tell people, and this always fucks them up. They're like, I don't know how to respond to it. I always tell people, well, I'm a socialist libertarian. In that I want when the government is involved in certain things, for them to fucking do it right. but I want the government out of everything else.
Yes. I think we need the government for certain facets, but everything.
Yeah,
everything
so
that's not necessary.
I tell people all the time, I'm a socialist libertarian. I was raised Republican. I have some liberal beliefs.
Here we are talking politics, but I will say this one. I did take a test and I was very surprised. But
You're right in the middle.
My family is
centrist.
hardcore Republicans,
That's how I was raised. Yeah.
Do I think, here's a good subject, do I think abortion is wrong? Hey man, okay, here you go. And this is really how I feel about it. I'm going to pour it out right here.
Yeah.
Because this is my views on it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the shittiest person in the world to do that, if you ask me. Unless it's a rape or whatever, and even in that case,
you allow for some exceptions.
You always could adopt, put the kid up for adoption. But the whole thing is because, I have 4 boys. And and there was those options, and I'm gonna tell you something.
Real quick, are the rest of them named Malcolm too?
Yes, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5.
No, really?
No.
That would be amazing, though.
Is 2 the last, or do we get to 3?
When he has a kid, it's 3.
Okay, that's
you don't understand. You don't have a number.
I don't get
You're
it.
just a fucking basic bitch.
I'm number 1.
We got a number. 2,
Fuck
4.
you. I'm number 1.
So guys, back to what I was saying, then I'll shut the fuck up about it. Okay, if a person is a shitty enough person, because we're not going to stop abortion. I don't give a damn if they outlaw it or not.
It's not going to happen.
Okay, and you know what? Here's the thing. If a person's a shitty enough person to do that, then probably the person that they're going to have is probably going to be a shitty person too. So let Sigmund Freud, Freud, and
that's
all that.
That's actually a really good way of thinking about it.
Select, the intellectual selection, the people's survival of the fittest. Okay, if those people are willing to kill their young, let them kill their young. That's their fucking business. Let them do it, because you know why? Because I don't agree with it one damn bit. But you know what, though? We're not going to stop it anyway, so why the fuck talk about it? Because guess what? Let some bitches, because it's just like this. The more intelligent people will be, the more they'll just kill themselves off.
And progress the human race.
And shitty people, and I'm not saying you're a shitty person if you had an abortion. I'm just saying that's not what I would do. It's not what I would do. It's not the choice I would make. And I'm so glad I didn't ever make that choice, because my boys are my life. And that's why.
Yeah, thanks.
Or
thanks
are they?
Yeah,
are you sure? Because he's right here. You don't have to lie.
Those you're pretty cool.
But you think I'm kidding. I wonder sometimes, who would I have if I didn't have, because he's my best friend.
Some other guy named Tanner.
If I ever get
some fucking asshole named Tanner.
because one of these days,
frat boy.
I'm going to get married again. And this is going to be my best man, because he is my best man.
Are you sure?
Wow.
At this point, we've connected a lot. Sure, I'm not going to be your best man. I'm just saying.
No, what I'm saying, though, is like,
dude,
my sons are my boys.
I love that son being a father's best man. That's great.
Yeah.
He was my best
That's
man.
awesome.
Yeah.
Were you really?
Yeah, he was my best. I married his sister.
I've been the best man.
I've known him longer than I've known my wife.
I was
friends with him before.
I'm about to be a best man for the 5th time over.
All right, fuck you then.
I am one of the greats of best men.
One of those guys, huh? You're always the best man. I feel
always.
I've got a friend like that too.
But anyway,
so let me ask you a question.
I love that.
Since we're talking about abortion, let me ask you a question. Okay, because here's my thoughts on it. I want to see how it jives with you.
This is the first time we've ever hit this topic on the show.
Said it.
This is not normal.
It's a shaky topic.
We used to tell people before we started, we don't talk about politics and religion, and then we realized politics and religion are the 2 most interesting subjects in the world. So let me ask you, so here are my thoughts on abortion. If a fetus, if someone who's inside someone's body is a human, and you abort it, that's murder. But if it's not, then it's not murder. So scientifically, where is the point where it becomes human?
Brainwaves. That's my opinion.
Is brainwaves? That's 16 weeks.
Yes.
Which is the Alabama law.
How the hell do you know that?
Because of the Alabama law that passed a few months ago that said if they have brainwaves, you can't abort them, which is 16 weeks.
You never paid attention to Alabama until you moved here.
You're right. Because any outside the West Coast doesn't matter. But I'm like, if it is a actual human with a soul, with brainwave, with a heartbeat, and you abort that, I understand why people would say that's murder.
Well,
but if it's not that, is it okay? So pre brainwaves, if pre heartbeat.
Okay, I'm gonna turn Jordan Peterson and Tony Robbins on your ass right now.
I like Jordan Peterson. I hate Tony
I
Robbins.
love Tony Robbins.
I fucking
Fuck you.
can't stand Tony
You don't know
Robbins.
anything about Tony Robbins.
He's an asshole.
I saw Tony Robbins in person. He's awesome.
He was here like 2 months ago. 3 months ago.
You really?
Yeah.
Me, I'm not going to think about negative things like that enough to even get to that point where I'm going to.
Okay, I can respect that. I can respect the
because
mentality.
the thing is like I said, there are shitty people in the world, but let me tell you something.
There are.
There's some great.
Most live
people
in
the
Alabama.
world.
Just
Yeah,
shake it.
there's some great people.
When I drove to Arizona, it changed my whole entire outlook
Really?
on the human race, period. Because see, I always say I'm half alien because I am typo negative.
You might be half alien. Let's be real.
And RH negative is an alien blood type. You know, it only came into existence like 3,000 years ago, so they don't even know where the hell it came from.
Yeah, it's a weird blood type.
But the whole thing, and then some say it's from Atlantis, descendants of Atlantis, all this kind of stuff. But anyway, the whole point is I
You might be the king of Atlantis.
I
Who
look at
knows?
humans because you guys make the dumbest fucking decisions I've ever seen.
You guys, you're one of us. Stop trying to pretend you're an Atlantis
Here's my
person.
favorite thing. You humans. You
You
humans are so dumb.
guys, you are also one of us, motherfucker. Like,
You're at least half.
Hey, listen,
you're at least half human.
It's just like President Obama. He was half black. He wasn't black. He was also half white.
He was
That's
an alien.
true.
But I'm half alien and I'm half human. So there you go.
So that means you're all aliens.
Actually, I was a black alien.
Yo,
You were a black
I was
alien?
a black alien.
I feel like that's not true at all.
Y'all's atmosphere turned me white. It's
real
gonna kill everybody.
this episode is
So I'm a
100%
black
called
alien.
help.
I'm a black alien stuck in a white human body.
That's the title of the episode. That's the title of the
Black
episode.
alien.
Black alien.
I'm a black alien
I'm a black
stuck in a
alien
white
stuck in
body.
a fucking white goddamn redhead dude's fucking bald-headed body. I'm fucked. But look, the shit y'all do. Okay, what happens? We have this dude named Osama bin Laden knocked down and be the biggest terrorist attack in
Not anymore.
the history. And it was the history of our country, and then we elect a guy, which I think was a good decision. I think Obama was a good president, but you know what? I shouldn't say that because
His name's
there
too
you go.
close.
It's they were too close.
Osama, Obama, that's real fucking close. One letter.
We're in a fight with the Muslims, and we hire a guy to run our country that's a Muslim.
But Obama has the name or the word Bama in it.
He does.
So it counterbalances.
That's true. That's
because
true.
he sounds like.
I mean, I actually liked him, but you know what though?
I'm
I
very
like
50-50
I like
on the
everybody.
phone. I like
give
some
everybody-
stuff he did. I don't like some
Yeah,
stuff he did.
I'm just saying, man. I certainly don't. I'm certainly not shitting on his presidency.
Sure.
Put it that way,
He
you know?
did good. He did bad. Like any president, he did some
But
good.
my
shit.
family hated him. And my family hated him.
My family too.
You know, so it's
This is
like
what
you know,
Fox
so
said, yeah.
because you know why? Because they're for tradition.
And because people generally only see what they were taught to see.
Bing, 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 bing.
People are not interested in seeing things.
Confirmation
they were taught.
bias, man. Whatever
Confirmation
reinforces,
bias.
Yep. Whatever
100%.
reinforces what you believe is what you're going to stick to and adhere to.
And so, let's be real. All presidents, from George Washington through even Trump, they do some good, they do some bad. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Now, Trump, since we're going so deep into politics,
Let's do it.
I
wow.
think I kind of
This is only like the second
it's-
we've
coming
only
of
gotten to
Trump.
politics like 2 or 3 episodes ever. But
This
Trump,
is the second
I
time the
feel
name
like
Trump has been mentioned on the show.
he's a dick. Like he's an asshole.
He's an asshole.
I'm not saying everything he's doing is wrong or right. I just think I don't want him personally representing me.
His political moves on paper, I think, tend to run pretty
Man.
well with like economics
Guys.
and building economics. But
Because he's a businessman.
He's objectively
we-
a antagonistic personality.
We have to change the subject because this is
Because we're about to get too deep.
yeah, this will hurt my career.
I
Because
feel it.
If I say exactly what I feel, and then I say what I've said, because there's two sides of me with him. You know what I mean? There's a side. where I
Wait,
think,
hold on. You said there's two sides of you with him?
Yeah.
Almost like you're a human with opinions of your own.
Imagine.
No, I am a wise alien.
A wise
I'm a
alien.
wise
half,
alien.
Listen,
half
I
alien.
want to tell-
Half human.
You guys all over YouTube, I want to tell you, if I was born back in Jesus' time, I would have been a wise man.
Oh, shit.
I would have been.
Bringing
I would have went
frankincense
from
and
town
myrrh
to
and
town
shit?
and show people how to play music and fucking tell them about, life and how to act and freaking, because you know why? Because you guys make the stupidest decisions I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen a freaking species freaking do the shit y'all do. And you know what? You know what's funny is when they come up with stuff. Take abortion. I go. When I first heard about that when I was young, I went, really? Are you serious?
late
That
80s.
is real. It's almost like when I hear about a freaking,
This is funny. It's almost like when I hear about a big, huge orgy.
Wait, what? You gotta connect those for me because I can't get that.
Because it's like, I'm going, really? Seriously? Yep, really? It's just wild. It's like, really, that happened? No shit.
Now, hold on.
It's just crazy to me.
Hold on. You just equivocated an orgy with abortion. And then you said,
welcome to spring.
It's a good time. You said, it's a good time. You said orgies, it's a good time. Abortion, it's a good time. That's why.
No. I'm just saying, it just blows my mind the decisions that are made. I mean, it's just ridiculous to me. Really. So somebody went into a school, one of you guys, one of y'all's own kind.
Me?
One of your own kind.
The human?
Happy you.
Wait, a human or millennial? Because those are different kinds.
I might have been a millennial. Goes into a school and starts shooting their classmaits,
which happens a lot.
But it doesn't.
Just I was hoping that door.
But doesn't really.
Right.
But I'm saying, I'm sure it does some. I'm just saying, I think there's sometimes I go, it's kind of like black and white people hate each other. You know what? That's the furthest thing from the truth.
That's
Like,
ridiculous.
I tell you what, I go and you know what? These ladies at Walmart, these black ladies are freaking so fucking nice to me, cool. Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and you know what? They're not turning around behind my back and going, that white motherfucker. They're not saying that. You know what?
They're just good people.
They're just good people.
All that stuff is cooked up on. It's cooked up on the news.
But they cook it up on the news because you know why? Because there's a certain thing in y'all's brain that goes off when
you say y'all, you don't mean us. Right? I'm just saying I feel a little single with y'all.
You humans.
You guys.
You humans. Got it. You humans.
There's a thing in your brain that goes off and when there's fear involved.
And fear is a strong motivator.
And what that does is...
the worst motivator.
Because this is proven. This is the safest time of human history.
It is.
To be a human.
100%.
Safest time.
Yeah.
Okay, so the likelihood of you getting shot is, billions.
Right.
One of the...
Depending where you live.
Yeah. Well, if you go to Orange Mountain in Memphis,
even if you live in the worst area of America, it's still millions.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this much though: it's like if you look at it though, the news and the human species, the way they capitalize on people's fears, those are the evil people. You know?
Right.
But
right.
Man,
propaganda for money.
Are they? They're trying to make money, man. But they're trying to become rich and wealthy, so their relatives will have money.
So let me ask you a question.
Their kids will have money, and their kids will have money. It's like, you know what? You got to kind of go. Well, I mean, if you knew that trigger that did it, if you knew, if you could have a podcast that freaking triggered fear,
you'd make a lot of money.
You'd make a lot of money.
So let me ask you then: is purposely feeding into fear wrong?
It's going back to the confirmation bias thing, I think, man, because people fear, and what do they fear? A lot of the times it's a fear of the unknown, which
nowadays equivocates to the fear of disagreement.
Yes, exactly. And people, because again, confirmation bias, they want to keep feeding in what they believe, and their egos get full because they're right, and they don't take the time to ask the opposition or the questions to maybe delineate an opinion instead of just going by what they were born.
And also, people aren't willing to say the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, man, that's
which
ridiculous.
Everyone wants to be one extreme or the other, but the truth is so much in the middle.
Yes.
And not me, because that's why I know I can't be fully human, because here's my thing.
I mean, you're like 1/3 alien, 1/3 Bigfoot,
No,
that makes sense.
I actually think that there is a part of me that looks at the whole picture and goes, I don't understand it, and it's been years of me growing musically. Let's get back to music for a second.
We haven't gone to music in like an hour and a half.
But not understanding, like going, okay, so here's the thing. What we've done, and I want this to be a quote, slice this son of a bitch and put it on YouTube, because this is the fucking deal.
All right.
Kids these days, the artist,
they want. It's why I love working with the artists I'm working with now, and Darren Jones and Big John Cannon and all those kind of people, because they're not these type of people. They're wanting to pull up to the drive-through window and go, "Hey, I want a Big Mac and some fries and a large Coke," and then pull up to the next window and get their burger and their fries and leave. And that's how they're treating music, and that's why music has become cheap.
So let me ask you this.
Because hip hop can make cheap records. All of a sudden, you know what? It's better for the record companies because it don't cost you. You haven't got people like Malcolm Springer spending $300,000 on a damn record.
Now, what's popular right now? Top charts, everything is massively dominated by hip hop, R&B, rap. Now, I grew up a lot in an area which was predominantly that, and I love that kind of music. I do love hip hop. I do love rap. Some modern is kind of dissuaded me, but I do love it. I've been a huge fan of Eminem, Jay-Z. You know, like those are like the two my biggest. 50 Cent, Nas, like those were massive for me growing up. Nowadays, I don't see that kind of artistry coming out in hit songs. Is that do you think that is exclusively a product of the internet, essentially modern day social media, internet?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I totally think the level of writing
has it gone down?
And pop music has gone skyrocketed as far as like, and it's because humans have become more intelligent. They become more aware. They talk about things like we're talking about on your podcast. They actually have a chance to know more people, to hear more people's stories. You know, to understand that,
which is huge. Knowing more people's stories makes you a better person.
Yeah, because me growing up, I didn't realize that there was so many that I grew up. I didn't realize I grew up a rich kid. You know, and I didn't. You know, I mean, I wasn't like my mom and dad wasn't like real rich or anything, but now my grandparents had money, but I never did without anything. I never missed a meal. Matter of fact, I ate a lot.
You grew up what we nowadays consider middle class?
Yeah. Okay. What we call. But back then, you know, I didn't realize that I was so fortunate. You know.
Which no one does. No one realizes how fortunate they are in any situation.
Because I was from a small town, and the people that had money to me back then, like I go to my hometown now, and these guys that act like they got money, you know, so I'm thinking, man, you ain't got no money. I hang out with people who got money, and guess what? I can promise you, you ain't those people.
They're different kind of people.
Yeah, you're not just laying down $16 million for a fucking studio, and fucking $15 million for a record label, and just ridiculous money. And having a lot of money left over, it's like it's like that's.
But that pride that comes from you thinking you have that money,
right? And there's nothing wrong with being proud of yourself. It's just the hometown mentality, the small town mentality of, and it's one of my best friends. I know he's one of the most well-to-do guys around that town, but he don't act like it, man. He acts like he's poor.
Like he's a. You mean he acts like a human?
Like a cool guy. I got on his ass. Because he's got a shitty truck. That's right, Neil Priggle, I'm talking to you. Okay, it's like, it's like he has a shitty truck. I'm like, you have all this money. I know you got a ton of money. Buy yourself a new truck. Just do something for yourself. He's all busy buying his kids things and making sure everybody's happy. He goes, well, if I do that, I'm going to buy the old lady a new truck too. Well, what would that hurt anyway? Buy her a new truck too. Well, you're not going to take the money to your grave, son. You're going to have, enjoy some of it. You know what? I'm not saying buy a new truck every year, but you know what? If you're a farmer like he is, you can take it off your taxes. You can buy a new truck every year.
And also, you see nowadays especially, you see people with money, and there's like a separation. When in the end, if you really think about who people are, if you're a cool guy, if you're a regular guy, if you're a guy who's humble, who respects other people, it doesn't matter how much money you have, you're still going to be that guy. But then you see people who have all that money, who have all that money, all that fame, all that power, and they abuse it. And I feel like right now, because of the internet, because of social media, we have a much larger percentage of those people taking advantage.
And money is so glorified in exactly what you mentioned a second ago, is like the culture of rap music or pop music and a lot of music.
Well,
that's what it becomes.
Yes. My son here told me 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I've been pondering on this ever since. Dad, you're a real artist.
money does not motivate.
It doesn't.
If you're
motivate.
an artist, you're an artist no matter what money.
But
he's not interested in having.
But how
money.
easy is it for someone to corrupt someone with money?
Okay,
who's a real artist?
I don't act any damn different with $500,000 in my bank account because I've had that in my bank account. $500,000 in my bank account and $10,000 in my bank account. Now, if I got below 5,000, I'm acting a certain way.
That's your number. It's 5,000. We were like, "Fuck you, murder you, get the money."
If I'm below, yes, but now because I told my girl, hey, money makes me happy. And she goes, money doesn't make me happy. And I said, anybody that says that has never had money.
Money gives you peace of mind.
I love that.
Yes, because there's nothing like.
Well, do you know?
There's nothing like walking in a fucking Vintage King and going,
buy whatever you want.
I want those Mike Prees right there.
So let me ask you: Have you heard of Dan Bilzerian?
Wow.
So Dan Bilzerian, he was a Navy SEAL. Now,
yeah.
He's a big Instagram star. He's like 25 million followers on Instagram. Yep. He's a millionaire, multi-millionaire, and he lives whatever fucking fun life he wants. So I saw that guy, and him talking to some other famous people. I'm gonna say it again, just for the record. I'm a huge fan, but I saw him on the Joe Rogan podcast, and I saw him on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan's got a lot of money. He's got a lot of money, and they were talking about this very thing, in that they were saying, after you have all the money you could ever want, like that's when you really start to boil down what matters. And you really start to boil down what kind of person you are. And you realize, if I can get anything I want, who do I want to be? And some people live up to that, and some people don't. But for people who don't have that kind of money, all they can think about is, if I had that much money, I would be this kind of person, but they don't really know for sure.
I think there's a threshold that money can provide you freedom, and then at the point where you have the access.
Because I've also heard those same people saying, people who say money doesn't make you happy are full of shit. They just have never had the money that makes you happy.
Yeah.
Because they say, there's a certain amount of money that makes you have whatever the fuck you want. But when you get to that point to really have that happiness, it's not just about the dollars.
$75,000 a year.
I've heard that number.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
The threshold of happiness.
I feel like that's bullshit.
Yeah,
by the way,
like it is too.
That's a little low.
Yeah,
I feel like give me $250,000.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Did you say 75,000?
75,000, and I'm not sure if that's like household.
So this
individual.
was like I know exactly what you're talking about. It was actually a scientific study done about. I think it was 10 or 15 years ago.
Past 75,000, it's no more happy.
Like
I don't think
more
that can
money
be true.
But that's not.
But nowadays is different than 15 years ago.
That's not an.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying that's not an entrepreneur. That's not an entrepreneur with real goals. And those people, let me tell you something. They may say on paper that they're happy, but if you don't have here I am getting Jordan Peterson. If you don't have
we love
we're
gonna get him on the show one day.
If you don't have,
everyone tweet him, say get Jordan Peterson on this show.
Hey, listen, if you are not a person with a specific view on life or a goal, or how about this? How about you're trying to figure it out? Even that person, but a person that just now for women. I think it's different. And yes, okay, I'm a sexist. What the fuck ever. I don't give a fuck.
Everyone's a
but women
sexist.
Are different because some women are just like this. They're just like, I just want to be a good wife and a good mother.
You're talking about the Jordan Peterson ideal of men and women are naturally different.
But there are some men who just want to be good fathers and let their woman make the living.
And guess
that happens all the time.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Hell no.
And people who say there are fucking assholes.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you what, if I could be a stay-at-home dad, man, I would probably fucking do it.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
I'm not gonna lie. If I could be a stay-at-home dad, I would. That's partially because I'm fucking lazy.
Oh my god, it would be awesome to raise my kids.
I stay home, play video games, raise the kids.
Oh god, yeah.
You don't have a kid.
I have a dog.
You don't have a kid. Second off,
That's a kid.
if you left it to your wife to make a living, you would die.
Yeah, right. Come on. Look, my wife. I love her. Baby, I love you so much. You're a fucking psychopath. All right. If it came to raising the kids and one of us had to stay home,
Oh my god.
first of all, I think I would do a better job.
It should be given.
But my wife is she's super smart.
You say that out loud?
Look, she's super smart. She's super intelligent. I'm more logical.
There's the yin and the yang.
Well, I mean, that's women.
She has qualities. She has qualities I cannot even come close to understanding.
Like
that
what?
Are hugely beneficial.
Like what?
Like the intuition, emotional side of things.
Like what?
I don't know how else to better explain that.
Intuition, emotional.
Yeah,
side.
women
What does
are
that mean?
generally more intuition based, and they're generally more emotion based, and men are less, and that is easily defined by everyday interactions. And so, generally speaking, I think that if one of us was to stay home, by those definitions, it would be my wife. But I think I'm more logic based and can raise better, while she's more ambition based and logic and emotion based.
And those are what Jordan
she can go out and get it.
Hey, but here's the deal. Like my girl, I think the reason, I'm not saying the only reason, but her thing is support me and be there for me.
Which is a hard job.
Ins and outs.
That's
and
hard.
she gets mad at me because I don't take my job home anymore. When I go home, I don't talk about what's going on at work because you know
most
why?
people consider that a good thing.
Man, it's a damn good thing to me. To her, she's like, you don't tell me what's going on. And
That's because you guys are wired different.
I don't want you to worry about shit that's going on at work. You know, because it's my responsibility, and she supports me in that. And you know what? Because you know her goal is to have to be a wife to me and to be a mother, and that's so awesome to me. You know, but that's
great.
But you know
that's
what?
Awesome.
Though? Now his mother was very career oriented. That's not why we got a divorce. That's not why we're not together. But his mother's very career oriented. And to be honest with you, that was very sexy. And one of the things that I loved about his mother was she was out to get it, man. And she's a big time lawyer. And you know, and it's funny him being.
I feel like big time lawyer is like that's like the quintessential like TV mom who wants to go get it is lawyer. 100%.
But she
Take time to appreciate my mom is a lawyer, and this is my dad.
I heard she was a big-time lawyer.
That's who I grew up with. That's my spot. Go ahead.
No, but that I can see because he's explained to me how hard that is for him because.
Of course it's hard.
When you have a dad with 40 platinum and gold records, and you have a mother that's a fucking
lawyer,
all of a sudden
that's a hard spot. The bar's not like my parents were drug dealers who went to prison most of my life. Like my bar was fucking right here. I'm like, if I get a job at 7-Eleven, which I worked 7-Eleven for like a year. Yeah, no, I have 7-Eleven in Tennessee.
Oh yeah,
but
we do.
Do you?
Yeah, I think we have 7-Eleven.
Well, none in Nashville.
I don't know about that, but
I was like, my bar. If I just do a
did you
little
know
okay, I'm amazing.
Tiger Market.
Yeah, Tiger Market's owned by
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. And actually, the Tiger Markets in Nashville are being switched over to 7-Eleven over the next few years.
Huh.
Yeah, which I was excited for.
Slowly but surely.
I haven't had a goddamn Slurpee since I moved here.
Yeah, I saw 7-Eleven cups at Tiger
Markets.
Yeah.
Slowly transitioning.
Slurpees are real good. They're way better than any other icy. But the thing is, we're way off tangent here.
But that's the same as Ryan Hewitt. Ryan Hewitt's an engineer, but his ex-wife was a lawyer. That's a weird
and that can be really hard for some people.
coincidence
I
combo.
was married to a doctor, a lawyer, the Miller Lite girl.
A fireman? Oh, I thought we were just listing professions you were married to at this point.
I've been, married to them all, and I like the young hot little redneck girl.
Sure.
That turns me on more than anything.
That's your thing.
It is my thing, and I love skinny little, hot
little things.
redneck girls.
Sure.
I don't know why, but that's just my thing, and she does it for me. The others I was always looking, gathering around and stuff, and this one I'm not. But the thing is like I don't think it's because. I think it's because you know why? Because it's about me. No. But look, here's my thing. My thing is I'm 49 years old, and I'm in great shape. I'm quit smoking. I'm probably gonna live a long time, but I've done a lot to my body that's pretty bad.
So you're doubting. You're like, well, I might give out one day.
Well, one of these days I'm gonna be in a control room, and it's gonna be, and I'm gonna kill over. And
Sure, shit happens.
It's okay because
it will be in a control room.
We're pretty sure that's what's gonna happen unless I buy one man drone and reckon that, and that may happen.
Now hold on. Now hold on. You're only 49, right?
Right.
So you might live long enough that we could just upload your brain straight to a computer. You could live for 1,000,000 years. Who knows? I'm just saying that's coming.
That's coming.
Have you heard of Elon Musk?
Yes.
Elongated Muskrat, his full name. But Elon Musk, He's building some crazy shit.
I know. But well, the thing is, man, if they download my brain, man, we got some trouble.
You're gonna break the whole system, so maybe we can't download your brain specifically.
You know,
Maybe a separate hard drive for the brain.
I really do feel like I see things in a different way, because I totally don't get most of the things that humans do. I don't get a lot of the music, but I do appreciate good songs and something that moves me. You know,
so that's the emotional based side of you were talking about earlier. You
are
an emotional guy.
Like it's so funny because, take for instance my favorite record, which is Back in Black.
I love that record.
But now.
That makes me, now you all of a sudden got Back in Black stuck in my head.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know what Back in Black means?
No, but I know the song's fucking rad.
Yes.
But see, that's where I get lost.
That fucking Australian rock
we can go down to 2nd Avenue right now, take my son's video camera, and I can go up to every human, because you humans are like this, and go, what does Back in Black mean? And they will say the same thing. I don't know.
It means a fucking awesome AC/DC song. That's what it means.
I mean, did you ever think what I'm number one with a bullet? I got a power pack. Do you understand what that means?
No,
I don't.
Okay, well,
I've literally
because
I've never
you know why?
even thought about those.
You guys have not been on the fucking charts yet, and when you're on the charts,
that's because we haven't had you on the show yet.
Change it now.
When you are on the charts, you have a bullet. Or you don't have a bullet. That means you're going up.
Like an effect.
Right. When you're in the black, that means you're making money and you're in the good. When you're in the red, you're negative.
So you're back in black.
Yeah.
You're back in profit.
Yes.
Back
in other words,
it's been too long.
Because you know what?
Yeah, exactly.
I want that song to be playing at my funeral.
That's a great song.
Coming in because you know why? Because I'll be back in black. I'll be ahead of it, man.
When it comes to music, back in the day, back in black eras, I've said back way too many times, but back in black, right? You're talking. Let's just give it a broad range of pre-90s to like 60s, like 30-year range.
All right.
The era of music that came out of there compared to what comes out now is so different, not just because of artistry, but because of influence.
Okay, time out. I have to disagree.
Okay.
I have to disagree. I think that the greatest artist of all time. Okay, well, let's just talk about art in general.
Okay. Not just music. All art.
So Maclolm gets the award for the greatest artist of all time.
Sure. Sistine Chapel.
Wasn't Da Vinci. Wasn't a fucking inventor. He was a fucking artist, and he was a drug addict.
Of all time, though.
Of all time.
Really? I mean, you're right.
He painted the Sistine Chapel. Come on, man.
I've been to the Sistine Chapel. This fucking if you've seen a picture of the Sistine Chapel and then you go there,
really different.
It's very different. It's really intense.
Yeah, it's like, but he was.
But you're writing off Van Gogh. I love Van Gogh.
But listen. Okay, here we don't get me on my Michelangelo thing here.
Okay.
But I will go off on that for 1 second before I get back to Robert Johnson. But what I'm going to say
I love Robert Johnson.
But what I'm going to say is this. Okay, so do you really know what happened, to Michelangelo?
No, I mean, I saw the movie. Have you seen the Agony and the Ecstasy starring Charlton Heston?
Actually, I'm going to watch that. I have never seen it.
It's a movie of him painting the Sistine Chapel. Charlton Heston from the 60s. Well, really good movie.
I heard it's not very accurate because what really happened was him and Da Vinci, they got in a fist fight. But
really, I didn't know that.
But here, oh yeah.
And Da Vinci
Michelangelo was a troublemaker. He was always in jail.
Sure, but he was a genius.
Jail. But his folks were really rich. But he lived in his, so they were a big giver of the church. Now, what happened was he actually lived in his sister's attic, and let me tell you something. When you lived in an attic back then, you lived in the attic. It wasn't like living in the attic.
It was a hole.
It was like but he didn't sleep very much because he was. He's always on opiates and shit, and he was just,
like all artists were,
an absolute disaster. But and what happened was he got kicked out of the church. And his dad went to the Pope, and the Pope was Pope Alexander. Asked Pope Alexander, can you give Alexander first? Can you give my son another chance? Give him something to do. He goes, okay. Now, you guys think about this, because this is me in a nutshell. Now, he gave a block of stone and put it in
It's made David, right?
But now listen. Okay, so this block of stone was in it was in Venice. Okay, so it was in Venice, and it was in this church, thing, and he had.
I've literally seen it there. I've literally been there and seen it.
Okay,
in person.
But now listen to this. Now think about this. So the Pope goes, "I'm going to give him one more chance. I'm going to give him one more chance, and that's going to be it." In other words, your son and that Pope was crazy. He put people's heads in vices. He bullied people. I mean, he was an absolute.
I mean, the times in general were crazy.
He was
back
an absolute
then.
tyrant.
It was fucking nightmare.
And he's like, I'm gonna give him one more chance because you're giving the church all this money. So he gives. Now think about this. Now, okay. Now, have you ever really thought about this? Now he could have carved anything. He could have carved John the Baptist. He could have carved Mary. He could have carved. Or how about the guy who wrote the New Testament? Yeah. How about that guy? Yeah. But no, what he does is he carves the leader of the Jews,
David, and which is arguably the greatest artwork ever made.
Right. But when they pulled the cloth back, and the Pope saw that it was King David, the statue of David. The books I've read says that he was so angry that he wanted to have him killed, but it was so beautiful that he just went, I can't deny its beauty. That's a real artist. A guy who goes, you know what, fuck it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something against the grain. Instead of doing all these things that everybody else would do, I'm going to do exactly the opposite of what everybody else would do.
But what about Van Gogh? So Van Gogh, in his time, the entire time that he was alive, everyone said you suck, essentially. Van Gogh had zero good reputation. His art was not recognized as being good art for something like 60 years after he died.
Because you know what happened to him, don't you?
I mean, he was fucking on drugs and he was a bum. He was like a homeless guy.
Well, what happened to him was his family had left him a ton of money.
And he fucking spent it all on drugs.
No, he invested it in tulips.
But he was broke when he died.
Tulips.
Listen. He invested all of his family's money into tulip bulbs.
Investing in a flower is generally not a good idea.
Yeah, that's.
But you know what though? Yeah. But now listen. Up there, where is it? The Netherlands. Now right there is where all that went in place, and it was like the first stock market to ever be created by man. It was the first stock market, and tulip bulbs they're still valuable, worth fucking so much money in the stock market.
And he painted something like 20 or 30 tulip paintings. It was a lot.
Because you know why? Because what happened was he put all his money on tulips, and the fucking price kept going up, and price kept going up, and then one day, fucking somebody didn't buy one. And it came crashing down. He lost all his family's money. So
but here's the
all
thing.
Those paintings are out of desperation to make a living.
But the thing is, he literally made paintings. Van Gogh
to make a living.
Now, Van Gogh is one of my favorite artists of all time.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
but he made paintings and literally traded them into bars.
Yes.
For like a drink, one drink. He traded one Van Gogh painting for like one beer.
Because
and they wouldn't even take it. They were like, get the fuck out of my bar.
Because he was heartbroken over losing his family's fortune. Because honestly, he grew up on
every one of those paintings he tried to trade is worth like $20 million now.
Wow. But because the reason why those paintings are so great is because they're out of desperation.
And they're out of passion.
It goes back to what
desperation, passion, emotion.
They're
real.
What
we were saying about rock bands now. You got the suburbia white rich kid who's trying to sing about something that's never happened to him. No, he's trying to sing about something that's never happened to him. Whereas a singer like Josh Brown from Full Devil Jacket, he lived it. He lived the emotion. He lived the fucking music. He wrote about what he lived.
Well, even if you see guys
lived the life.
like Ozzy Osbourne,
he did drugs. He banged girls. He was freaking crazy.
Place.
You know what's that?
What about a Quentin Tarantino script? He doesn't live the life of those people that he writes about. Does that not make him a great artist?
I don't know. I don't know his childhood. I don't
know his childhood.
Sure. I just went and watched his recent movie, the Hollywood movie.
I haven't seen it yet.
I went and watched it in 35 millimeter at the Belcourt.
Was it any good? Did you like it?
It was The strangest movie.
Strange, yeah.
Which I love Quentin Tarantino.
Same.
The only movie of his I haven't been a big fan of was Jackie Brown.
Okay, yeah, understandable. Yeah, I
But
feel you.
this movie was so different than all of his other movies. And that guy, Quentin Tarantino, who every interview I've ever seen of him, everything I've ever seen him write, that guy's a fucking asshole.
He is a dick.
I cannot, like that guy, I don't want to hang out with that guy.
No.
Except, unless he wants to come on this podcast, in which case, I love you, Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah,
Please come on this podcast.
Quentin's the best.
If I,
Come on.
But-
yes, you're a dick.
But that guy's
please
an
come on
asshole.
the podcast.
But that guy makes this art of dialogue.
It's
Nobody writes dialogue like Quentin Tarantino.
it's beautiful. It's like music, man.
It's not even real.
Yes.
It's like he writes something that is so transcendent but real. Like I could have that. I could see myself having most conversation in this movie with a person sitting in a bar, but also it's something else.
and all the emotion that he generates from it, the suspense and oh my gosh, like the scene
I've seen
in Pulp
all-
Fiction
every-
where he says, that is a tasty burger. Like you're waiting for him to like this guy's nuts, obviously.
he says that's a tasty burger, and you're just like, what the fuck is gonna happen?
Yeah, exactly.
And then he murders a guy.
and he's all
What a tasty burger.
and he's obviously got this power trip going. Exactly. So
But-
if Quentin Tarantino's never lived
Now
that
he
life,
has. I don't know. I assume you know more than me about his life, but assuming he's never lived a desperate life, how does he gain that transcendence into art?
I only know that he went to high school with Rob Thomas, or not Rob Thomas. Sorry, Rob Zombie.
Rob Zombie,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is why he made the movie. What is it? Death Proof and whatever the second other movie. Death Proof is Quentin.
I ain't no chicken fucker. I ain't fucking no chicken.
Is that Devil's Rejects?
I ain't no chicken. I ain't no
Devil's
chicken fucking
Rejects.
balls.
Is that Devil's Rejects? Yeah. That might
I ain't
be
no chicken fucker. I ain't fucking no chicken.
That was both those movies are
Back
fucking
to what
weird.
I was saying though about the artist. Okay, Michelangelo, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Michelangelo, the greatest artist of all time.
Of all time,
Yeah.
I mean he's top five.
in the history.
Top five.
in the history of the world.
He's pretty good.
That's a bold statement, but I mean, I don't know.
That's the Sistine Chapel and the
I can't
Statue of David,
dispute
son. That's like the Beatles' White record and fucking goddamn Michael Jackson's Thriller record all rolled into one.
So you're saying that.
Sorry.
So
it's like you can't get him better.
So you're saying that the best art or the best artists are the artists that are creating things that are real, that aren't necessarily for popularity and fame, but they get it anyway because their art is so beautiful and from the heart. Like those are the real artists.
Have you ever really seen a Michelangelo in person?
No, not.
Well, me and your mother, we have. We went to the this art museum in New York. Actually, what's it called?
Oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue.
It's a big art museum there, and we spent all day there, and we stood in front of a Michelangelo, and I went, I get it, and she said, I do too, because she was really into art at that point. But we looked at it, and it's something about it just came out. That comes out at you, kind of like when just like that artist Michael, that the painting I have in the kitchen, Michael, his art to me, it speaks out. It comes out at you, like literally looks like it's a painting, and it literally looks like it comes out of the wall at you. I mean, it's one of those type of things, and it's how Michelangelo did to me. For me, I'm saying the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa. I'm not saying what shit. I'm just saying the Mona Lisa was, I think, more of a code-bearing thing that was, kind of something that was like laced with like a message.
She was writing.
Well, do you read the Da Vinci Code?
I haven't read it.
I don't know if it's quite true or not.
That's such a
It's a
tangent.
great movie.
Did you read the book?
Well, I just came in the middle, but
Yeah, you just stepped in. I read the
He's
book.
drunk
Fuck
as-
you. Go to hell. Yeah.
so let me ask you. Okay,
okay.
when it comes to the Mona Lisa, because the Mona Lisa is widely considered the most famous painting of all time.
Yeah.
What's the fucking deal? I went and
What kind of question is that?
seriously, no, seriously. Like,
No.
if you look at the Mona Lisa, why is that the most famous painting of all time? Because I went and saw it in person. Do you know how big the Mona Lisa is?
It's not very big.
It's like that big.
Yeah.
It's this
That's
tiny
small.
fucking thing. And when I was in Paris once, like a long time ago. I didn't pay for that shit. But, I was with my family. They took us vacation to Europe, and I saw the Mona Lisa, and everyone was like, oh my God, you gotta see the fucking Mona Lisa. And there was like 700 people gathered around it. But then you walk around the rest of that museum, the Louvre, and you're like, well, this stuff is all amazing. Mm-hmm. So why the Mona Lisa?
Because there's a way that those guys mix their colors.
Man, I disagree.
But Mona Lisa's so bland.
I disagree. I think it's culture. I think that somebody said this is amazing. Somebody said this is a work of art. Because
somebody did.
This guy is trying to recreate himself as a woman and forgot the eyebrows for some reason.
Yeah, but that's a new development. Like we didn't know that's what it was.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. I thought that we knew.
You think
that's super
new. Really want to be transgender?
Well,
no, I'm not.
That's an argument. When I say we know that's what it is now, I mean like that's an assumption currently.
How far away were you from the Mona Lisa?
Like from me to that Goonies poster right there, which Goonies is a stupid fucking movie. But that Goonies poster right there.
Goonies is perfect!
Dude, I love the Goonies, man. I love that.
See, I didn't watch it until I was like 22. And so if you watch it as a kid, you love it.
The Truffle Shuffle.
Like I love the never-ending story. Mm-hmm. But I'm also objectively aware that the Neverending Story is a stupid fucking movie.
Well, hold on. You've seen Stranger Things 3, right?
Hold the fuck on.
Princess
Bride is a perfect movie.
It is a perfect piece of cinema. I love Princess Bride.
Obviously,
yes, I've seen the new Stranger Things.
You know,
I love
the Neverending
Story. That's a good movie too.
Have you seen Stranger Things 3? The newest season.
The most recent. They talk about it.
We won't. No spoilers.
Of the new season?
Yeah.
It gets good.
No spoilers, but they do sing the Never-Ending Story
song
in harmony.
Which I grew up loving the Never-Ending Story. But if I watch it as an adult, I'm aware this is a stupid fucking movie.
But can you
just
get yourself
like
in that mode?
The Goonies?
Can you get yourself in that mode and enjoy it?
The Goonies is not even
nostalgia. Enjoy it.
Yeah, nostalgia.
The Goonies is a fantasy.
Fucking movie.
The Goonies is realistic.
Oh, it's
perfectly realistic.
Shitty movie.
I think it's a great movie.
Listen, man, I love all y'all, but we went from Michelangelo to the fucking Goonies.
That's not an okay switch.
That is a great piece of cinema.
Okay. What is similar? If I'd ask you, or anybody here, what if you had to pick one single painting, or pick two paintings?
Well, how about a piece of art?
Or piece of art. 2 pieces of art to be the best pieces of art of all time.
The Sistine Chapel and the Statue of David. It's undoubtedly that's the best ever.
See, I would pick, if it was me, I would pick Saturn Devouring His Children by Goya.
Really?
And Nighthawks, which I don't know who it's by. Now I think about it. You know, Nighthawk. That's my favorite painting of all time. Nighthawk. But or Saturn Devouring His Children.
I can't say that I can pick that.
Okay.
I can just.
I'm just gonna pick the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club
You're
Band.
just picking music because you like music. Fuck you.
Real quick.
Jimmy Eat World's Bleed American.
Finish it if you want it.
Y'all are supposed to finish this. Is okay if I.
What about you? You're here now.
You can finish it.
Slam it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Y'all think that? Good Lord.
I've never seen.
Now look, I've
Sistine
stood in
Chapel
front of
real
David
life.
like 15 feet from it, and it is literally. Like, it's really hard to describe if you're not there. It is amazing. It is amazing.
Yes, that's one thing about paintings. I have not seen many paintings in person, but there's a difference between seeing it in real life and seeing
I say I've, like, gone and seen shit. And I have. But the only reason is because, like, my grandma died and left money to my aunts, and my aunt took us on a trip. Like, I've only been on one trip. Right. I'm not, like, overly cultured or any shit. But
let me ask you something. Did it give you as good a feeling as when you fucking heard what's a good example? I'm gonna tell you the first time I heard the Black Skinhead
by
Kanye West is when I went now hang on here, this is not normal, this is genius, because I felt
Kanye's
an
genius.
evil type of thing. I felt the same way I felt when I heard Pantera's Far Beyond Driven. I wanted to
That's a whole
party,
nother
I wanted
beast.
to get in a fight, I wanted to freaking make love, all at the same time. And it's like those all those emotions at once. And that's what I feel when I freaking see Michelangelo's work. I feel like that. Or when I hear Robert Johnson's freaking work. When I hear his songs, and, you know.
But Robert Johnson's it's a whole nother different kind of beast. This is Saturn.
So you saw the Sistine Chapel? Oh, I have definitely seen this.
Super dark.
Yeah. I like dark paintings as well. Yeah. I'm not as cultured with them,
This is one of my top few favorite paintings. And this is the dark gruesomeness of it, made by Goya, who's a Spanish guy. But then my other favorite one is Nighthawks.
I know I've seen another painting by, or other paintings by.
So when you're talking about black skinheads, Do you know who Billie Eilish is?
Yes.
Okay, have you noticed that her song, "What Do You Want From Me? What
Yeah.
Do You..." That song, it's almost the same as Black Skinheads.
That's my favorite. Nighthawks.
And Black Skinhead is definitely something from people that say it's from
Oh yes, of course.
Have you seen that painting?
That's probably
That
one
is
of
a
my
great
favorite.
This is my favorite
too.
painting of all time.
The emotion see, I don't get a lot of emotion from painting.
It's-
I'll be honest with you, but that one does convey.
It's so
something to
like
me.
specific.
Yes. it's
Oh,
very
I
much
love
specific.
that.
This is my favorite painting of all time.
Do you know?
But
That's a
guys,
solid
Do you know
painting.
Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark?
Just say that even adds up to the Sistine Chapel or Maclolm.
Well, it's different.
But
It's
you're
different.
talking about the
Different.
scale and the
Because
preciseness of it.
it-
That's not
yes.
necessarily what
I'm talking
means good
about.
art.
No, listen. I'm talking about the time and emotion it took and the risk it took.
Which he almost went blind painting the Sistine
Yeah,
Chapel. He
yeah.
like had back
Really?
arm problems. We should watch that.
There's definitely admirability to like risking life and limb.
not
I
only
think to
admirability. Painting the Sistine Chapel was insanity.
Oh, it was an insane feat.
and it is a beautiful piece of art. But it doesn't evoke the same reaction from me as the two I just showed you.
But so you saw the Sistine Chapel in real life?
Yes, I was in the Sistine Chapel.
See what would get me, I think, is the scale of it and the precision.
And it is
of it.
it's massive. And what's weird is when you look at it, so you start from the front of the church, and it's large. And as you get further to the back, further to the end pieces of where he came, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, which some people say is the product of him losing his ability to be able to see the big art, which I don't think at all. I think it is him granted, I could be full of fucking shit. I'm not an art history whatever, but to me, I see it as this ability to distinguish the importance of humanity over time to create smaller and smaller focuses.
Yeah, because God and the man touch.
Yeah, because that's the
reaching out.
beginning, right?
But
is that famous?
That's what I'm
art.
talking about. Risk.
Yeah.
Because that is risky because it's in the Sistine Chapel. That's a risky painting. I mean, that is not at all.
I mean, he drew a bunch of guys with their dicks out. You know,
You gotta understand
That's
something.
risque.
He painted that
Especially back
shit,
then.
man.
For 1600
It
or
was-
whatever
in
it
the
was.
time.
Right.
It was in the time. What was the family that ruled the Bonjours?
The French family? Is the French people you're talking about?
Oh,
the pre-Marie.
Sorry. No. You know what though? Was that? I'm pretty sure that was the same time.
Was it the same
French
family who
family?
created the Palace of Versailles, but like 4 or 5 generations earlier? Is that what you're talking
I
about?
think so. They were very powerful, and they ran the army. But it was a Jesuit. I know that Pope Alexander was a Jesuit priest, and he was. He called himself Alexander because he was considered the war.
Then pull your mic this towards you just a little bit.
The warrior pope. Yeah, because he was the one.
The
who-
warrior. I don't remember that guy's name. I know
because
you're talking
that's why-
about.
that's why he
that
called
was,
us-
that was like right pre-Crusades.
That's why he
and
called
he led-
himself
he's, like, started the
Alexander
Crusades.
because he was a conqueror.
Is that who I'm thinking of? Okay.
And I thought the Bonjours, or whatever you call
Yeah, it was the French family you're talking about.
thought
I know
that
who you're talking
they
about,
were-
but I don't know.
I thought they were the ones that were in charge of that whole escapade of bullshit that happened.
a lot of escapades of bullshit happened over history.
But what I'm saying, but you're talking about a dangerous time.
Yeah.
And to take risks like that, it's not like today. Guess what? You're just not going to get Spotify spins, and nobody's going to like it. And somebody like Taylor Swift or somebody like that's political. If you say something political, you're going to get ramped. It's like we ramped on her. That really isn't fair. She's got her opinion. You know what? Good for her.
And that's fine for her.
It's fine for her. I just wish that it wouldn't affect the rest of us in the music business. And that's my thing. Just man, who cares? Really, let's just let it go, because guess what? Nobody's going to get. If you don't like who's the president right now, too bad.
Sure,
Because
he's the president right now.
So,
But let me ask you this. So if Michelangelo created David, which is arguably one of the best art pieces of all time, if he created it now, in our modern day, would it have any attention at all?
Man, it's the tools that we have now. I think if someone
That's
did it
why
by
I brought
hand,
up
it's
the
like,
Oh, cool. Did you 3D print that dick?
That's why I brought up the black skinhead, because to me that's a statue of David.
So you're saying that is the current
Really?
David
Yeah,
for
you're
now?
talking
That's
about
a
someone-
strong fucking statement.
Because listen, think about this. This is a time that the media is trying to turn all of us against each other, blacks and whites. And you're talking, the song has skinhead in it and it has black in it. The two oxymorons together, it's an oxymoron. It's a thing that doesn't match, you know. So it's like, you know, you have to look at it like, you know, the guy could have easily been booted out of the music business easily by that song.
Well,
You know?
except for he's too far in his career.
yeah,
No.
yeah.
So,
He wasn't too far in his career at that point. That was his second record.
So Black Skinhead, which I've heard the song a few times, probably 4 times. Yeah, I know. When you do that, I'm like, oh, that song.
What? God.
So let me ask you,
God.
if he was not Kanye West, if that song came out by an artist who was smaller, who didn't matter as much as Kanye does, because obviously he matters, would it have the same reaction in you personally, or would it just be some fucking song that's purposely being an
Of course it would,
oxymoron?
because they wouldn't have had Heartless in front of it. They wouldn't have had those type of songs that drove them to that.
Now, Heartless, good song.
Just like the Statue of
I
David.
much prefer
Let me
that.
ask you something. Would a Statue of David been a Statue of David without the
That's what
Sistine
I'm
Chapel?
saying, is it wouldn't have been because it was a product of its time. And I think that Black Skinhead is a product of the wrong generation. I think it's a product of 20 years ago that now is just purposely trying to be edgy. And
Black
that's my
Skinhead?
problem.
20 years
I
ago.
think you're right, but isn't the
It
news...
wasn't 20 years ago.
No, I'm saying that it is an indication of a 20-year ago era.
Yes, yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't
It would be
think so.
better suited
No?
20 years ago, basically.
No,
As
you
like
know-
time said.
no,
I
I'll
don't
be
think
real.
so because
You are way more, you know way
I
more
grew
on music
up-
than I ever will.
I grew up in where all this racial tension wasn't going on. I mean, it really wasn't. It was like,
Well, isn't it
we
though?
were all freaking Bill Clinton was in office and Ronald Reagan. Everybody was happy, man.
Yeah, but that was
People
on the
were just
tail end
waiting.
of the civil
People,
rights
When
movement.
Bill Clinton, I don't care. The guy got a blowjob in the White House. You know what?
Yeah, it's fine. Everyone
Yeah,
just
but when
get
he got
fucked,
when he got a blowjob at the White House, I went, yes, hell yeah, that's fucking awesome. That's the kind of president I'm talking about, because you know
Because it's a
what?
real person. Real
That's
person.
a real person. And you know
But
what? They all
Black
got blowjobs
Skinhead-
in the White House, and he just happened to get
Of
caught.
course they did.
And when he got up and he lied to the country, listen, this
Look, who didn't fuck Ronald Reagan, all right?
Listen, guys, remember.
I'm sorry,
like when I
Ronald
was
Reagan, I know you're
younger.
dead.
Hey, you know, it's like I had this buddy, and I'm not going to tell you who. And if he sees this, he'll know. Good friend. He's kind of a big executive, so I can't say. But he gets a divorce, right?
Sure.
Well, before he got divorced, he got married. He was married about 6 months, and his old lady would travel. And they had this girl that was upstairs from him, and she was hot as hell. Well, his old lady went out of town just one too many times, and so girl's like, hey, man. So he's in there just ramping this girl, right? And his old lady walks in and catches him. Comes home unexpected. He jumps up out of bed, and she's like, yeah, bitch, get that bitch. He's like, who are you talking about? There's nobody here. You're out of your fucking mind. There's nobody. There's nobody here. I was taking a fucking nap, man. What are you doing? And this girl is like sitting there getting her clothes on, and he's like, there's nobody here. He denied it to the very end.
Wow.
What a
Even when the girl-
What a fucking
even-
beast.
That is insane.
What an asshole.
Hey, listen. And he told me, he said, to this day, I wonder if she goes, I wonder if that girl really was there.
That was a strong willpower.
Yeah,
Jesus
seriously.
Christ.
That person's not there.
He's like,
Don't worry.
what are you talking about? I'm taking a nap and you come in here yelling
And
at
then
me.
I
Shit.
defended it that they...
There's nobody there.
Yeah,
There's nobody.
that's like I'm over here and I'm like, Malcolm, there's no Malcolm Jr. He's never even existed.
Never
Am I
He's
here?
not there.
Yes,
He's
you've
not
never
there.
had a child.
What do you mean?
Is that not some funny shit though?
Oh my God.
That's insane.
You're fucking people up.
Anyway, here's the whole thing about Bill Clinton. He got on TV and he said, I did not have sexual relations with Monica.
That woman.
And I went, hell yeah, deny, motherfucker. That's what true man does. He goes, I didn't do it. It's like, of course he's going to say he didn't do it. Well, actually, she blew me, and then I bent her over the Oval Office desk, and I put it in her tater. And we had some wine afterwards, smoked a cigar and a joint. I forgot about the joint. You know, I mean, it's just like the
I did not inhale.
I did not inhale.
It's just like the campaign all over again, like that. Y'all seen the campaign?
Yeah, that's a great movie. It's fucking hilarious. Have you seen that movie, Campaign? It's
with the guy from Hangover. Yeah. Yeah, it's like
it's ridiculous.
Guys, it's getting late. We're gonna have to
we gotta wrap it up here. I was gonna say we've been about we've been about 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad.
We try to say, we always tell people like, we try to shoot for about 2 hours.
Wait, real quick, a rapid fire question time.
Wait, rapid fire question?
I'm inventing this off the top of my head, just so you know. Okay,
well,
lightning
you
round.
don't mean rapid fire.
Lightning round.
Question time.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah.
Okay. Can we have one question we ask every guest?
Favorite record you ever worked on?
Man, wow.
I mean, I heard you worked on the Too Fast, Too Furious, and that was a great movie.
That was a great record. I would say.
Not that I'm influencing you, but I love that movie.
My favorite record that I ever worked on. I got to go back to Collective Soul, and it's because of Matt Serletic and Ed Rowland and all of us. And man, I was the smaller guy on the session.
It was just the perfect
I mean, I was, I was the freaking.
Great record.
I was the guy who really made shit, set up shit, and fucking got shit done, and stuff. But man, they were all great leaders, and there were so many producers came out of that session, and I learned so much from guys that I didn't think I would learn all that much from. And that's just the truth about it, because when you engineer for people like Tom Dowd and people like Jim Diggison and some of the fucking producers I work for, it's kind of hard to think that you're going to learn anything from anybody, but I learned a ton. And I guess I learned more than anything about Matt Serletic's love that he had for making a record, and that
for that art
drove me. It passion he had was incredible. And we always had great sessions, and he was such a pleasant guy, and everybody was just fucking having fun. And, there was some tension ever so often, but not very often. And it was just a great record, and I love listening to it. I don't have any bad memories listening to the record.
Nice.
That's awesome.
But
that's hard. That's hard. It sounds like the perfect.
And
do you have a proudest moment in the music business?
Man,
good questions.
Yes, I do, and it's not anything you would expect.
Okay. That's perfect.
Out of all the big records that I did in my life, the proudest moment was when I went home, and there was a sign across Main Street that said, "Congratulations on your debut #1 record with One Less Reason." That's so silly, because I know that record. I mean, it sold 500,000 records, I think.
Which one? Which record?
One Less Reason.
One Less Reason.
And that record, if you haven't heard it, get it. It's
Who was the artist?
One Less Reason is the name of the artist, Chris Brown, and it was Faces in 4-letter words.
I'm gonna listen to it.
But when I saw that, my town never even, and they came out with an article about me, and then out of all the awards and shit that I'd gotten, it seemed like debuting at #1,
which is huge,
was just a thing of victory that I went, yeah.
Was that your first #1?
It was my first debut.
First debut.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
that's massive.
And I just, and it was without a record label. And Chris did it on his own. He's a brilliant guy and a great writer, probably. And I will say this on here. I would say probably the greatest rock record, walking the face of the earth, rock writer walking the face of the earth right now. And I'll say that, and I'll tell it some bitch. I tell it some bitch all the time when I see him. He is that incredible of a writer, way underrated. But he has his thing, and he's made his money, and he's got a ton of fans that just buy his records every time. And I love what he does. I love what he represents, and love what he sings about, and it was just a proud moment. I was just really proud of it, man. It was just to see that record be, it might have been just the Heat Seekers charts,
But who cares? It was
Whatever.
number one.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
Yeah, and it's like, I saw Matchbox 20 climb.
Right, but they were big for a long time.
But I didn't produce that. I didn't really produce the One Last Reason. I really mixed it, but I really put a lot of time into mixing it. I mixed it for a month. I mixed on that record for a month, and I loved it that much, and I wanted it to be a hit record that bad. And actually, he got a deal with Warner Brothers. They screwed him over. He got out of his deal, and then the record carried on, and still won. The record was that good, and it was a time when rock was going down and hip hop was going up. But anyway, that and I think, the getting a Full Devil Jacket, a record deal was probably when I realized that, hey, I'm never going to die. And when I mean that, I mean like people will always remember my fucking name. Because when your name's been printed a billion times, will people, ordinary people, another 100 years from now be talking about Malcolm Springer? No, not the population. They're not going to be all in their house going, oh, what a great man. That's not what I want. But somebody's going to pick up that Full Devil Jacket record, or somebody's going to pick up the Collective Soul and go, you know what? That guy, look at his history. Man,
that keeps him alive forever. And I agree completely.
And to me, that's I didn't realize that's what we did all this for until lately, because guys, listen, here it is, and this is really it. I know everybody, and when I say everybody, I mean I can call up the head of Atlantic tonight at home, and on his cell phone, and wake his ass up, and tell him about being on, a good friend of mine. But I don't use those contacts like I should probably. I don't ask for anything. I'm you know what I am? I'm the goddamn Washington Redskins in 1980. They earned every single yard. They didn't have a goddamn give me. Nobody ever fucking threw them a fucking interception so they could go run a goddamn fucking thing back. What they did was they earned every yard.
They earned it, and there's a humbleness about that.
There was, and that's when John Riggins was kicking ass, and I watched that guy run the football, and I went, that's how I want to do life. Because that guy,
getting after it.
He ran the football,
even as the small guy, getting after it and making that name.
Everybody and ran over bigger people, and just always gained ground. Never went minus, And that's the thing. And you're going to lose ground. You're going to have ups and downs. And just at 40, I'd say in the past 2 years, have I learned that, hey man, I get it. This is a simulation. And this isn't real anyway. So why the fuck am I so upset about it? Or why am I mad? The worst thing you can do, and I'll say this because you guys are young enough, and this is my advice to everybody that's going to try to do something in life that's going to be where people look at you and go, man, he's done great things. Don't look at the other people. I tell my son this all the time. My father, he would yell, keep your eye on the ball when I was batting,
Yeah.
And just keep your eye on the fucking ball. Don't pay attention to what somebody else is doing or how good they're doing or whatever. And that's the mistakes I've made is like, I do what I do. I'm better than most, and I'm going to be better than all of them before I die. But sometimes I ask myself, why am I doing this still? I mean, what am I really doing this for? And then I see someone like Darin Jones, and I go, okay, I understand. Or Caleb Cecil, this guy that I'm producing now, he is fucking badass, man. No, this kid's got fire in him like you've never seen. And I look at him and I go, this is why. Because this is what's going to happen. And you mark my word, I'm going to record 3 more songs on him this next month. We're going to get him a record deal, me and my son and, Miranda in there. And Warren, all my bunch, my group.
we're gonna get that young man a record deal, and he's gonna be so goddamn famous you won't be able to get away from him.
You will know that name. I mean,
you know
the
what?
kid is.
It's going to be fucking
Caleb
real.
Cecil.
Dude,
All right.
it's the most real shit that I've. That
right.
that
I'm
I've
gonna pay
ran into.
attention. I'm gonna pay
He's
attention.
only 23 years old.
He's young.
And he's got something in him that makes me go, okay, this is why I do this.
Well, when he gets big, this is going to be the podcast they refer to. To be like, this is where you heard it first.
You heard it here first, folks. Heard it here first.
Because you know what, but that's the reason why. Because see him, buying freaking Rob Thomas freaking Burger King so many days in a row, and him coming to our house and eating, and my wife fixing him dinner, and then seeing him become a superstar. No, I didn't produce the record, and I freaking helped with the record, man, and stuff, and I freaking am proud of it. I'm proud of him, and that's I saw that, man, and that drove me to do what I do. And I'm gonna tell you, you know what? Here's the bottom line: if you want it bad enough, you can get it. It's just a matter of how bad you want it. Now, do you really want it that bad? And I'm telling you, I figured you guys would ask me the question. Is it true that you sleep on the couch at the studio? And that is a very true statement. I do. I don't like leaving the studio when I work.
You go hard.
I go.
You go full blast.
I go to the gym in the mornings, and work out and take a shower, and I'm back at work. And one day, hopefully, I may settle down and get out of that mode, but I don't know. But there's a lot of people who talk shit because I do sleep on the couch at the studio. I fucking live there and love it and eat it, breathe it, shit it, fucking. I go to the wall, and when I do a record, I get it until I get it the way I want it, and it doesn't matter who suffers, and that's the bad part about me. It doesn't matter who suffers. If I'm broke and can't pay my bills, fuck it. Because guess what? When he has some kids one of these days, what am I going to do? Be sitting there on the porch with them. Be sitting on the porch with them, they're going to listen to one of my old records. And what are they going to say? Grandpa, what happened on this record? Oh, yeah. I got a lot of sleep on that record.
now, there's a lot of things you probably can't say to those kids.
I got a lot of sleep on that record.
14.
Oh, yeah. That was the record that we didn't have that much of a budget. That's like saying that I played a football game one time with cracked ribs. And let me tell you something, that was a mistake. But I bet. But that wasn't my excuse. My excuse wasn't, Coach, my ribs are cracked. That's why I didn't get my blocker. That's why I didn't run as hard. It was because, you know what? It's that can't be your excuse. If you haven't got the budget, and if you're not doing it because you love it, then fucking don't do it at all. Because you're just wasting everybody's fucking time. Because let me tell you something, there's somebody out there that does love it that much, that does see, you know what, I tell you, I'm going to say, I know we're getting on music now, but this is, because this part of the podcast, I hope that you kind of
To be fair, we're called Music or Hideout, so we should be talking about music.
Yeah, we should be.
Man, here's the thing. Usually I find an artist once a year. I used to do this all the time. That's fucking terrible. That's the worst goddamn thing you've ever heard. They can't sing. They can't write. That has no charisma. And I turned that artist into someone who can compete. And I did that about 5 years in case Tractors can tell you. I found a boy one day and he goes, Malcolm, you're biting off more than you can chew. You're biting off more than you can chew. This ain't going to work. I called the guy up. I'm like, I think I can help you. Do you got any budget at all? He goes, I got 10 grand. I said, well, let's make.
That's a big. For a lot of people, that's a big budget.
That's a very, very small budget.
Yeah,
that's
in the scheme of things.
A very small budget for 5 songs, and you got real players and everything.
Oh yeah, that's real small.
It's a real small budget. I said, okay, let's do this, man. You know what? He got the new artist at the CMA Awards.
Wow.
New Artist Award. And I went, you know what? All I can do is smile and go, you know what? Fuck y'all, man. I'm not saying I can make anybody a star, but I can say this. That's what I liked about Michelangelo is seeing the beauty in something and making it really beautiful.
and highlighting those things about it. And that to me is like my gift to the world. That's a gift God gave me because I see beauty in everything, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so hard when it comes to talking about politics, because I feel bad about talking about a president, because you know what? There's some guys doing a lot of good. Obama did a lot of good. It's like, why can't we look at the good things? But you humans, y'all tend to
humans.
You guys.
No one's ever said that to me before.
I know, it hurts deep down. You humans.
You guys, you can't say it. Y'all look at the bad side of people instead of the good side of people. And me,
I'm
I look
100% human.
Well, anyway, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough, I guess.
So,
we have a question for you.
Okay.
Wait, are you trying to segue into something now?
You can give a short answer on this one. If you were talking to somebody who's out there, the next Malcolm Springer, who wants to do what you're doing, what advice would you give?
It sounds like a selfish question.
If you give them one more piece of advice, somebody wants to be a producer, engineer, work with big artists, whatever. Like, what's your one piece of advice?
If you don't want to give your life to the art, then please stay the fuck out of the way. Because you're just in the way. There's so much of that in Nashville. So many people that's just watering down everything. It's like, listen, man, if you're going to be a producer, no matter how hard I try, and my son has tried over the past 6 months, big time, trying to steer me in different ways. There's TV ideas, there's even directors. I had one came in this week and we talked to him, and he is talking to me, and it's like, for me doing some movie stuff and TV stuff, and it's like, here's the thing, man, and to get my head out of between those two speakers is nearly impossible, and I gotta try to do that because I fucking don't take care of things. I'm one of those guys. I've been a millionaire twice. I'll be a millionaire again, but this time I'm gonna have somebody else handle the damn money like Miranda. I'm gonna have Miranda handle the money but no, seriously, and my son, because I know how I am, and I just truly don't give a damn.
He's doing it for the art.
You got to fucking not give a damn about. You know what? Don't get married. Don't.
Too late.
Oh, dang, sorry, man.
No, but seriously though, it's like, you know what? I was married, and you know what though? His mother encouraged me big time, but it didn't last because I got a divorce with one wife, and I really thought she was an awesome lady. Still think she's an awesome lady, but she just looked at me and she goes, "I'm not going to live, and I'm not going to die alone. You're married to your work, and you'll never love me like you love music." And she was gone, and I go, I wonder if that's because she told me I need to be home early for my birthday, and I got home at 11 o'clock at night, and I thought that was early. So anyway, my big advice is, if you're gonna do it, fucking do it all the way. Don't be half-assing it. Don't be cold cocking it. Get in there and become the greatest. Go at it as hard as you can. Whatever you're gonna do, pick it and fucking do it your best, man.
Keep your eye on the ball.
And keep your fucking eye on the ball. Because I'm going to tell you, if you don't, all you're going to do is sit here and you're going to pay attention to everybody else around you instead of yourself. Because honestly, if you're a real artist, I don't give a fuck what these other people are doing. I'm better than them. They're jokes. Fucking, they are, man. Fucking 90% of the motherfuckers in this town, I'll say it fucking on here, I don't give a fuck. They're jokes. They're fucking wannabes. And they get lucky and they do a lottery winner, and they get a lottery winner, and then all of a sudden, because they know how to sit there and kiss someone's ass to get a record, I'm not that way. I'm not going to do that. I could do that all day long, but that ain't going to be me. You know what? When I do the walk, I'm going to be proud, not like ashamed. Because do you think somebody's really proud of some of the shit that they get awards for? Seriously.
Probably proud of the money they get, but is that an artist?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
I'm
that's
sure
what
they're
you're
proud of the artistry too, but maybe they don't know.
Right.
They don't know.
I'm with you. I like that.
Are you going to grow up though, and one of these days wake up and go, "There's not one damn record I can think of that I can look back on and I can go, God, I hope nobody hears that one."
I can't say. Like Greenwheel, you know, a band that should have been huge, but was in that line, in that fine line, kind of like the trickster of
the Loki.
Remember, Trickster in the end of the '80s, but y'all are too young. But they were like the last band that was an '80s band that hit, and they had blue jeans and T-shirts on, and then that's where Nirvana got their look, and then it went on to grunge, you know. But that band was a great band. But you know what though? They just released at the wrong time. So there you go. Get to know people, man, and make the relationships that you need to make. And you know what? Be your fucking self, man. You know me, I'm a redneck, and I'm proud of it. You know.
Be real.
But I'm gonna tell you something. Being like I am and who I am, you gotta understand something. I have to be 20 times better than my opponents. But that must make me better. Because if I don't, because guess what? Because it's the redneck. It's worse than being black. It's worse than any other race because they automatically think if you're from the South that you're ignorant. I'm smarter than all of them. I'm just not gonna put my pants down and take a tater hoe to freaking make $1 million. Sorry.
I guess you guys know what tater hole is.
That's definitely the title of the podcast.
Tater hole.
Episode 38 or whatever. Tater hole.
We have one last question.
We do have one last question
before the end of the show.
And this is a question we ask every single person on this show.
Very important. It's why I invented this podcast.
It's why I invented this podcast.
It was for this
the record.
Question.
Fuck you, Ryan. I invented this show for this reason. Now, this is a question we ask everybody. The important thing about this question is that it's a real answer. It's like a 1 to 3 word answer.
Okay.
Okay.
I like the old people. The old people.
The old people would be a maximum answer at 3 words.
Now, if you had to choose.
And you do.
And you do.
And real quick, there are two guys right now, which means you guys have to answer at the exact same time. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the thing. People who answer this question well, it's like off the top of your head, you just answer.
Okay.
People who answer it shitty, it's like a 5-second pause, then you're half-hearted
Don't do a 5
answer.
second. Don't be a pauser.
No.
Okay,
Don't
go ahead.
pause.
Okay,
cool.
Just give the fucking answer to the question. It's not that important what you say.
Okay.
Important that you answer.
Suspense.
If you had to choose.
And you do.
Now, the important thing about this question is that it comes from your heart.
Yeah,
Don't start eating my
Not from your head.
just fucking say what you think.
Heart. Okay, are you ready? Are you prepared?
I think so.
I'm ready.
Yeah, if you had to choose.
And you do.
And you do.
What would you say?
Is your favorite
Kind of turtle.
Snapping turtle.
Box turtle.
Ooh, different answers. Father and son, different answers. Snapping and box.
Is it box or ox turtle?
You said box. It
said
doesn't
box
even matter
turtles.
what it
doesn't
is.
matter.
That's
What
what
the
you
fuck
is
said.
an ox turtle?
Hold on,
That's not a
snapping.
thing.
Malcolm, you were
Square-shaped
first.
turtles.
Okay,
Snapping
snapping
why?
turtle. Why?
Because when he gets a hold of you,
He doesn't let go.
he doesn't let go.
I appreciate that you have a real reason.
You have to cut his damn head off to fucking get his ass.
I like that. That sounds like
Yep.
you.
Now,
Now,
snapping turtle?
Box
Mm,
turtle
gonna
is
give it to
probably
you.
the most common answer that
Box
we hear.
turtle.
Oh yeah.
Now,
Snapping,
those are the two most common.
Oh, yeah.
Box, snapping are the two most popular.
and snapping turtles are great.
They
to
are
eat.
great, aren't they?
They're great to eat.
Have you seen that video of one eating a pineapple?
Oh, it's so cute.
Oh my god, he fucking destroys it though.
I think
Guys,
it's
is
cute,
that really the question?
That literally is the question. We literally ask that question to everybody. The answers we get are fucking insanity sometimes.
Wait, why box? Why box?
You know, honestly,
It's the only thing you think of?
It's the only thing I could think of. I couldn't think of any
That's probably the only kind of turtle he knew of.
exotic turtle names. I mean, I know snapping turtle, but like, yeah.
Well, let me tell you a little history.
Maybe it's
So,
Kermit the
I wanna know
Frog.
why
I should
you
just
guys-
the
say.
reason
that
is
would've been a good one.
many years before we started this show, I went to an interview at a job.
That's a frog though, not a turtle.
Yeah,
What
he's
am
a
I talking
frog.
about?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I went to an interview at a job, and they asked all the regular interview questions, right? Like, what are we gonna be in 5 years, and all that bullshit. And I thought, if I could ever get the chance to interview someone, I'm not gonna ask those basic questions. I'm gonna ask some fucking random ass question that makes them just think right off the top of their head, because that's who I want to work for me if I had to run something. And so when we started this show, my thought was, well, what question should we ask everybody a question the answer they can come off.
And has how many people has said snapping turtle?
At least
lot.
7.
Snapping and box are the most
10.
popular answers.
Really?
We've had Teenage Mutant.
Ooh, that's
I like
a good
that.
one.
Great one.
That was a good one. That was Ben McAnally. He was the first Teenage Mutant. He plays in a band called Lines in the Sky. Great band. Really good prog rock band. But we've had all sorts of different answers. But that's where it came from. It came from simply, if I had to
My
ask someone
favorites,
any
though,
random
are-
question in the world,
Yeah.
what would they come up with?
My favorite is when somebody
like it.
has a story behind their turtle.
Which sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, every so often somebody has
We've
to,
also had some bullshit answers where people are like, I don't know.
At
Like,
least you
fuck
guys
you,
answer
come up with a term, make something up.
As soon as you
Yeah.
said I had
Invent
to
a
snap that,
turtle.
I had to snap it off.
You had to
Yeah.
come up with something.
I liked that. I liked it.
Oh my god, I gotta stand up.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, we got to wrap this up.
Okay.
Thank you everyone for coming to hang out. As always, we are going to post all the links to the Spotify's, to the websites, to the Instagrams, to the Facebook in the description below. And I say that fully knowing that Ryan does that shit, so I hope he does it.
You never know. Yeah.
Hey guys,
Put it on the case.
I think that I need to make an entire website up about me being a black alien.
That's absolutely right.
100% that needs to happen.
I remember that coming up in the show. I don't know why. We need the website.
That was a long time
to
ago at this
fact check.
point. It's been a long shit.
Y'all's atmosphere turned me white, so I'm a white man.
But you were a black
I'm a
alien.
black man in
You have to
a
end
white human body. I'm a black alien in a white human body. I'm fucked, man. I'm
So,
fucked.
guys, tonight our guests have been Malcolm Springer, engineer and producer, Malcolm Jr.,
2. Not
The
Junior,
second.
you full
Malcolm
motherfucker.
the second,
Malcolm 2.
Take you,
Malcolm the second, video producer and
engineer.
engineer and human,
And 25.
As
well,
far as
75%
we know.
human.
75% human.
I identify as a human, so.
And
I'll just say.
earlier we had Darin Jones, country music artist.
Yeah.
And it has been a wide-ranging episode. Thank you so much for paying attention. And check out Malcolm Springer and Malcolm Springer 2 and Darin Jones on Instagram, Facebook, etc.
Yeah, go to malcolmspringer.com. Check out my Discord.
malcolmspringer.com.
And we're going to post all the links. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. And as always, we will see you next time on Music Girl Hideout. Or also, if you're into regular game streaming, I will see you tomorrow. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out, and I will see y'all next time.
Later.
And Ryan has to go to the other room to press the button, so it's going to weirdly linger for like 10 seconds while he goes to do that.
All the weird things with the weird 10 seconds.